Information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news.
So yeah, if 10-year-old children had the mental capacity of, say, 30-year-olds, I don't see what's wrong with having sex with a 10-year-old.
You're making fun of my looks and shit. You can't even move your neck, kid. What are you talking about? Stop making fun of looks right now. That doesn't make anything good for you with your great patch of hair in front of your head. You fucking idiot.
Yeah. What do we got to do to get rid of this guy? I just can't fucking take it anymore.
No.
He doesn't, because my argument is still that she had sex with him, so she should have the kid. It's the same argument. He had sex with her.
That was pathetic.
Conversation.
Hold on.
I'm just gonna click until you watch the whole thing again, bro. I've been here. You're fucking retarded. Shut the fuck up.
Watch the.
I'm not gonna watch this.
Yes, it does, motherfucker. I'm literally looking at the statue link right here.
They look like they have like slightly different stripes than the garter snakes in the south and garter snakes in the west.
I am a racist for not knowing about the fucking garter snakes. You're correct.
Hey, yo, what is up, everybody? Oh, look at this. Before we even get started with the 5 gifted memberships, Jade, thank you so much. You're amazing. Thank you. As you guys know, we're on round 12. Round 12. That's 12 weeks, okay? And we did miss 1 week because I was off that week. I was sick. But, I mean, 12 weeks. We going hard, yo. Round 12, Verbal Combat Fridays, okay? Open panel, blood sports debate, where everyone can join. Not everybody stays. The crowd gets to decide a lot of what goes on, okay? I'm going to run you through the rules real quick. So as I said, anyone's allowed to join. And the reason I say not everyone stays is because the crowd has a list of options they can do to attack you or help you, depending on how they feel about you, obviously. We got the $2 name change, is where you change anybody's name on the panel, except stuff that's against TOS, obviously. Random annoying sound attack. Again, this is for $4. If you want to just interrupt the whole panel, say, maybe, or there's somebody that's sucking up a lot of air, you want to interrupt them, or you just want to fuck around for fun. I got some random sounds in the soundboard that is meant for this. I just named them differently so that I can't choose them specifically. They're all soundboard attack 1, 2, 3, 4, and I just click on them. You know what I'm saying? You never know what's gonna happen, right? So you want to fuck around. It's usually not that fast either. I stopped that earlier. It's a little bit of a, there's a good amount of seconds on each sound. So that's a good one. $5 for a 2-minute mute. This is where they can stay on stage, but they are muted. If they fight the mute, they will be put in the back instead. So don't fight the mute. Just let it go. The timer will be up in the right corner here of the screen, and that's how you will know when you're able to unmute yourself, or just wait until I unmute, whatever one you want to do. But after the 2 minutes, you're good to go. If you want a full screen of fighter, $8. It's you say you want to, someone that you want to see only them and only hear the rest of the people. So you'll be able to hear everyone else that's on the stream, but you won't be able to see them. So it'd be kind of like this, where I'm full screen here. They'll be like this until the 3 minutes is up. So, use it to put your favorite person full screen, or maybe even use it to fuck with someone that doesn't want to be full screen. Whatever you want to do, right? This is your choice. We got 10 for 2 minutes backstage. So this is automatically backstage. There's no mute. They'll be put backstage for 2 minutes. It's also 10 to add 1 minute to the 1v1s or the 3-way fights. We'll get to that in a second. 15 for a 7-minute mute. Same rules as the 2-minute mute. If you want to pull people out of these mutes, it's the same amount as the attack. 20 for 5 minutes backstage. 40 is a 1v1, so you will pick the 2 people to go 1v1. I will pick a topic for them to go on, and we usually come to a decision of something they disagree on, and we go off from there. We got and we go off from the I just minimized my screen. My bad. We go off from there, and they do the 5-minute 1v1. At the end of the 5 minutes, you will vote for who the winner is, and the loser will be fatality. The only way to bring them back is to revive them or to wait till next week. 60 is a 3-way fight. Same rules as the 1v1, except it's 3 people instead of just 2. And again, the person with the lowest votes will be the loser that gets fatality. It's 90 for a revive, and it's 100 for an automatic fatality. You just kick them right off. So, these are the rules. I'm going to drop the StreamYard link as well. I should have did this at the starting. My bad. I'm going to drop the StreamYard link there as well. I'm going to pin it up for everybody that wants to join. Oh, Ginger Paranormal has become a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're amazing. Alrighty, so yes, you're amazing. Thank you so much, and welcome to the Bears. Okay, we have got a couple people here. So, we got a few people here. Look at this. I like it. I like it. Make sure you guys hit that link. Get up here, and for now. Welcome, welcome.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm Dave.
Hi, Dave. It's going.
That's what I like to hear.
Let me just fix one thing about this little layout here so that we can see your names. There we go. Oh, how's everyone doing?
Chilling, Been spending some time with family lately, so.
Hey,
taking
that's
a little
always
time away from streaming, but I'll be back.
that's always good.
We all need a break every once in a while.
True.
Oh, look at this. Welcome, Leroy.
What's up,
What's
Leroy
happening, y'all?
Gaines? How you doing?
What's happening, y'all?
Just living.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Make sure you guys know too, if you want to stream these out, you guys can stream as well. It's always good to get it out there. Though usually crazy shit happens, you never know. I dropped the link for anyone else that wants to come up. And let me do one thing here. Is there any I was gonna say I wanted to start doing this thing about, is there any topics that like you saw specifically on the list that any of you are interested in specifically that you want to even start off with?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really look at the topics. I just want them to be a surprise when I get them.
No, they all looked
Weird.
pretty good actually. The school, I think it was like the school transitioning concept, like teachers being able to something like that. That looked.
Oh yeah, good. Here, I bring it up right here.
Yeah, they all look good though. We could totally just start at the top of the list. Yeah.
Should teachers be allowed to socially transition children in schools without the parents' permission? Why or why not?
Hard no.
We're probably all going to agree on that.
Yeah, you'd have to explain to me why a school would have, more jurisdiction over their child than the parent.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd say like, put the balls in your court to explain to me why that should be fucking okay, because it's fucking not.
Well, considering that social transition is in the context of a medical thing, it's the parents should be informed of all medical advising that this school gives to children.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that one's. We might have to wait until we
So,
have
like,
somebody who will give pushback. Because I don't think anybody's gonna.
Yeah, we need some fucking libs here.
No, yeah, just to be clear. So, like, if a teacher, like a kid says they want to be called, like, you know, it's a little boy goes to school wants to be called a girl's name. Like, the teacher shouldn't be allowed to do this, right?
No, there shouldn't be any secrets between a teacher and a fucking child.
Thank you, Jade. You're awesome. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
Yeah, I think this is like gateway for pedophilia. Like, seriously, all this stuff is just such a dangerous, slippy slope.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
I just don't see a positive to it, so I can't argue for it. Personally.
I couldn't steel man the other side of this. I don't have a fucking clue why this would be justified to anyone.
Right now.
Well, you also have to consider the idea of like this person doesn't know the home life. They don't know the child. They only know them for what, like 6 hours a day. You know, I mean, a parent is a parent. Like I know my two children like the back of my hand. I know what they like, what they don't like. I know when they're being rebellious. You know, I know when to say no or when to give in. You know, we choose our battles wisely. But like a teacher, like who are you? You know, you get them for a portion of the year for a certain amount of time during the day, and your job is to only teach them, not to change them or make them any type of different dynamic of who they actually are. That's not your role. I mean, give positive influence, be a good role model, but like you're not here to influence, you're here to teach.
All right, yeah. So I think most of you guys agree on that one.
I still think teachers should have an influence, though. They should strive to be a positive influence for the children.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know that's not their primary purpose, but it's still pretty important that the teachers are like upstanding members of society. Because as soon as they're not, then everybody's going to turn on them.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. You know, their job is to be, to teach, but to be a positive influence and a good role model. But at the end of the day, like, that is not your child. You don't know our family or our religion or any of our belief systems. Like you're not in my child's life to that degree enough to know whether they would,
we don't have to.
even have that true want, or if it's just a phase, or maybe they truly are doing it, but maybe we have something we're going through at home that we're working through and things like that. Like they don't know those dynamics. They're not a doctor. They're not their therapist. They're not. They have no rights to that claim. by any means. I think a teacher, if a child, like a student, comes to a teacher and says, "Hey, I think I feel this way, or do this or do that," you know, it's okay to sit and have a conversation and be a supportive person in terms of just them being open and honest about something, and just giving sound advice, you know, by way of, you know, have you talked to your parents? Have you talked to a counselor? You know, go see the guidance counselor. Maybe we can work something that way. That's I think is a good, you're giving them a place to go. You're being resourceful to them, and you're being just a supportive person, just like your parents would be. But I don't think that they would have any right to actually play an active role in leading that path.
It becomes a slippery slope when you start teaching children to keep secrets from their parents.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
boy.
agree with that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so what do you guys think about this topic then? Is the over-the-counter birth control beneficial or detrimental to society? They've just come out with this over-the-counter, like you don't need a prescription or nothing for it. You just go in and buy it. Yeah.
I think it's beneficial.
I think it's detrimental.
I think
detrimental. What? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is for women, I'm assuming, like the regular birth control pill that they would take daily, or are we talking like a Plan B kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a regular. Here, I'll bring it up for you guys. Just give me 1 second here. I had this link open and then I closed it by accident. There it is.
Oh, it just clicked in my brain. We're talking about birth control, not abortion pills.
Yeah.
Okay. I changed my position on this one.
Okay.
It's a beneficial.
I just want the clarification first before I give my stance.
Yeah.
Another day?
Yeah, so it's right here. This old pill,
Hey,
first
Smokey, how you
over-the-counter birth control pill, will go on sale later this month.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. I don't have any issues with birth control. I think it has a lot of positive effects for women, even aside from preventing pregnancy. Because you don't want surprise pregnancies. You want them to be planned.
Then don't have sex.
I agree that's a more foolproof method, but in order to prevent abortions, I think birth control is a good other step. If you're not going to have the self-control to be abstinent, at least take other precautions such as condoms or birth control, so you don't have to resort to ending the life of, or potential life if you want. I don't care how you want to call it, ending the life of a child, in my opinion.
Speakeasy, can you clarify, did it say whether it's available to minors? Or is it, do you have to be 18 and up?
Old pill, the first over-the-counter birth control, purchased without prescription, will be available later this month. Let me see here. Let me go down a little bit more.
What was the question again? Is it good for society?
Yeah, is it beneficial for society to have over-the-counter birth control or no?
Well, I just want to bring up the declining birth rates for a start. And just say I don't understand how declining birth rates and a collapsing fucking birth rate is good for society. So feeding into that in any way, shape, or fucking form is going to be fucking horrible. So I don't understand how, making something more readily available that slows down the birth rate is going to be positive for society. Please explain that to me.
For my opinion, it would be that you don't want people
short term, maybe
to become
long
pregnant
term, no.
Before they're ready. Before
So
they're
you're talking
prepared
about
to raise a family.
young people?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like young people.
We can do that for education,
or even people who are like in college and things like that. Like,
I just want to clear up. So I'm guessing, right, because it says one concern that was raised by FDA advisors is whether the consumers, particularly young teens, will adequately screen themselves for potential medical risks. So yeah, I guess it's going to be available.
So it's
even for
available to
minors.
basically, yeah. So with that being
And
said,
it's
I'm
going to be
gonna.
available in grocery stores even and stuff. So like, yeah, it's basically anyone can buy it.
Okay, so my stance, not only because of the lack of age, but also because the lack of medical oversight, not having a doctor prescribing them, not having a doctor checking in on you, making sure it's the right, because these are hormones or some hormones and this and that going on. So there's a lot of different variations. You're changing the chemicals of your body. And you need to see a doctor and ensure, like, if you're a smoker and you're taking birth control, you actually are now at a higher risk of having a heart attack, things as simple as that. But I'm going to go ahead and say I think it's more detrimental, not only on the health factor, but I do agree with Leroy as well with the birth rates and so on. But even more important is this is available to minors or anybody, right? And some may confuse this. Like if you got a 14-year-old boy out there saying, and he has sex with a girl, he might mistake this for plan B, thinking, oh, well, I'll just do this and give her that and, give this to, and she's leading in to believe that she's taking a plan B and it may not be, or something like that. You're putting this in the hands of teenagers who are already being irresponsible to begin with. I don't think we should throw in more fuel to the fire than we already have. And you're also taking away the right of a parent. Maybe if they come from a religious background and birth control doesn't stand in their belief system, now you're taking that right away from a parent to decide for their child, things that are very important to them. So I'm going to leave it there. I'll summarize it at that, and then we can go back and forth from there.
I agree. Well said.
My pushback is going to be that if they're making it an over-the-counter drug, it's probably doesn't have as many health risks as the former birth control pill. Otherwise, they wouldn't make it that readily available. I would assume. Granted,
yeah.
I don't know for sure. I'm just assuming that
you can't even buy cold medicine without an ID.
Yeah, let's look at the COVID vaccine for fuck's sake. That was, safe as fuck as well.
Yeah, but we can't really go into that because that's gonna raise a lot of attention. So I don't want to talk too much on that.
The point still stands, man.
I understand what you're saying, but
over the counter, then there's an incentive to just push this on as many people as possible. Get the bills fucking rolling in, man. This is a fucking terrible idea. Terrible fucking idea.
I doubt it'll be any easier to get than Tylenol. I'll put it that way. Because I don't think there is no check for Tylenol. If I go into a drugstore and buy Tylenol, I could be 12 and buy Tylenol if I need it. If my mom sent me in with a $20 bill and she's like, "Hey, go buy some Tylenol for me," I don't think I would have ever got any problems as a kid. So
I wonder if that's true.
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that statement's necessarily. Maybe you're not supposed to, but I don't see that ever being an issue. Especially in a gas station or something, because
So do you think there'll be more or less issues? Do you think there would be more or less issues from having children having access to birth
I think
control?
there'd be a lot less youth pregnancies if they have the ability to get it.
Really?
And you got to think, a lot of adolescents.
They already have access to a plan B.
Yeah, what
kind
are you
of,
basing
but
this
not
on?
really. You have to go to certain places to get it.
You can go into any pharmacy and get one.
Don't you need? Hold on. I'm pretty sure you need IDs and all kinds of stuff for.
I think that varies state to state.
Would it not be better that you went to your parent instead? And
I think it'd be great if people went to their parents, but if the kids don't feel comfortable going to their parents and they're going to have sex anyway,
one more option
I'd rather them
out of doing the
also
right
still
thing then.
not get pregnant. If they're going to work around their parents and have sex anyway, I'd rather them do it with some kind of protection and prevention in place than to have to, after the fact, go in and have an abortion, because I am very anti-abortion. So if this can prevent more abortions by creating a safe, because it takes forethought in order to go get birth control. It's not like something like, "Ooh, I messed up. Let me try to fix
it." Put a condom on. It takes forethought to not have sex and
think that's a
understand the
valid argument,
consequences
really.
to their actions. You can say forethought on everything.
I
the
agree.
afterthought would obviously be a plan B, right?
Yeah.
But like, if you want to talk about forethought,
Which, as far as I know, in my state, you have to go to Planned Parenthood or a doctor to get it.
You're already expecting young teenagers to be wise enough to not get pregnant, right? And say, okay, just go get birth control and plan ahead and be responsible and do this without a doctor.
But
without
if they
your
are
parents.
wise enough to go
But
get
they're-
birth control, to want to
okay,
get
like-
birth control, why should we stop that?
Well, they could do that already by going to their parent and then going to a doctor.
There you go.
Yeah, but
And if the parents have a belief
I don't know.
system
You guys
and
were
say-
teenagers, right?
Yes.
And you had hormones.
Straight from child to grown man.
I thought so. You had hormones, and you didn't want your parents to find out you were having sex when you were having sex. Let's be honest. Most kids don't feel comfortable telling their parents, "Hey, I'm gonna have sex with this person," because their parents are probably just gonna be like, "Well, guess what? You're just never gonna see that person again." So rather than that, they're just gonna go behind their parents' back and try to sneak and have
that
sex
is
anyway.
a personal problem between that parent and that child
Sure.
for them to work out and
They
figure
shouldn't
out.
exacerbate
I
the
agree.
the
But
issue
that
by
can still
giving them-
prevent the
Give
negative
them-
outcome of pregnancy.
That doesn't mean we give them a direction to go.
Pregnancy
and
in itself is not a
purposely go
negative
around their
outcome,
parents'
man.
backs. Like you're just giving them an exit strategy. Like,
No,
well, if my
I'm-
mom doesn't
I'm
let
giving
me, then
another
fuck her, I'm
option.
gonna bite myself.
Rather than pregnancy
another
abortion.
option than life. Yeah, another option than life. Lovely. You're against abortion, but another option other than bringing a life into the world.
Yes, because what would probably happen in this scenario is they'd get pregnant and then they would end the life.
And what if
You can't
like
say
a,
that for certain.
What if? I mean, I'm not a fan of abortion either, right? I'm not a big supporter of it by any means. I don't push it to anybody else, but for me and my family, we're not fans of it. But I also recognize the idea that if a 15-year-old goes on a birth control, changes the chemicals in her body, does things that could harm her, or she could have a blood clot or things that, and she hasn't told her parents anything. She ends up in urgent care one day because she's not feeling well, and all of this stuff is either coming out or not coming out in conversation. But now it's too late by this point because she didn't know, like she didn't have a doctor to tell her, oh, well, because of this, because of that, I wouldn't recommend this birth control. There are other options on the market, and I don't think you should just be subjected to a pill that's displayed on a case just because it's available. That's still a conversation at the end of the day between a daughter
I'm
and the
still
mother.
operating under the assumption that it's safer than the current version and there's less complications if it is going to be an over-the-counter thing. If we want to go back to the other, I'm just an assumption. Like I said, I'm operating off that assumption when I'm making my arguments. So if you don't want to argue with that point of it, I'll take a different approach and I'll just say no, because if it is the current version and there are the same complexities, then no, I wouldn't do it. I'm assuming that it's has less side effects than the current version in some way. Otherwise, they would just make
condoms.
Otherwise, they'd make the current one available.
Complications there.
Yeah, but for condoms,
What
I'm
if
fine
you
with
had?
condoms too. I think condoms should be available over the counter.
What
So
if
why
you
add
had,
something
like, a
else
young,
into it?
What if you had like a 12-year-old boy thinking like he's gonna be the man, he's gonna be the big pimp, he's gonna have sex, and what if what if for some reason he thinks, oh, I don't know if I could get a girl pregnant, but I heard there's birth control, I could buy this. What if he does that? Like, do you see? Or 14-year-old. I mean, not all boys understand anatomy and birth control and things of that nature, and you just have to presume that we're all not common sense oriented.
Well, then
and
you shouldn't
something
be able to
like
buy
this,
any drug over the counter then, because they can misuse
What
any
if-
drug
what
on
if
the
a-
market.
Yes,
What do you
children
mean?
What if a-
especially. Yes, children especially, man. Yeah.
Hey, so
If
I'll
this
just
is
bring up on
available
this.
to minors, I'm even more strongly against it.
Oh, Goose.
Hey, Goose.
Hey, so
I don't know if it's
Oh, it's a little
Hey,
bit
Goose, you
hard.
driving? Gotcha.
Yeah, I just didn't know
s-
if it was going to echo or not.
Oh, we can hear you a bit there, yeah.
Okay, I'll call back in like 3 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Just 'cause with it. Okay, all right, bye.
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 So I just want to bring up one point about the birth control pill that got approved by the FDA for over-the-counter. It is a progestin-based birth control, so it's pretty much the same type of birth control that has existed for a while
Hormone-based then.
now. Yes.
Yep. And
Thank
the
you.
effects of
Accurate
hormone-based medication is coming out more and more. That like it affects females, how they find people attractive, those sort of things. There's not enough research into this, so just to throw it out into the field, especially over the counter, and especially giving it out to fucking children is. I don't know how you could justify that, man. I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm going to have to side
my only point
against
is to
being
limit the
over-the-counter.
amount of abortions, and I feel like that would lessen the amount of abortions.
I feel like the abortions are going to be there one way or the other. Like people who
I think that's a
take-
really weak argument, man.
Yeah, people who
Yeah, that's
take
all I
birth
got is a weak
control-
argument, but it is the only argument I could find.
You can still technically get pregnant even on birth control. It's not 100% guaranteed. You know, there are mishaps there, or she misses a pill or two, or this or that, or the hormones aren't strong enough, things of that nature. I mean, I remember going through this with my doctor when I was like 19 of all the different options and variations, and it was like it just kind of got to a point. It was like, this is too much. Fuck this. I'm not doing this because there's so many risks.
What is the name of this pharmacy, this drug, just so I could look it up to see if it is harmful over
O-pill.
or
It's
not.
called O-pill.
O-pill?
Yeah.
Was that OLL?
No, just O and then pill. Like just literally just the letter O and then pill.
Instead of oh baby.
Right.
Instead of oops,
Or,
it's
oh shit.
Oh.
He looks deep in thought.
I'm reading, that's all. Nice. Okay, yeah, I would say no now after looking at this, because it does contain hormones. So I could actually see people buying these and using them as some kind of over-the-counter hormone replacement therapy kind of thing that they would try to do, because it contains a combo of
That's exactly
estrogen and
what
progestin.
a lot of people do.
So no, I will change my stance to no.
All right, I'm glad we all agree. Thanks for coming
Yep.
to the other side,
You're
Eggman.
To the right side.
Well,
He's
once you said
switched.
hormonal,
You never go up against a woman
once
on
somebody
birth
said
control.
hormonal, I had to look and double check. And yeah, the fact that it actually contains hormones, yeah, I'm gonna go against that because that could be very dangerous.
Yes. Very
Good.
nice.
Christine said she was about to mute you. You got lucky.
I'm fine with that. She should mute me anyway. Give easy money.
All right. Well, let's check this next one then. Now, this next one I have here. I was listening to two people talking about it. I thought it was a good topic. Is healthcare a right or a commodity?
Define right.
I think healthcare
Like,
is.
do you have a right? Do you have a right to healthcare?
But free healthcare, I don't necessarily believe
Do you
is a
have
right.
any rights?
So that's kind of weird.
No. No. I don't have the right to fuck all.
Sure. Okay. I'll be down with it.
Yeah, I don't want to get in a metaphysical debate about rights.
Yeah, because that's where that's going to go, man. That's obviously where that's
Yeah.
going to go. Yeah,
I think
straight away.
everyone should have access to healthcare. Whether I'm not going to go, it has to be affordable or it has to be free or anything like that. But I do think everyone should have access to, ought to have access to healthcare. But I don't know that it's a right.
Oh, Goose is back.
It's not something that's stated in the Bill of Rights, so it's not a right in that way, and I don't believe it's a right granted by God, so I don't believe it's a right that way either. So
Yeah, it's a service.
that's for that reason I'm going to say no, it's not a right.
It's a service, man.
Yeah,
So
like
no healthcare should be free, right?
I'm not saying it shouldn't
Definitely
be
not.
free. I'm saying it's not a right.
All right.
So you should have to pay for healthcare.
I mean, healthcare will never be free. Even in your
Yeah,
country, it's
taxes
not
essentially
free.
you're paying for it, like one way or another.
Right,
Somebody's
but
paying for it.
you know what I mean, right?
Sure.
Well, I don't know. For me, it's a bit different because I'm from the UK and we have the NHS, so you don't pay for jack shit where I'm from, man. It just comes straight out of your taxes. You need fucking anything, prescriptions, fucking anything, bro. It's fucking free. Well, you pay for it through taxes, but you don't pay anything up front ever.
Right. So like that they would look at it as more of a right then, right? With that system, it's looked at more of as a right.
Maybe more of like just the right to access,
Yeah, well, you pay for it, man, at the same
discriminate.
time.
You can't discriminate or things like that. Like it's just the right to access. People can't turn you away for, skin color, race, or sorry, race, sex, whatever. Like the right to access.
Right. So if there was like, okay, so the right to access. So that's what I'm saying. So if there was like a, say like a certain gender or race that was more prone to a certain health risk, should they have to pay more for a certain thing, like a certain insurance?
Well, don't we have like, isn't there a cap like a marketplace value? And then it's also based on I think it's based on your health. I don't think it's based on, well, I think maybe age too. Like your health insurance goes up based on age as well, right? So is that age discrimination?
Well, yeah, I know.
I
know. I'm saying though, like that's how you agree with this system, right? You agree with it being based off like all different types of things, that not just everybody gets the same price.
To have a business, I don't think you could have it any other way unless it was operated by the state. Because, you're not going to take someone who's fucking terminally ill and make them pay fucking the same as someone who's perfectly fucking healthy. It's not a viable fucking business option. So unless it's state funded, I think that's the only way to do it. Capitalism. Sick.
Yeah. It's a market. I mean, you have to look at it that way, right? It's still just a service provided to sell healthcare.
However, I want there to somehow be a way to make it illegal to do something like what Martin Shkreli did, where he took the what was it, the HIV drug, and he bought the rights to it and then jacked up the price incredibly high. So the only way for people to access it was to pay his price.
Well, generally, insurance companies paid it rather than the individual. They put up their insurance premiums through the roof. But in that particular case, man, he took all that money and put it into R&D instead, which is not what most companies do. So when most other companies buy something, lock out the market, and jack up the price, they generally just put all that money straight into the people, the shareholders. But Martin Shkreli actually invested all of it back into R&D so that he could research new drugs instead.
Are you sure on that? Because I thought he had to go to jail for something to do with it.
Yeah,
that was. I thought no.
People looked at the.
That was
yeah,
tax.
this is fucked up.
I thought that was tax issues that he had or something. I don't think it was.
Maybe I'm wrong.
The optics of what he did does look very fucked up, but loads of other companies do it and don't get fucking called out. He got called out because he was a small guy who fucking did it.
Lauren De Laguna used to date him. I don't know if she still is, but she had talked about it a few months back, actually. But she had talked about why he went to prison or whatever for that. But I thought she said it had to do with taxes and nothing to do with those pricing issues.
Yeah, well, it's not illegal.
What?
It's his fucking business. He bought the rights to it. He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Fair
technically,
is not in the game of.
In a way, it's
market.
a monopoly. Because he had a monopoly on that specific illness, the cure for that illness.
I'm not sure that you can call that a monopoly. Monopoly is generally like, a whole industry, not a single compound, man.
I'd have to look into the direct definition of monopoly, but in a way that is still monopolizing.
I understand in a way, yeah, but that seems like...
I think it could fall under that. in a way.
Do they?
I'm not sure
Do they
exactly,
not?
but
Did they not force like the ability for a generic version? Because I mean, most
they
things that
have
come out
now,
always.
yes, but at the
Okay.
time, no.
I
Now
mean, who
there
the
is a
hell
generic that's
doesn't buy the
available.
generic version? It's the same exact
So
coding.
my issue with how the pharmaceutical companies work is the fact that they can renew the
You're right, Bourbon.
licensings of patents just repetitively. So the medication that y'all are talking about was approved by the FDA in 1953. So why is it that the patent laws are still protecting the company to be able to hold a license so they exclusively can manufacture it?
Yeah, I
It
don't
just
like
doesn't
that at
make
all.
sense. I think there should be a cap on how long that they should be able to renew their license for.
Or
Yeah.
unless they keep it within. I think you have to have a caveat to that because you can't just say. I mean, if you did all the work and research, put the money, like invested the time into discovering some new great thing that cures cancer, wouldn't you want the exclusive rights to it and to own it?
You should get at
Because
least
that's
royalty rights of some sort, but I don't know if
well, yeah, that or maybe either you have to like offer it reasonably to the public, within like a reasonable market value that's affordable to the average Joe or somewhat, or you have to
Why is
allow
this
the
fair?
ability. I'm not saying it
The thing,
is. I'm not saying it's right, but I mean because it comes back to like when you go into the idea of
This is
healthcare,
theft in my eyes.
life's not
yeah.
fair.
healthcare is like
So the
well, see,
problem,
but
the
see,
problem I
doctors.
have with this argument, is because whether you go to technology, music, movie production, just or software, there's always a cap. There's always a limit to how long that patent is valid, where you could keep it under license. Then the patent expires, and then it's open for anybody to produce. This is just carte blanche across the board. Why is it pharmaceutical companies have this exclusive right to always keep the license?
But I mean, some of
Because they
those
have the amount of money to go
copyright
lobby to make sure it happens that way.
Yeah,
the
pretty
copyright
much.
laws, some of them are insane. It's like until the firstborn child of the artist who created it dies, they have the right to it. So I mean, like, it gets to some pretty crazy lengths of time.
Well,
I
even
think we
when it
have to
comes to
consider
the Disney
idea
logo
that
and Mickey Mouse,
Yeah.
that's also another example, is that how they were able to renew the licensing or the trademark on that is because they slightly modified the logo again, and then they were able to renew the trademark under a modification, and that's how they perpetually were able to keep the trademark in play.
Yeah,
But
that's a fucking weird system, man. So that would be fucking weird if someone else just bought fucking Mickey Mouse and was like, "Yo, bitches, this is mine now." Like, do you not think that would be a weird fucking system to have?
Yeah,
Like, I don't
probably.
understand why you couldn't just perpetually fucking renew it. That again just seems like fucking theft. Then it's like, oh, you can't come up with jack shit yourself. So as soon as my license renews, you're just gonna fucking hop on my barge and claim it's fucking yours. That's theft, man.
But so in the medical field,
It's
like
communism,
doctors,
man. That's
doctors
steps
take
towards
that oath.
communism.
Doctors take that oath to do no harm, right? And if a doctor is prescribing you with a medication that they know damn well you can't afford, and there's no way you're going to be able to do it, or those doctors who are making those medications, because that like there's got to be a chunk of them in there that do have medical degrees. Like, are they making these things with good intentions,
Hey,
or are
Mike.
they
Hi,
making
Christine.
them with
Sorry.
just purposes to
Well,
make money?
I don't know. GPs are the ones that generally hand out prescriptions. It's not GPs actually, in the back whipping up the drugs as well. Like, they're not your financier. They're there to just tell you what to fucking take. You know what I mean?
Right.
So they tell you what to take. It's up to you if you have the fucking finances or the insurance to get it. Like, it's not their fucking concern. Their job is to point you in the right direction. Once you're pointing in the right direction on your fucking bike, it's up to you to fucking sort it out.
Yeah, I mean, I just, the whole concept behind healthcare and, like a doctor and what their job is and things of that nature. It's just a scary idea that we have turned it into a,
Commodity.
yeah, like a full blown with the only intent to make money, versus, to help get people and to make people better.
Well, yeah, I'd say it definitely does help people. I think we'd be fucked without it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd say there's definitely problems in the system. I'm sure we can all agree on that.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I'm not saying that like we should change the system by any means. It sits there and the money they are making typically goes into pouring into more research and coming up with some other new drug or some other new creation to cure something else. I'm thankful for the technology, the medications, and the places we've come to with medicine these days. But, are we human society, or are we just here to, get every dollar we possibly can? And if the answer
Well,
is to get every dollar we possibly can, then that's the answer. End of story. Okay.
well, we also need a driving force to progress through society, and unfortunately, capitalism
Mhm.
does that better than anything else. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
having that
I
good financial drive has got us further than fucking anything else in the shortest fucking period of time. So if we
Mhm.
keep this up, this system keeps rocking, fucking medicine could be, so far in the future in no time, and it could cost fuck all because it's so easy to produce. But in the meantime, things are going to be fucking tough, man. There's no straight path here where life's going to be fucking easy. Everything's going to be fucking cheap, man. That's some idealistic society that we're striving towards, but it's just not there yet, man. It's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm a big fan of capitalism. I believe that is the mover.
It's
Money
sick.
makes the world go round.
Well,
You
here's a related topic, kind of, to capitalism. Should colleges and universities pay their college athletes? Why not?
Are they
should
making money
they,
off them?
or can they?
So, follow me.
Like, are you?
Have you ever watched college football?
No, I'm straight.
Ah, shit. But there's college football, right?
Yeah, I know what's going on.
Yeah, so they obviously make money off of sports they televise, right?
Yeah.
Well, weren't they
Do they?
considering, and I don't know if they have succumbed to it yet, but the idea of allowing college athletes to get
There's a
like
program.
advertisement placement, sponsors, things like that. Because I thought there was a hard rule in college football, I believe, where they could not get sponsors. They were able to kind of take things under the table per se, but they weren't allowed to actually have
Right,
legitimate
yeah.
sponsors. So wasn't there something a few years ago where they were trying to lift that? Did that ever go through?
I believe it did. Let me double check. I forget what it's called, but
I can't see any
I
issue.
know,
with it.
even
What would be
college
the problem?
basketball, college basketball is even watched more than women's basketball. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, so they
Women's
obviously
sports are
make money off of it, right?
Yeah, I can't see any issue in it. You need to explain to me why it's a problem that they
It
shouldn't
looks
pay
like
them.
Well,
they
I'm not
make
saying
upwards of
it
like
is or
hundreds of
isn't a
millions of
problem.
dollars.
I'm posing the question, right?
Yeah, so I can't see any issue with it whatsoever. If they're providing a service, people are going out to fucking watch it. What separates that from any other sport in
yes,
any other age range? Why wouldn't they get paid for it?
I still can't find what it's called, but they can seek out or be approached by sponsors who are interested in partnering with them, so they can do endorsement deals now. But I still think the not paying them during college is perfectly fine by the school, because it's kind of their chance to prove themselves more than it is for them to make money while they're in college.
Yeah.
We
Well,
got
and I
another
think
Friday.
here's
I
the
think they have
incentive.
Yeah, if you're dumb enough to want to chop your leg off, I'm not gonna stop you. Do what you want.
Yeah, I'm not in that society where I'm just gonna let everyone be a fucking idiot, man. People need some sort of fucking control, bro. You know, you just can't let people do whatever the fuck they want, man. People are fucking stupid.
Well, and I guess I mean, I don't feel strongly necessarily either way on this. I do feel strongly about letting men into women's sports for sure. If men want to open that door and let women come play in their field, like, okay, I don't, but, you have to ask the question too, is like, how uncomfortable will men be with a female in their, on their team or playing against them or tackling one or.
It's a great point, yeah.
I,
Is that fair on the men?
I think many men would
Yeah.
relish the opportunity.
Are you serious?
Oh, would they? Would they? I mean,
I'm
there's gonna be
kidding.
some
I'm
that might take
memeing.
advantage of it.
Hell, man, I'd be terrified of
memeing.
tackling a woman. She might not ever get up again.
Yeah. I mean, my God.
At the
I
same
mean,
time, they're making that decision.
Yeah, but fuck me. If someone's saying, like, shoot me, bro, I'm up for it. I'm not going to be like, well, okay, you fucking decided this.
Well, I mean, this comes
I
down
might
to
be
the
like,
same reason
really?
why women
Okay.
aren't- This comes down
You
to
get
the
my
same reason
point, though,
why
Dave.
women
Just
aren't
someone
in,
was fucking
Shot.
up for it.
Do not miss your chance to blow somebody away. Just kidding.
Why women are what, Sarah?
This comes down to kind of the same context as why women aren't allowed in frontline combat, in the military, because like one
Or
of
shouldn't
the few reasons.
Well, they are.
They are right now.
Useless.
They are allowed.
Are they now?
Women are now in the infantry.
Like for frontline?
Yes.
Yeah, the infantry.
Yeah, man,
is
I
the
need to watch the
front line.
news
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, the world is fucked.
I mean, we've
But they're,
we've
like,
argued
allowed
against that
in,
quite a few times.
So that's men not protecting women from themselves. Because just like being halfway between men and children, women somehow think it's a decent idea to go watch their buddies' legs get blown off. And men have allowed them to do it. They say, okay.
Based.
Some men. Some men.
No, I'm not saying all men. I'm just saying that in the hierarchy
against
of man, women, children, that men are enforcing these laws, just like men were enforcing that women could not join the infantry prior.
Personally, I don't care as long as you can pass the test.
Yeah, but then they changed the test so they could pass.
No.
But then it comes down
They
to
have
the
to be
same
the same
idea.
test, though. I don't think you should dampen the expectations
Yeah,
because that
I-
defeats the purpose of
military
my
shouldn't be in the army.
statement.
Equal across the board.
But then there are men who are protective of women, right? And if you're running in an infantry and you're like front line, things are going on, and the female next to you, you're a man, and the female next to you drops down and gets shot, whatever, she's injured, but like you're actually supposed to keep moving forward and not stop, but because she's a female and you feel like the need to
Yes.
protect her and stop. Now,
Women
now
are a
there's
liability.
people-
I completely
It's a
Exactly.
conflict
Sarah.
of interest in actually accomplishing the mission.
Yes.
So in many terms, it has weakened the military.
You wouldn't bring a cripple to you with fucking battle, man. So I don't understand why you would bring women. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why you would bring someone who's
I mean,
naturally
that's like the
led-
saying.
Well, if someone's more deficient beside you, you know what I mean? It's like the same as the whole like Spartan shield thing. If the person to your fucking left or right is weaker, you're fucked. You know? It's a unit, man. So to have one weak link, fucking pointless. Get rid of them.
Thank you, Jade.
Yeah, I'm definitely
I
the
got a
minority
question for
here
the
because
panel
I
on
don't
this
care
topic.
as long as they can pass the same tests and meet the same requirements.
Yeah, but then it
That's the
comes down
thing
to
that
mental
can't-
fortitude as well. Like, it's not just physicality, you know? Like, women have fucking higher cases of PTSD and stuff like that from fucking frontline combat as well. They're just not fucking built for it. It's more than just physical fucking
Well, maybe
tests,
it'll
man.
help to balance
Women are
out the
just shit.
suicide rate between men and women.
Oh my
I mean, that's an interesting way of looking at
burn
it.
in hell
Yeah.
for that one, and I hope you do.
Because we need equality. That would be equality, right?
Equal opportunity.
Yeah, it's equality, exactly.
Equal opportunity to unalive yourself. That's wonderful.
Oh, that's.
So, with that said, women on the front lines of the infantry are how I would look at men on the front lines of a fucking daycare. It's not that you can't do it. It's not that some men wouldn't be good at that and some women might not be better or might be better than some men. No doubt there's always outliers. But as a generality, it's fucking dumb.
Facts.
All right, here this has been your question. I know you came for this one.
Let's fucking do
it. Men be held accountable for women's actions. Why or why not?
So think about if a woman says some out-of-pocket stuff to you, right, out and about, says some out-of-pocket stuff to you as a man. You're not going to punch that woman. I would hope not. But meanwhile,
You wanna bet?
let's
I'm a
say that it's a
feminist.
man.
Kidding.
What's that? Yeah. So let's say that it's a man that does it. That might get a very different reaction from what I would call accountability, right? You have to back up the words that you said. I think it'd be unreasonable for men to expect women to back up their words and fight them. That would be where we're headed to, actually.
I think it just is.
It
It already
goes-
is what it is in society. Like, men are held responsible
You
for
did.
women's actions.
Right.
When a
Yeah,
woman
I mean,
mouths off, it's not her that has to deal with the consequences. It's normally the man that's with her. If she's by
And that's
herself,
kinda
then
my
it
point.
creates some very awkward
you-
situations.
You know.
Right, so that's my point, Dave, is that it already is. Men are more accountable. It just is. You can like it, not like it, whatever the case. But in many scenarios, that is the truth. Now,
don't
looking at
disagree.
looking at pregnancy on the other side, I would say that women are more accountable to the physical choice of having a baby because obviously a man's not carrying it. So my only real point is that we are different, and this idea of equality is just nonsense. It's just fluff. It's hot air.
I didn't hear any of that, but yeah, fucking right.
Again, I don't disagree with any of this. I do believe that men are held responsible for women's actions, and I don't think that's ever going to change, nor is there a reason for it to.
Well, that's just the same as like, you know, a girl calls her father or her older brothers or something to go take care of something that she probably herself started, you know.
Agreed.
Happens
Yeah,
all the time.
I mean,
Today's day and age, now it's like the man calling his mom and aunt and sister to come help him.
yeah. and they
Right,
come
again, that's kind of the
rallying in.
direction we're heading.
Yeah, bitch mode. Yeah, I
So
think
do
we
we
all
all
agree.
agree?
So everyone agrees with his take. I just want to make sure everyone agrees with his take that women are in between men and children.
Yeah,
do you
pretty
mean?
much in the hierarchy of accountability. Speaky, you should jump in on this one because obviously you had some different views last night. So what do you think?
No. I'm saving my entry on a verbal combat for a special night.
Oh shit! Oh
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. I moderate if it needs to be. I just control what's going on.
Well, I mean, since there is no pushback, you can give a little if you want.
Oh, I know what I can do. Yeah, for sure. I know I can just
Well, yeah.
end this right now. Right?
No shit.
I can do
but-
whatever the fuck I want. It's my panel, of course. But
True. I'm just looking to what the pushback would be. Like, I'm trying to understand what the pushback would be because I missed.
Jordan, I have a question for you.
Well,
Does accountability
again,
come with
the reason
authority?
I posed the question this way is because, like, okay, like, if Sarah was to do something fucked up in society, or
Like go murder somebody. Should her husband
Yeah.
go to jail?
Yeah, so like he says that the men around the woman would be responsible for her actions, right?
No,
And
I
you
don't
just
think
all
legally. I
agreed.
think morally, though.
What do you mean no, though? You just said you agreed, right?
No, I said
You
he would be.
Well, last
I said
night-
he would be held responsible, but not legally.
No, but then, like, what do you? Okay, so like this was my issue. That was where I said that you guys have no argument, then, right? Because I'm asking you, when you're saying that you hold the accountability and responsibility on the man in her life for her actions, what exactly does that mean? You guys don't even explain that, right? That's
We
that's
said
been my
if she mouths
I thought
off,
you were
they're
talking
not gonna
about, like,
punch
the-
her. They're gonna punch the man she's
Right.
with.
Right, that's what's gonna happen. I get it. So you're saying that like if a woman that is with some random man that you don't know, like both of them, you don't know them. If the woman punches you, you think the man should get punched for her actions. You're saying
Should?
that.
Well, that's where the
will.
It's more.
if a woman
I'm not.
Yeah, that's
I
his
wasn't
argument.
arguing
It
the
should,
odd.
right?
I was
That's how it
arguing.
should be, right?
I was arguing the is, not the ought.
Yeah, he shouldn't get punched, but he probably will.
But last night, he was actually saying some other stuff, like, because when I brought up the whole thing about jail and crimes and stuff like that, he was like, oh, well, I hadn't really thought about that before. And based off of what he was saying that the men was more accountable, and then even going so far as to say that women should have softer jail sentences because of just because of how a woman is.
Well,
and I don't
he
agree
is
with
here,
that.
and he would like to respond because that's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when we're comparing men and women, that men generally hold more accountability in terms of men have more power innately. Laws are backed up by men, etc. So I wasn't saying that if a woman commits a crime that the man should be more accountable for the crime than the woman. What I'm arguing is that men in her life have a certain level of accountability for her actions. A certain level. I'm not saying it's more than her. What I'm saying is that a man holds some level of accountability for that, and it doesn't really go the other way around, or at least not in that scenario.
So,
That just
are
seems a
you
little
saying
different
that
than
if
what
a
you said last
woman-
night.
If a woman,
Well, I did get kicked off. I mean,
if a woman steals from me, should her husband or boyfriend go to jail if I press charges?
I don't
Just so
think
I understand where you stand on this.
I just answered. I don't think so.
Okay.
But
Well, then, yeah, that's
last
fine.
night you were saying though, like the
That's a
husband
community
should maybe
service.
I think that's retarded
Look,
too.
I'm
I
kinda-
think you should get punched in the face by
I'm
me,
talking
but I
in
don't think,
jest.
I don't think you should have any kind of
I
legal
mean,
ramifications. You should get a punch in the face, and that's about it.
I'm talking in jest, okay?
Alright.
It's a little bit of a troll, but I'm still getting at the main point that men hold more accountability. This idea that we are equal and the same, I see as feminist almost, coming out of the RP a lot of times. And that I find to be a contradiction.
There's a statement
So that's
that's
all
used
that
a
I'm
lot.
pointing out.
And that's
What's that?
It's control your woman.
Yeah.
And as
right,
as misogynistic as that sounds, in a way, it is your responsibility as a man to control what your woman does. At least when you're in public
100%.
together. Otherwise,
Right.
you're going to be. But in the same way,
So we agree.
I feel like a woman should try to stop her man from doing something stupid too. She just doesn't have the ability as much, which is why we don't hold her as responsible. Whereas, like, okay, say I'm dating Sarah, and we go to a bar, and she starts mouthing off and is about to get in a fight and wants to run at somebody. I'd have a much easier time pulling her away from that situation than she would have if it was the reverse. And I was
Dave.
angry and I wanted to get in a fight with a guy. I don't think she's going to be able to pull me away from it. Because I've
Hey,
seen
what
what
is
happens
Sarah
when
with that
women
ass?
try to do that. They usually wind up on the ground somehow.
All right, we're going to have to see this.
Let's do it.
Evidence.
IRL. The stream's moving to IRL.
Well, we don't live anywhere near each other, so that can't happen. At least I
Gotta
don't
fly
think.
route,
I'm in
Dave.
Ohio.
What the fuck?
Oh, I'm
So-
in Maryland. You're actually not that far.
No.
So, Goose
There
and
you go.
Speakeasy, do you have a better understanding of the points that are being made now?
Well, I understand what he's saying now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But what he was saying last
just
night
did a
is
troll. He just did a troll to say women and men are different. Yeah, I knew women and men are different. I make these arguments all the time. So yeah, he said he did a troll to say something else. It was,
I'm guessing he was just
Well, I
going to
was-
the more absurd, the most
To make the
absurd
point.
way of doing it, rather than
I mean,
just
to
going
some
with the
degree.
obvious.
Look, the topic was accountability, and I was bringing up the distinction as I see male-female accountability between men and women. And it seemed that, and we don't have to get into this right now, Speakeasy, whatever you want. I mean, your stream, but I'm just saying, it seemed like your position was that we should have the same level of accountability. And I was arguing against that and giving some extremism to
Well,
the
there was
example
something
as to why.
specific. There was specific things I was talking about that you should have the same accountability, right? And like when we went to the topic of murder, yeah, I think both a man and a woman should get the same charges time for murder. You don't
And
think?
I don't disagree with that, right?
So
There are
then-
some examples where, look, I mean, does it really, like for instance, a car accident? Do we distinguish man, woman, or just look at adult in that scenario?
But last night when we were talking about this, you were not saying that.
You
Yeah, we didn't have time to go into it yesterday.
don't
guys.
even-
We
No,
kept
you-
talking
no,
over
we
one
did-
another, and then it ended. You know.
No, stuff when
No?
it was discussed last night because he was talking about specifically how women have softer prison sentences and that he was for that. Now
Yeah,
he's
so
saying,
generally, but
so if two people go commit, generally, so if two, but this was a specific topic from last night, this exact thing. So you're saying that if a man and a woman both go commit murder, that the woman should get what, half the sentence, a softer sentence? If a man goes and R's a woman and a woman goes and R's a boy, the woman should get half the sentence because she's a woman? I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that either. I think a woman who takes advantage of a man's sex.
You specifically said
sentence.
Right, and last night because I went back and rewatched it, and you did specifically say that women should have a softer sentence.
Okay, Goose, are you done spurging? Rook, here's what's going on. There's a million examples that you could go into. I'm not the judge of all. I'm talking
I know I'm
about
only
a
talking about
general
the specific
scenario.
one you brought up last night.
Okay. So once again, generally speaking, I just stated my point, which is that the fact that women, all right, going into the prison sentences, women generally receive less time. I didn't
Right, and I don't
nuance
think
it
that's right.
into, can I finish? I didn't nuance it into murder or theft or this or that. I'm simply saying that it's a reflection, I believe, in the court system of our inherent differences when it comes to responsibility and accountability. So I don't see a
And like I
problem with
said,
it.
is if you continue down that road and women are going to get softer sentences, then they're going to continue to do stuff.
What
Because
do you
if you're
mean
not being held
continue down?
accountable,
Well, actually,
Okay.
in saying that in the conversation last night, though, you said that women get softer sentences, and he was just like, "Yeah, women do get softer sentences." And you said, "Well, I think they should get increased sentences for those crimes." And he also agreed that, yeah, they should get increased sentences, but overall, their accountability is lessened. So it's not saying that it should be 50% or 80%. It should be just less than men.
they both chose to do the crime. Why is it that one person has, like I go kill somebody, you go kill somebody?
He didn't say it like that, and even just now, he literally just said that he believes that both women and men should get the same time for murder.
So in
That's-
the instance
yeah.
of murder specifically, specifically, I agreed with you. I don't really see a distinction necessarily in the time, but you have to admit that even murder, when we talk about murder, what's the prison sentence for murder? Right? There's people who've done 5 years, or some who've done fucking life.
It depends on if it's
Well, my
if
point
it's
is, hold on, let me
manslaughter,
just finish
if
my
it's-
point. Let me get to the point.
I'll let you.
The point is that there's a lot of discretion used in the legal system, right? It's a case-by-case basis,
Right.
So, if it's the same murder, same crime, this, that, maybe in some cases it makes sense that they are the same. Maybe there's mitigating circumstances in others. Typically, children, I know I'm going to go the extreme now, children would receive an even lesser sentence than women for murder. That's not always the case. There's children in prison for life. There's women in prison for life. I'm just saying generally that it makes sense to me that women overall, when it comes to crime, I'm not talking about murder specifically, but crime, get lesser sentences. That's all I'm saying. It already
And you're
is.
okay with that?
Am I okay with that in the system at this point? Yeah, I'm okay. It's always been that way. It'll always be that way. You went down a rabbit hole of, well, if it keeps decreasing, where did you get that from? Nobody
I
was
never
talking
said
about
decreasing.
them. You
I did
just said
not
that a
say-
few minutes ago. You said if we keep going down this road and women are getting lesser and lesser sentences, That's what you just
It's
said.
going to no. If they continue, I'm not meaning lesser and lesser, as in like they get 5 years now, and then 3 years, and then 4, and then 2, and then I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if they continue down this road and they continue to get less sentences versus what a man gets. So if they are getting 20 years and a man is getting 40 continuously, year after year after year after year, that's going to not hold them accountable like they should be based off the crimes that they're committing. So
That's
you're
how
saying
it's always
like
been.
The way you worded
I know.
it, though, I would have had the same.
Yeah, we're
assumption
not
that he
having a
had.
question of what is, right?
That's what
The
I'm
argument of it's what ought to be. So like, I don't give a fuck about what is. Like, you know that already. So like,
Well, no,
what
that's
is
not
your
so much
argument
even
of
what
how
I'm
it
arguing
should
back
be or
on.
how it is? Like,
What
if
I'm
you want to
saying is-
argue about how it is, then like just go Google it. And you can
The
figure
way
it out.
she worded it, it does sound like she's making a slippery slope argument that the way things are going, it's getting less and less. That's how I would have perceived what she was saying as well.
Yeah, I felt the same. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't mean less time, that they're going to continue to get less time. I'm
So if
meaning
she
that
could have
as
reworded
time,
it probably would have made more sense and wouldn't have been an issue. So yeah, I agree.
But even
when
with
she
her rewording,
talked about
it's still nonsense because it's always been this way. Do you think that?
But it shouldn't be. Is what she's saying. Are you saying it ought to be this way?
I'm saying it's always been this way, and I think it's fine. I think it's natural. I think that this is from thousands of years ago. Women have gotten.
Then you agree it should
less
be
consequence.
this way, right? Then why? Like, I don't know why you do this. Like
I don't-
wording, like try to do like word lingo here. Like, dude, just do you think it should be that way?
Or
We're
do you
not
just
asking
not
how
care?
it is. Do you think it should be the way it is? Right? Do you think like we could? I could use this argument for women on the front line. Do you think women should be on the front line? I could say, well, they are, so fuck it. Like, it's
No, in
stupid.
that
It's a
case, I
dumb
don't.
argument. You haven't well thought out this argument that you have, right? You haven't thought it out very well. You don't think you haven't thought about crimes. You haven't thought about the legal ramifications. You haven't thought about any of it. You just you have this like shock jock take to like think you're gonna start up some conversation, but then it goes nowhere, right?
Yeah.
well, in saying that that's
Yeah,
how it's
it goes fucking nowhere.
Yo,
Right?
yo, speakeasy. This
Like,
is fucking great content.
This isn't like
fucking great
this
content,
isn't
man.
like like the kids you're used to omegling and debating, right? This is fucking adults you're talking to. It's different, right?
saying that, and also saying that this is how it's always been, and this is it's how it's going to be, or whatever. Right now we're seeing more and more women held accountable for R-ing people, right? That wasn't something that happened for a lot of years. Every now and then you would see one or two, hit the news or.
I mean,
Well, is
just
it
because you
happening
don't-
more or being held accountable more? Do you know, Goose?
I bet my badge that's
I think you cut out, Goose.
Be ready.
I think we lost Goose.
So because it's in the news more, I mean, I think is what Goose is getting at. Therefore, women are being held more accountable, which completely leaves out if it's happening more, and that's why it's being seen more, or maybe it's just being publicized more. So I'd be interested to see what Goose has to say in retort to that. Anyone else got anything on that?
Yeah, again, I just think this is kind of missing the whole point that was being raised at the start, which is there's a hierarchy of accountability. Men are at the top, women below that, children at the very bottom.
I mean,
thought
I
that was
agree
just
with
the
that.
basis of it.
I don't think that's disputed.
I
Is
thought
it?
that was the whole point. That was it. We've just extrapolated it, tried to make loads of fucking different hypotheticals. But I thought that was the basis of the whole point, which I thought most people would just fucking agree on.
Seemed like
Ticky
common
Tack, what's
sense
your
to
thoughts
me.
on this? You have some good opinions. Which one?
So I would agree up to a point of, men should be held accountable for their wives, and how they behave, what they wear, how they present themselves. Yeah. But when it comes to like criminally, no, it's to each their own. It's like if your wife goes out and commits a crime, and you weren't involved with it, you didn't have any knowledge of it, she should be convicted.
Yeah, I don't think the legal thing was sort of something that had been really thought or brainstormed beforehand. I think that the legal aspect, I don't even know what you would really do in that. If your missus committed fucking murder, I don't know. I assumed that it would just be you're gonna be publicly fucking shamed for having a fucking missus that was a psychopath. You know what I mean? Like the
Yeah,
same way it
about
would
it.
be through the fucking church. Like that would be the level of accountability. It's just like, why did you bring this psychopath into our fucking community? That's the level of accountability that I think the man would fucking get, rather than just being like, oh, it's okay, you brought this fucking psycho here. Like, yeah, let's just move on. Grab another missus. I'm sure she won't be fucking mental as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the level of accountability that we're talking. Not your missus did the crime, so you're gonna get 1/4 of the fucking charge. That just seems unrealistic to fucking even bring up. I don't understand the pushback. I'm like, what? Why? What? And expecting them to have all the fucking like legal answers written.
Okay,
down
can I ask
and
you a
and
question, quick?
theorized
Can I ask you a
seems
question?
Wild. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do you hold like men accountable because like they picked this crazy woman? You know, they had a crazy woman that did crazy things. You hold them accountable for that, right?
For picking that woman, yeah, that
right,
was
right. So like if a woman like picks like a shitty dude, do you hold her accountable?
Men pick women. Women don't pick men.
Yeah, but no, women still approve what men they go with. Men don't force women to date them.
Yeah, but men
they still have a choice in the matter.
Men decide relationships. Women hold control over sex.
I think women have their own judgment circles that they can handle themselves.
They're
pretty good at judging
walk
each
up
other.
to a girl and say, "Hey, guess what? You're mine now."
So do
That's
you
not how
hold
things work.
Yeah,
do you
I'm not
hold,
saying it
do you
works that
hold
way,
a
yeah,
man
that's a really
accountable
blunt way
for
to look at
having
it.
sex with a woman? Like, do you hold if he has sex with like a crazy woman and then gets her attached this way? Do you hold him accountable for it?
Say that again. Sorry.
Do you hold men accountable for the women they have sex with?
Are they in a relationship with that woman?
No, just they have sex. We're talking about. I just said sex. I didn't say relationship.
I would say some.
I would say some.
Yeah, there would be part for that entanglement.
Right. So do you hold you don't hold the woman accountable for the man she has sex with? Not relationship, has sex.
So would I hold the women accountable for the man?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, the man that she picked and she had sex with. Like, would you hold her accountable?
And what's the scenario? Like the accountability over what?
Of having sex with the dude.
Well, yeah, she chose that too. Yeah.
Right. So you hold the same accountability on both parties. Thanks.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we are both adults.
Gotcha,
There is
bitch.
Accountability. I don't think that dismisses what you think it did in terms of men having more accountability than women, but I think we've all agreed that
you
we
hold
both have
the
accountability.
same accountability. You just have the same accountability for both parties.
He didn't say the same. You asked, does he hold accountability? Yes. What about the man? Yes. So that means they're equal? Where does that mean they're equal?
Okay, so define how it's different then. What level is it different? How can you put a weight on, how can you measure the difference? It's the same fucking action. So tell me what's the difference. Tell me what's the difference.
So it
Go
seems
ahead.
like you're more trying to pick a
answer
hole
my
than
question.
understand.
Answer my question.
So where is it different? Okay, here's where it's different.
Yeah.
Is that the man is a man and the woman is halfway between a man and a child. So she's a adult, right? She can make her own decisions. But a man is by nature leading. He can lead well, he can lead poorly, and he'll be held accountable to however he leads. The woman to some degree is going to be a reflection of him, just like the children are a reflection of their parents. I didn't think this was fucking rocket science.
Search the area.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're missing the point or trying to go above and over it, but it's just a hierarchy of accountability, man.
Well, the way I understand it, everybody agrees that both parties should be held accountable. There's just different levels for the accountability of each.
Yeah.
But there shouldn't be necessarily. Correct?
If we believe in equality, if we believe in this,
I don't care about equality or anything. I don't give a fuck about that. What I'm saying is, if a woman fucks up, she should be held just as accountable as when a man fucks up.
Like you guys want
statement
to
good or no?
You just want to raise the young girls to think like, oh, don't worry, if you fuck up, it's some man in your life's fault.
Nothing's
No,
on
you shouldn't tell them. You shouldn't tell them.
God no.
You shouldn't tell them.
Okay.
No, no, just like
Wow.
you shouldn't tell children, right?
All
Don't
right.
tell children. Oh, we're responsible for everything you do, kids. Do whatever the fuck you want.
Children, right? You said that last time you were up here saying that, oh, we don't hold kids accountable for nothing. So what, you don't discipline your children? The fuck you talking about? You have to fucking hold kids accountable for certain shit too. What are you
I
talking
agree.
about? What's the point of
agree.
grounding your kids when they do something wrong if you're not holding them accountable? So your argument sucks. It's dog shit, dog. That's
No,
what it
you're
is.
making a binary out of something that quite isn't, right? I did explicitly say that children do hold a level of accountability. I mentioned to you, in fact, how there's prison.
Nah, you actually
children
you said
in
they
prison.
Don't have it. They don't have it. Go play it back. You said they don't.
I said that children have no accountability at all. That's what I said.
Yeah, you said you don't hold kids accountable. for
Right,
their
that we don't
actions.
hold kids as accountable as adults.
Accountable.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said as accountable as what you would a man or a woman.
Okay, but like then we got into the argument about this. Okay, so as accountable, right? So let me just get this straight. It's as accountable. So the man is more accountable, right?
Yes, yes.
So in the case where we brought up a wife murders somebody, is the man more accountable?
Not to the crime. No, not
Yeah.
to the crime. He's more accountable than a woman would be. In terms of, look, I'm not saying specific men is, I'm saying that men in general, that when a woman fucks up, we look at the men, right? What did you do wrong? How are you leading
So
poorly?
your argument is women aren't as capable to measure the wrong doing of murder as a man is.
Women are more emotionally based and men are more logically based. Does that mean that murder, we just
not what I
talked about
asked.
this, we just answered your question, which was that when it comes to something like murder, I'm not making a position that a man should do more time
So
than a
it's
woman.
only specific things, right?
It's general things. You're trying to find
General
specific
things.
ways to find a hole
find
in
you're
the
trying to find
argument.
holes in the argument, yeah.
So if you're just talking in general things, okay. So
Yeah, 'cause it's hard to talk
It would have been better last night. It would have been better if he would have just said in general, because the way that you were wording things, and then when you seriously, when I brought up the whole thing about murder, and then you were like, oh, I didn't think about that. You should have just stopped right then and said, no, I'm talking about in general when it comes to, how a man is going to be perceived if his wife dresses like a slut or something like that. You weren't bringing
it
those
would have made
topics.
more
And
sense
so
if
when
we
I brought
had
up
more time to
I
hash
should
it
have
out.
said in general, oh my God, my bad.
I think I might have a pretty good
Shit.
scenario to play
Yeah,
out.
let's go ticky-tack.
So think about that. There's a business party, and you're allowed to bring your wives to the business party to interact, and there's going to be a little bit of drinking involved. Maybe there's a business deal that's going to happen, but your wife instead decides to get thrashed and starts flirting with practically everybody that approaches her. Who gets held accountable in those situations? I can see where the business.
the husband, I get that part.
Yeah, all of your coworkers are going to point at you. They're going to say you're responsible for bringing your wife and having her get drunk, but then you, as the husband, is going to hold her accountable for her, misbehavior. So it really comes back to be framing on the man. The man is responsible for the woman.
But would it be the same opposite if the woman was having a business party and she invited her husband and he got drunk and started hitting on everybody?
Yeah, but she's playing the man then. She's in a business role.
I'm just saying in general, the way I would kind of look at that.
It's a good question.
To me, the scenario would be better if you have a child who attends school and they get in trouble. Who does the school call? They call the parents. Generally, they call the mother. I'm just saying, for example, they call the mother. If the child is going to continue to get punishment, they generally call in dad. And dad's usually the one that comes in and handles the more physical, takes the more
reinforcer.
accountability. Yes, the reinforcer to the mother's actions. So that's where I'm getting more of the accountability is laid on the father to be the enforcer. The child knows he's the enforcer. So that would be my example to use is the child has that less accountability because the accountability shifts to the parents. Generally, it's the mother. If the mother can't handle it, it goes to the father.
Beautiful.
No, that's a good perspective.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Well said, James.
I agree with that part.
Speaky, does that make any sense to you?
Likewise.
I feel like we're trying to win you over here.
Yeah, like I don't know why you guys keep trying to get me involved here, bro. You're not gonna like where this goes if you do, bro. I promise, bro. I smashed the whole thing out, bro. Trust me. You know what?
For the record, I don't want to say anything because I don't want any of the guys on panel to be responsible for any stupid shit I say tonight.
It's okay. We accepted. We saw you were on here. We still came, so it's on us. Don't worry about it.
My permission, yeah.
We're working on controlling you. You gotta control our women.
No, but look, do you have some input? I mean, that's the point.
Well, I do think that I did miss a little bit. I had to run and help my daughter with something real quick, but I think it just kind of depends, you know. If she's married to a man, and let's say she goes and rings up $20,000 worth of shit on their credit card, well, guess who's gonna inevitably be responsible for that? Because I'm assuming they're both on that, credit card together. He gave it to her. She's an account user, so at the end of the day, he's responsible for that, right? That's one way we can look at it. I do think jail sentences and things of that nature, where it's a legal matter, by way of she's hurting other people and impeding on other people's actual rights. That's a different story. I don't think that the man can necessarily be accountable to that, but in society's eyes, the news is going to turn to him. People are going to turn to him and say, why, what went wrong here? Why did she do this? They're going to want to know from him and why he's
parents and how she was raised and all that.
Even if she's not married, they're going to go to the dad and the mom and what went wrong here? Why would she do something that, but in that retort too, women can use their menstrual cycle as a defense. Yeah, I mean, so we kind of have a lot of wiggle room in the justice system to stupid shit we do, because
excuses.
At the end of the day, aren't the men still responsible for keeping us at bay and keeping us under control, whether it be our father, our brothers, or our spouse?
So Sarah,
fucking based, Sarah.
So do you think it's weird that Goose thinks women should get more sentencing, yet she's not advocating for it in any way that she's brought up? She's not picketing, she's not putting on her social media, we need more sentencing for women, we need women to do more time.
You're not picketing for anything you're fucking saying either. So what a
Oh, speak easy. You're the moderator, man.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
I
want to do, bro. What a stupid
right here.
You're not picketing. That's fucking debating fucking kids on.
You were saying okay.
Do it. Yeah.
I mean, realistically speaking,
right.
What YouTube panelist is going and picketing and lobbying for all of the things they advocate for? I mean, even on my own channel, I'm not running out saying, men should have these rights, women should have those. I'm not running out and lobbying for it either. And most of us, that's what our vote is presumed to do as a citizen. So if you're saying that should be going out and advocating for this on lobby levels, and I don't think that you can still hold a belief and not run to the court system begging for a difference and a change.
Right. Well, when women generally have a belief
Hi, Weirdo John.
Hi, Weirdo John.
Oh, snap. What's up, John?
Do we know Weirdo John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he came on last time.
I must have already been gone.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
He had a good talk with someone about orthodoxy and stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to know the orthodox position on is one life more valuable than another? Yeah.
No.
There you go.
Nope.
No, absolutely not.
I would have thought so. Outstanding. So we can all agree then?
No, I disagree. I believe they're I think. I've already made the case.
John, can you turn on the music?
Same.
Well,
Yeah,
if we're
we
gonna
got something playing in the background, yeah.
Yeah, that could get the content ID hit.
Well, I just, it's fucking annoying.
That too. I'm looking for the pragmatic reason. But yeah.
Well, if we want to speak on the orthodoxy position, what is the value of life to God?
3.5.
Right?
All life is valuable to God, I would assume.
All right. Well, I'm not
Yeah,
God.
but
Without
all
human
human
life.
life is all human life is equal under God, not all life in general.
Not all life what?
Not all life in general, but all human life
Yeah,
is
yeah.
equal in God's eyes.
Yes.
Somebody mute Weirdo Jack or John or whatever.
And since we're having to strive for perfection, then we should view all lives as equal, well, all human lives as equal.
Yeah, we
Weirdo
can
John, don't
view
mute yourself. Make them mute you.
we can view people that way, and I believe it should be, but I think can we also not agree that people's actions, depending on what they do or don't do with their life, makes them more or less valuable than someone else?
Yeah, we agree it's subjective
yes.
again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can all agree it's subjective. That's right.
Why would it
we can
matter
come to an
about their
objective
actions
matter.
to determine any difference with their actual value as a human being? Because we're all
Philanthropist versus
sinners.
murderer?
Value is so subjective.
Well,
What do you mean by value?
people who like grapes,
So again, I'm gonna go to my extreme, and someone who grapes kids, a whole bunch of them, a whole gaggle of kids. No, their life's not valuable.
Just because somebody
But
is a
his
sinner,
mother-
as we
his
all are,
mother-
does not mean that somebody has less value as a human being.
So
That
what if
doesn't
that
mean that
guy
they shouldn't be
had the
punished
cure
for their
for
actions.
cancer,
That doesn't mean
but
they
he
shouldn't be
also
punished for their
essayed
actions.
children?
Does
he
not
have
mean
no
they shouldn't
value?
be punished for their actions and that they will be judged for their actions. But that doesn't mean them intrinsically as a value of being a human does not have less or more value than another human being.
But they do have less
Especially
value
in the
to
eyes of
me as a human
But-
being. Sure to
but
God.
isn't
That's
it?
just your subjective.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's
Well,
what
that
we're
But
saying.
goes
what,
back
what
to
is
the
it?
subjective.
What is it about scripture
That's why
where we
we don't.
could take?
That's why we don't go off of yours. That's why we don't go off of your.
Well, yours is also
value.
subjective because yours is valuing it based on God's opinion.
Well, also if
And
we
how
were to
God's
take,
supposed to be objective.
if we were
Your
to take,
opinion of God's opinion.
if we were to take the Orthodox position again, let's say that person who grapes children, aren't we supposed to put them into the bottom of a river?
Do what?
Isn't that biblical to execute these types
Oh
of
yeah,
people?
hang a
Are you
millstone
talking
around their
about the
neck
Old
and
Testament with Leviticus and the death penalty? Yeah, the death penalty is fine within Orthodoxy, and that's judging their actions according to their actions, but that doesn't mean they're more or less valuable as a human being.
Yo, they killed them. Of course they're less valuable. They're dead now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, once they're dead, they're less valuable.
Well, I'm trying to stick in the purview of their Orthodox teachings to figure out, is it because we're assigning a lower value to them and that's why we're killing them? It's because
No,
that's...
it's because we're judging their actions. That doesn't mean they're more valuable or less valuable as a human being. You're judging their actions.
Punishment.
right, and based off of their actions, based off of their actions, we are
Not
judging their
judging their
valuability of
value.
life. We are.
We're punishing them for their actions.
If we weren't judging, if they weren't, hang on.
But here's
hang
the
on.
thing,
If we weren't judging,
semantics.
if we
I
weren't
know it's
judging their
semantics.
value, we wouldn't be punishing them.
The thing is, we're judging the value of their life, and we're sentencing them to death. So we are assigning a value to their life by removing their life.
Nice.
Yeah. Actions, value, like, come on.
Ticky Tack got it.
There is different. Those are two different things. And somebody's actions and their value as a human being are not the same thing.
I disagree.
But we do
But
all
we're
agree
killing
that
them. We're removing
Explain the
their
difference.
life, which
Explain the
is
difference.
supposed to be
Let me
valuable.
explain the difference, and then we can fucking move forward. John, explain the difference between the two.
You're the one making the
Values and
claim.
actions. What, sorry?
You're the one making the claim.
I didn't say
That
fuck
somehow that.
Well,
would've been me.
The thing
Okay,
is
well,
that if there is
Go ahead.
value to life and we assign all equal value to life, then shouldn't we preserve life?
Should we preserve life?
Yeah, because it all has
Is
equal
that
value.
your duty or is that your right? Are you going for rights? Are you going for a duty? Do we have a duty to uphold that?
I'm talking about value of life according to orthodoxy or just Christianity in general.
We have a duty to get rid of horrible people. That's all I'm saying.
Either way,
Yeah,
boring
you have a duty.
weirdo John.
You have a duty to punish people for their actions.
Okay, fine,
Well,
but you're saying it
like,
can't be both. Why
like
can
here,
it not be both?
I like to consider myself a pretty devout Christian. I'm not trying to trick you into anything, but I'm really just trying to work out this is that we're talking about value of a
if we're all
life.
sinners and we can all be saved, and if we truly repent and are judged for our actions and receive our punishment and repent for it, why would your value as a human being be less?
So why are people who...
Because no, let me handle this. So by executing them is removing their opportunity to be able to repent into the future. So it would actually be more advantageous to preserve their life and not punish them, in order to hopefully they become saved. And that is why we assign equal value and we preserve their life.
Death penalty is
Sorry, what was that?
So we're basically just discussing the death penalty at this point.
Well, because we're talking about value of life, and what is the ultimate opposite of life? Is death. That is like the ultimate punishment. That's how you determine your value. It's like if you're going to go and assign somebody to death, then you've assumed the value of their life to be absolutely nothing.
Yup.
Is it that or is it the punishment, though?
It could be both.
Yeah, it could be both.
So
Why
what
does it
would
have
you
to be
think,
one or the other?
What would be
deem somebody to be not and I'm serious, like I'm kind of questioning it too. I'm not making a statement. My curiosity is stricken now. Like what are you deeming them to be invaluable to society because maybe they were a person who cured cancer, or maybe they were somebody who offered a lot of volunteer work and did all of these other great things, and they just happened to be a little woo-woo and
Can we
did
define
something.
value? Every time someone says value, I don't have a fucking
Well, hold
clue
on.
what you mean.
To Sarah's point. Okay, so let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's say that they did these great things. Well,
Value is also
discretion in the
subjective.
legal system may lead to that person
So we
doing
need to
less
define it
time.
before we move on, or this makes no fucking sense to anyone.
That, but maybe maybe they're just too many in the head that that they just went out and did something absolutely unheard of, and the sentence for that isn't death, and the legal system decided to push it. Does that still make them less valuable as a person, or is it simply just a punishment for bad behavior?
Exactly.
Does your behavior define your value to society? Does your behavior define your value as a person?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, it does. Your actions
Okay.
do define you, so I would say yes.
Does your actions solely define?
I have a
Right, why are you trying to make everything binary?
I would say so.
What
pretty
else
much.
could define you
in
other than your
Christianity, wouldn't a sinner's life technically be more valuable to save than that of someone who's saved? Because someone who's saved is already going to heaven, so they have nothing to gain through living longer in the Christian purview. whereas a sinner can still gain salvation and a right to go to heaven.
All right, so real quick,
salvation.
hang on, real quick for Leroy.
Yeah.
Hey, for Leroy, I brought up the definition of value here. I think there's two that we can agree on. The regard that something is held to deserve, the importance, worth, or usefulness of something, and then second is consider someone or something to be important or beneficial. Have a high opinion of.
Subjective as fuck, yeah.
Yeah, it's completely subjective. This whole question's subjective.
Yeah, this is really just like my feelings, This is a tough one.
Well, okay, this is I'm gonna lead this into the next topic because you're making judgments on like people's life, right? So I want to know: is it possible to make moral judgments without religion? Why or why not?
Oh God. I'm gonna fight Sarah again.
I mean, it's possible, but not likely. Like absent
It's possible,
religion,
but less sensible. I think
we wouldn't have the moral.
Religion provides like a foundation and a core and a structure that we can all agree upon. Otherwise,
yeah, that's
it's
cool. Just
pretty
take my
much all
word.
subjective. It's just my feelings all over again.
I will forward this to Andrew Wilson to fight this.
Right.
I'm gonna say it is possible. We'll get Code of the Samurai. I don't see any religious aspect to it. And meanwhile, it's a set of
Bushido.
principles and morals to live by.
But we're
Japanese people were Japanese people have some sort of religion.
Yeah, but not samurai.
So
the
your-
samurai
the
follow a
question- the
code of
question is-
Bushido, not a religion.
That's my point. Yeah.
So
But
the
the
question
people who
is
created it-
that can you have morality without religion? And I do not believe we can,
I believe you
because
can.
it turns into relative and subjective.
Yeah.
And if it is relative and
Yeah.
subjective, then that means that there's no delineation between one person's morality and somebody else's. So if I think it's okay to murder, and somebody else thinks it isn't okay to murder, if it is subjective, then that means that there's actually no way for you to determine what is actually moral, meaning there is no morality. So it is required to have objective morality, and the only way you can ground your objective morality is through religion.
Okay, so if you remove
I'd agree.
1,000 people from society and start their own area, and they're all a-religious, none of them follow the same religion, none of them agree, none of them have a religion at all. Do you believe that they will not come up with a moral code of the do's and don'ts that should happen in their society?
They will create their own subjective moral code, but would it actually be moral, or would it not actually be
Yes,
moral?
it would
there
become
actually
moral because it would
something
be
as
the
immoral?
things that are adopted
So
by
you're
the
appealing
society.
to consensus.
Yes, that is how morality works. It's not an appeal to religion. It's an
So
appeal
morality
to society.
is just a consensus.
Yes.
So if a whole society decides
yeah,
that they can sacrifice their children to Moloch, and you can't say anything about it, or you can't go and try to stop them from doing it,
You
because
absolutely can.
it's
You can
just
fight against morality as it is.
Oh, but why would you? It's not immoral.
Yeah, it's consensus. Majority wants it.
Exactly.
Why would you do it if it's not immoral? Why would you go and fight it?
Where's your baseline? Like you have no baseline.
It's the consensus is the morality. What do you? But
Yeah,
they
so
don't.
consensus
They don't.
is
You're.
morality. So you don't see the problem with what I
Okay.
just laid
Go
out.
back to what you're saying. The consensus would be.
If the consensus is that an entire society decided, and this has happened in history,
Go ahead.
that they decided that they sacrifice children to Moloch, and they do it every year, once a day, and the entire society, in that one particular society, decides that's what's moral, is that actually moral?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Because morality is societally defined, not defined by your morality.
So
and what's
society
moral to
decides
you
everything,
isn't necessarily moral to somebody else. Something that could be moral to a Muslim
Yes,
isn't
and you don't see a
necessarily.
problem with that.
Listen, motherfucker, is something that's moral to a Muslim isn't necessarily moral to a Christian. That's why
No,
they're
what we're
societally
deciding is
designed.
what is
Morality is
actually
not
immoral.
objective.
So there's
it's subjective.
So there is. So you
Again.
just defeated your own argument.
No, I
That
didn't.
means there's
It's
no
societally
actual
decided,
morality.
which is exactly what I fucking said.
That means there's no actually any objective morality, and it's just consensus based, meaning it can change with the consensus.
It's
Yes, it could
kind of
change with the
like-
consensus.
Which means there's not actually anything immoral.
Morality
That's
can
why,
change.
if anything, morality. That's why, if anything, morality should be based in religion.
I agree with that, but I don't believe it is based in religion.
It
But
is, though.
I did use 2 religious examples to compare them, but
What would it be based on? You think it's consensus. Okay, now let's all agree that that's dumb, and let's move on to something else. Can you give me another thing that could possibly justify morality, other than consensus?
society. Like,
That's just consensus.
But why?
Society
Yeah,
is
I understand.
consensus.
What do you want me to say other than consensus? Like
a code?
Do you understand that is a defeater of morality?
Why?
The conclusion of that is that there isn't actually any morality because it can be changed and it is subjective and relative to the consensus.
Why in order
Meaning
for
murder is
morality? No.
fine, and you can't
Why
say
in order for morality to exist does it have to be objective?
So I can murder you and your children, and it's not immoral. You can't say anything because everybody in the society said that's moral.
Nobody in society has ever
I get to
said that
murder
it's
your
moral.
children now. Congratulations.
Well, that's
I don't
not
know
true.
why you're coming up
Other
with this.
people being run through gas
There's still a
chambers
law.
at the station, they thought that was moral.
Legality and morality are 2 different things. You could,
Yes,
you
and that's
could
what
feel
your
in
reality
your
is based on.
in
Dude,
your
you're just
personal
having
moral
everything
judgment.
you're saying
Listen,
is defeating your
in
whole
your
argument.
fucking moral judgment, you could believe that it is completely right to kill my entire family. But guess what? That doesn't mean you're not still going to be punished for it. You could still be completely right that it's moral.
Let's reproduce a scenario. Let's reproduce a scenario in history. I have a good scenario in history. Here. Yeah. So over in Europe, they used to ship all the criminals to Australia. What if those criminals were exclusively?
I am part of that bloodline, by the way.
Awesome. So let's say that let's say exclusively, they sent over child essayers. And they just took over the country of Australia. So now they are responsible for building up the laws, and they build up that child essay is legal. Is that morally legal? Is that morally justified in their society?
And if we disagree with it, it's
I
I'm not done.
secede my debate.
If we disagree with that,
How many times are you going to defeat your own
okay,
argument?
you can stop talking if you want. If we
Then there's no
disagree
morality.
with that, we can go over
It's
there
fine
and
that you
defeat
can
them
do
and
that. There's no
impose our morality on them. The same way it's happened throughout history.
But I guess the question is how are you just putting one person's morality up against another? Where's your foundation standing? You know, like where's your baseline in that instance? Just because the majority of a bunch of people say, "Oh yeah, that sounds about right. Let's do that," and then one person comes in disagreement, right? So how, like, without religion, how can you compare it? What are you comparing it to? Just a bunch
currently in society, it is moral to be gay. In the United States, Christianity reigns supreme, and in Christianity, it's immoral to be gay.
Moral or accepted?
Moral. Like nobody believes somebody for being gay is immoral.
Yes, they do.
Okay, people
yes, they do.
but the general society doesn't. That's why there aren't laws against it.
If the general society is Christian, then that means the general society believes it's immoral.
It's legal. Doesn't make it moral or
nobody's moving against it. Nobody is making it against the law. It's not shunned.
Not every moral is made into a law.
No.
Yeah.
Laws are based on morals, but that doesn't mean that every single one of them is.
Are traffic laws based off of morality, or is it just based off of we need a law for this? I don't think all laws are coming from a moral standpoint.
Okay, so in what religion is it moral to be gay?
I don't.
Since all your moralities are based on
Buddhism.
on religion, many people
Buddhism.
believe that it's not immoral to be gay.
Is that true?
So what religion are they
I'm not quite
following?
sure. I think so.
I don't know. He's just making something
They're
up
obviously
to try to
not.
defeat
They're
it.
obviously not following a religion.
Well, no, but they have morality
the
with,
point.
and they have a moral code. But
do they?
Yeah, I guarantee you, if you ask those people, they will say, "Yes, I have a moral code."
They have their own subjective moral code.
Exactly,
And
which
that
goes
is-
back to what I'm
look,
saying. That
look no further
it's
than
subjective.
society, and it's going great.
Yes, exactly.
We're doing great, guys, and we've got a real healthy society going on right now, don't we?
Society.
Secular moral code.
I
is
think our
fucking
society's fine.
sick. Yeah. You're
God,
loving
you
the
would think
secular
that.
moral code.
I do.
Hey, I'm going to use your argument against you, Leroy. Declining birth rates.
Oh, Jesus.
What about it?
That's why we need religion.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree more.
Sweet.
I don't know why you'd be using that against me. I 100% think we need to, like, me, I'm borderline.
I may have misunderstood your sarcasm.
I'm like a Christian nationalist, man. Like, I think we need to fucking bring
Oh,
it back
no.
home, man. Keep inside our own fucking borders. Keep everything fucking locked down and return to traditional fucking nuclear family, man. That's the only
Hey, I
fucking way to
agree.
move forward. Things are fucked at the minute.
I
We
feel
had
like
we had a working system and we've just fucking leaped away from it. Let's go back to what fucking worked rather than this fucking shithole. Women running fucking wild, fucking cunts doing drugs in the fucking street. I live in fucking Vancouver, man. It's a fucking disgrace over here. I fucking hate it, dude. It's fucking wild. North America is the wildest fucking place.
Unfortunately,
I feel the same way. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Ticky Tack, the people who love to do child SA, guess what? They actually do run the world and are trying to make it legal. So, we're heading there, buddy. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
So gross. Breaks my heart.
It's unfortunate.
And that's why I say, like, if you don't have a baseline or something to kick it back to and say, is this moral? Like, well, based on what moral code? Like, John down the street or,
Right, this is what-
you up the road? Like, I think you need to have a baseline for it. And I think there is a baseline for it. We just forgot it existed.
Yeah, this is what happens when everybody goes, oh, but it's subjective. All right, well, great. Now we have, pedos running the world. Good job, everybody.
And abortions.
That's just
Yay,
women protecting themselves
secularism.
from the baby.
Huzzah!
that's just self-defense, Ticky Tack. Remember?
Oh yeah.
That was fucking, what do you call him? Adam.
So now, what was the actual question? Because I was just arguing whether morality requires religion or not. What was? But I didn't think that was the actual question. I thought it was something
Moral
else.
judgment.
Yeah, can you
moral
judgment?
judgment without without religion, but
Yeah,
So
it's
it is-
possible to make a
you have
subjective
somebody
one.
else.
Yo, what's up?
Yo,
what's up, bro?
What's up, Simon?
Living the dream.
What's going on? What's going on?
I always thought that thing said test your mic, test your mic. And I'm like, why is he telling me to test? Like, why would he make that part of the
You've never
song?
played Mortal Kombat, have you?
I've been on here before, and that's why I
Jesus
say I always used to think it said that, and I'm like, why does it say that? And
Sarah, take a page out of Goose's book, okay? Goose has learned to be quiet for a while.
I mean, that's true. I mean, she did.
I'm sorry, I don't
listening.
want to make anybody else accountable for my actions. I'll mute
True.
myself.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
We weren't
the men are
supposed to
talking.
tell you that,
panel
though.
appreciate it.
You weren't supposed to know that. You were supposed to have earmuffs on.
Yeah, it's our fault.
No, wait. I let you know. Don't worry.
You have a take on this, Simon? We were talking about, is it possible to make moral judgments without religion?
Of course it is. I mean, most people don't actually have religious sort of ways about them. Like, the thing is, it's like religion is
What do you mean they don't have religious ways about them?
it just means like, we're living in a society right now where it's like, we've been brought up around parents that don't really sort of like indoctrinate us with religious bullshit. So You know,
It's going well.
It doesn't matter
Alright.
how it's going. It's an
I
is,
think
not
I
a
got
not.
another. I think I got another good perspective on this. So for our orthodoxy folks,
I don't know why you need to feel like you need to interrupt. I ain't even finished. Okay?
sorry, there was a pause in there. I was just jumping on in because I wanted to talk a lot. I like hearing my own voice.
Me too.
Yeah, you do.
Can you speed it up, Simon? Like you don't have a speech impediment. Go. Floor's yours.
How about I just
I can stop and let this dude like continue on.
Well, maybe Simon didn't get the
I'll
hint
come
that
back.
women have to mute themselves.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
You're not that attractive, girl. You're not that attractive. So
I
shut the
made
fuck
the,
up.
I made the muffin laugh.
You're allowed to
Alright.
talk.
You feel like you're
Pardon me,
that
Good-
attractive.
good on you, Sarah.
Say like that. All right. Okay. Cool.
All right.
So-
Now that the floor is yours, you have nothing to say.
Yeah,
No, I'll pass it over. I'll pass it over.
Okay. That's
Or-
probably better.
Yeah, don't worry. It's verbal combat. Don't be afraid to just speak up and talk over people.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
You made all that fuss and just to shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up sooner next time.
Yeah, I think
So
Back to
that
Sarah's
ain't,
point.
no, bro, that ain't clever. Like, don't do that. Like, that ain't clever.
Shush.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
can hear your smile.
You can.
All right.
Does anybody have an
Wow.
argument other than consensus?
yes, I do have an argument. I have an argument. So doesn't it in the Bible? Doesn't it say that the law is written on everyone's heart?
What does that have to do with anything?
That we actually do have some sort of sense of morality already written on our hearts.
Without religion. Exactly.
Yeah,
Does
without
that
religion.
mean you can justify it?
No, not necessarily, but,
No, but-
you can still make a moral
Okay, then,
judgment.
what are we talking about?
You could still make a moral judgment because the law is written on your heart.
Tells you that it's written on your heart and not in the book of the religion. Then by
Like,
following your religion, you know that you have an independent morality.
Yes, we all have a
Like-
natural. We all have a natural inclination to know what's wrong in our heart whenever we do something wrong.
So you
But how do
can
you
make a moral
justify
judgment.
that?
It's
How
not
do you
about justify.
justify
But that's not the question. That's not the topic. The topic is just saying, can you make a moral judgment without religion? And I
Well,
already
then
just
you
proved
make
that.
a moral
The
judgment to
the
say
argument is that
murder's
comes from
fine, and
God.
that's fine. So that means
The argument would be
So I
the
think
argument
that
would
it's
be
an
that
outcome
God
question.
imprinted it on your heart.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. So then that's still religion.
Well, that's only if you're.
Well, yeah,
Christian.
it is, but the
Religion
person
refers
doesn't have to
other
be religious.
religions, too.
okay, that's not what the question was either.
The question is not the question doesn't only go to Christianity. It says
do
religion.
You need to do you need religion to make a moral
Well,
judgment?
in my
No.
opinion, Christianity is the only religion. So
Right, but to Tiki Tak's point there of the Bible saying that, moral law or whatever is written onto your heart. Right, okay, then that comes from the Bible, which there comes from God and Jesus and all that good stuff.
Well, it depends on
Yeah,
your reading
but-
of the Bible.
yeah, but
Technically, if
there-
you read the Bible in a certain way, you can have other religions than Christianity. You just can't have other gods.
Yeah, you can read it
Then
and then misinterpret it
he who
all you
is-
want and then change it to say whatever the fuck
Technically,
you want. That's
all
great.
of the
Good job.
Abrahamic religions worship the same God.
Technically, you're what you
So,
well, what is it to?
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Lord, I find it kind of hilarious when people don't actually show themselves and they want to speak like this. That's
I can show myself.
he's a tough
but I'm
guy.
at work right now.
Maybe you
Alright.
should be one of the people that don't show yourself.
There's all
Sarah coming with the heat.
Stop being attracted to me. Stop that. I'm trying to get on the subject. Like we're trying to talk about something. Okay?
Simon,
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. You were just talking
Stop
shit.
being attractive
You're
to me.
usually always off topic and never making any sense. So I'll wait for it. You go right ahead. I've got a drink to finish.
He says stop being attractive.
Do we have like a non-theological fucking subject we can fucking bicker about?
Oh,
I know you want to run. I know you want to run. I know.
Hey! I'll fucking
Nah,
sit here and
I'm-
argue
nah,
all fucking
nah.
day, man. Let's fucking go.
Alright, cool.
Let's go, bro. Let's go. You ain't got shit.
You talking to me or you talking about me?
I'm waiting.
what
I'm
we-
waiting for someone to
Yeah.
say something that means some sort of
my
sense.
God.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, we've already made our arguments. Y'all just suck.
Simon, where are
we've
you
already-
from?
We've already been through it.
Don't talk to me like you're a girl, man. That's weird.
Yeah, we already decided that Dave was right, and we've moved on.
All right, what about this one? This is a topic. Maybe we'll see. This is a different panel we had since I've had this topic up. Should men do talk therapy? Why not?
No, they should
Define
not.
talk therapy.
No, they should not.
Sitting on a couch talking to a
Talk
therapist.
therapy, right? Like, yeah, you just sit.
What
and
I
talk
just
to a
said.
therapist.
Gay men and women should.
Motherfucker, try to talk up and speak over me when I just explained it.
Straight men.
Go to the gym.
No.
Yeah, go to the fucking gym.
I do go to the gym.
Go to the gym.
Have a pint.
Why?
Simon, I don't
fucking
think
man. You
ladies
don't
have
sit
an
and
opinion on this matter. This is
Why are
for
you
the
talking
men.
to me? Look, stop.
Yeah,
Stop. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's
Really?
like faking that accent and voice.
Don't go
Is this
to the
a troll? Is this like a deep troll?
No, this is what he does on any panel I've ever seen him on.
I've
Never
seen him
made
knocked
any
off of
sense.
some other shit before.
I swear
seen
I've
him
argued
before.
with him on some panels somewhere.
Why is she even picking up on me?
Why?
I don't remember where. I want to say it was on Machine Lies or something.
I like your
Anyway.
lip gloss.
I would say
I like
say
the
that,
color
that
of your
men do
jib,
talk therapy.
Why?
Men do
We all
not
just
benefit
agree-
highly
Did
from
you all
therapy.
agree on no? Did you all agree on no?
No.
Well, I was saying that you know, if you're defining it with like sitting down on a bed or whatever with a psychiatrist, then no. But I would say that men already do talk therapy by talking to the other men in their lives.
Yeah.
Fathers,
Talk therapy,
grandfathers, uncles.
Talk therapy
Yeah.
means
Girls
the actual
and
talk
children.
therapy of like.
Yeah, I'm
that
just
is
talking.
paying a
Yeah, I'm
therapist.
talking about actual.
If you're a grown
therapists,
man,
yeah.
handle your
Yeah,
fucking
then
problems.
no,
Jesus
don't be
Christ.
gay.
Exactly. Gays,
What do
girls,
you mean?
and
Don't
children.
be gay. What's
That's
gay
it.
got to do with going into the gym?
He's
I mean,
very homophobic. It's okay.
What?
He's
Women
afraid
don't.
of
We're
gay
talking about-
people, and
I
he's
don't.
really worried that one of them's gonna sneak on the panel.
It's the deepest troll
Yeah.
ever.
Well, you're already here, Dave.
Nah,
Burn.
still don't like guys. That's kind of like a prerequisite
that head
to
says
being gay.
different.
The head says different.
Could have fooled me.
Yeah.
Weren't you
I
just
guess if you're
labeled as
bald, you're
Dillahunty
gay.
just a minute ago?
Yeah.
No, I'm Butterbean.
Yeah, that checks out.
Pussy.
Yeah, that checks out.
So everyone agrees no men shouldn't do it.
Yeah, men shouldn't be gay. We all agree.
Straight men
Well,
shouldn't
we're
do it.
not
Gays can do
talking
it.
about that. Wasn't the question, right?
Girls can do it. Children can do it. Not men.
I was making a joke. Yes, we all agree they shouldn't do talk therapy.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's detracting from this one.
All right.
Oh,
Talk
what the
therapy
fuck
doesn't tend to work for men.
What's pop therapy?
Yeah.
What the fuck's that? Is that some new trend?
It's going and sitting on a couch telling a therapist all your problems.
Right, when they want to ask you their questions about their problems and shit like that. Right?
When you see this ink
going
blot,
to the
what do
gym,
you see?
doing sports, I think that's better therapy. It's normally a more effective therapy for men. Physical activity, going for.
Have you been for it? Have you been for it? Because I don't know what you're talking about. Really?
Dude, talk therapy? Yeah, I did when I was a kid.
Oh, you did that? Why did you do that then? Why did
had
you do
to.
that? Why?
Because I was a kid.
Why?
It wasn't my decision.
Here, I'm gonna bring up this topic.
Thought he was gay.
This was on the list. I
That's
want to make sure. I want to make sure I get all the topics on the list done too, like before we start hopping into other ones. Is love a natural or a choice?
I think it's natural.
I think it's both.
In what way?
I think it's
Do
both.
you
It
like?
starts
You
off
know, do you
natural,
fall
and
in love or do you make your choice to be in love? What is it?
Oh, it's both.
Good question.
Yeah,
Good
both.
question.
Both.
I think it's both.
Because
You can't be.
I don't know.
You can
At least fucking say why. You guys just say
I'm-
Okay, here.
Choice.
Okay, the reason why I say it's natural is because, like, when you have,
Need no explanation, bro.
from what I understand from everybody,
Oh shit!
when
Simon, you got a 2-minute wait.
Motherfucker.
Simon's new, so he probably doesn't know. You got a 2-minute mute. You look at the timer up there when it hits 2 minutes. You can unmute.
Oh, thank God. Simon sucks. Hey, Simon, you suck. Fuck you.
Bye,
Can't say
Simon.
shit about it.
All right. So anyway, Because you don't necessarily choose who
No,
you
Dave,
love. It
quiet.
just kind of happens. Like when a child is born, when your child is born, there's like a change that happens to you to where that becomes the center point of your life. Like that is love, in my opinion. Like the love that you have for your family members, the people that you would actually go out of your way and die for if you had to. There's
you
different
can
levels
still,
of
like,
love.
you know-
The other
Well,
kinds of love I don't think are
maybe.
necessarily natural. You can force
No,
those,
because
but
that's to
Not
say that
everybody
you
loves-
always love someone that way. Then, so say like you have mother, father, daughter, and the father kills the mother. That child could fall out of love with that parent. So that's that innate love that you're saying. Like that can be broken. So
well, yeah,
it
it can definitely be broken.
I think
for
it can
sure,
start off
but-
as natural.
So that would say then in turn it is both. It's both.
Right.
You can choose to love someone and you
Well,
have the
I don't
innate
believe
love as
I don't
well.
believe it's a choice to stop loving at that point. I believe that's a natural instinct to stop loving a person that you view
Yes.
now as dangerous.
Yes, and now
I-
you can choose to love them.
But I don't think that's a choice at that point.
Or
Do
It's
you
still,
ever really
not love
do you
them.
ever really truly not love your parents, even if they do
They're-
horrible things? Do you
Uh,
truly not love them at some point, or do
I
you
think
always
some people would say that they don't.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
the
sure they
question,
would say that. That doesn't make it true.
the question is do you love them or are you seeking their love? Because those are two different questions.
I mean,
I
who
think
said
when you're
that that was the
younger,
question?
it's one way, and then as you get older, of course, as your love would be different.
There's different kinds of loves as well.
I think we have a natural
Right.
inclination
Greek
to
has so many words
love.
for it.
We have a natural inclination to love and want to love.
As a parent or a child to the parents, etc., etc., do you ever truly stop loving your children or your mother or your father?
I
There are
absolutely
some-
despise my
yourself.
father.
There are
You can
some
you can
parents
dilute
out there that
yourself,
just don't
and
have the
you
ability
cannot
to
like
love.
their
I
actions.
think it depends what they do. There are people that you can fall out of love with. Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely despise
Yeah.
my biological father.
I'm sure you do. Explains
Is this
why.
a talk therapy session
Sorry.
now? You want to
Sorry.
complete us?
It is. This is talk therapy. We've got.
Listen, you can believe that, but you truly do. Regardless, not only is it like a biological thing, but I believe that there's a spiritual component to it. As it being your father,
So you
there's-
feel like
there's no way you can.
if your parent essays you, you should still love them, or you're going to
should
still
always,
love them.
You should not only should you love your parents, you should love everybody, regardless. That doesn't mean you condone their actions and they shouldn't be punished for their actions, or you can stop talking to them and never see them again. But that doesn't mean you're still not going to love them in your heart.
But that would be the same as saying they should have love for everyone in your heart, really. Like regardless
Yeah.
if they're
Yes, but
wrongdoing,
it's a different thing
sort
when
of
it comes
universal
to parents.
love.
But at
Here's
that
how
point,
I
you're
think-
going against it and saying that it's a choice to love everyone. You're going against what you were originally saying.
Here's how I think it is. I think you
Well,
can.
it is a choice to love everybody
Shut up
else.
for a
but I-
minute, John. Weirdo.
Okay, all right.
I think you can-
Do your thing.
No, the men were talking.
Larry, Sarah?
I know, right?
No?
Damn it.
Well, she hasn't talked that much.
I think you
Calm
can
down.
actually-
Calm down.
I think you can naturally feel love for somebody, like feelings wise, but you can choose to actionably love them. You can choose to like put forth that action to do so, and that's by like in any different way, by way of actually doing things or just choosing to love them, regardless of their actions or things like that. But you can feel naturally. That's like a chemical thing, in a lot of ways, pheromones and all of that like get you going.
Yeah, like when it comes to a marriage, it takes work. That's why like love can be natural, and then also it's a choice. Like when your wife does
Yeah.
something or your husband does something that really really pisses you off and upsets you, or something semi horrible or whatever. I don't have a specific right now, but you might fall out of love with them or not love them in that moment, and it may be over an extended period of time. But if you guys actually work, make the choice to stay together and say that I married you because I love you, and then work towards fixing the marriage and relationship and everything like that, then the love comes back.
Yes.
I would say something like a partner, like a relationship, would be that is you choosing love and choosing to work on it. Something like your parents or your children is something innate and is not something which you.
Yo, Simon,
Yeah, I'll give you
you've been
the one for
chronically
children.
single. What do you have to say?
Simon, are you awake?
I would
Yeah,
imagine
I'm
you've.
He asked you a
Looks like he's
question.
watching a movie or something.
I really do. I
What
do
does
this
the
thing on
Interpol
purpose
movement have to say
because
on this?
no, I do this thing on purpose because I'm kind of interested why men are really interested in me. Do you understand
Because
that?
you're quiet. Everyone else is voicing their opinion. You're sitting there
Yeah, but
quiet. So I wanna
there
know.
was not one woman up here that turned around and said the same thing you did, right?
What?
What the fuck?
Well, he thought
are
he
you
thought he
talking
was
about?
speaking to a woman, Simon. To be fair,
I have no idea what the
Why
hell
you
he's
so-
talking about. What
I-
happened?
he's
Simon,
No,
I thought
wait,
it was
wait.
Timon.
You
Oh,
understand
shit.
what I'm talking about?
Sorry.
You don't.
No.
You're right. Apparently,
You're
you
right,
don't.
we don't.
Like, oh,
You're
you
right.
don't. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Try again.
you're turning around. You're paying attention to me, right?
Say it in English this time.
Yeah, I asked you a fucking question. man. Yeah,
You're
that's right.
paying attention to me.
Right, so say something.
Yes, for
You're
a moment.
paying attention to me.
attention to
You were literally watching me. I saw you 30 minutes ago
You
watching
can
me.
see where I'm watching.
The fuck?
He's
Yeah,
mute watching
you
you.
were
he
watching
knew.
me.
He knew, bro.
This is
Oh yeah, he
like,
felt your
hey,
gaze.
turn around. Wait,
No,
wait,
you got me.
wait.
You got me, bro. You
Okay,
got me.
right. Okay, let's go. All right. And now you're turning around and go, oh. What's
We
that?
need a death match.
Yo, I think this guy was starved of attention.
Somebody send Easy
Oh,
$40.
okay. You want to do that? Okay, cool.
Yeah, his dad definitely didn't love him as a kid.
Yeah, you're a weird guy, Simon.
I'm a weird guy. You're watching me. I ain't pulling you up. I ain't talking about
I'm
you.
watching you because you're fucking weird, man. Everyone else is being normal. You're being fucking weird. Of course I'm watching you. You
Gay.
stare at freaks, man. So what are you talking about?
Look at him
Oh.
giggle.
I just asked your opinion, bro, and you're not even gonna fucking give it to me. Fuck you, then. Don't go fucking give it to me. Everyone's
Damn.
like him. Fucking let's move on.
You see how
Hey,
crazy
come to the
he is?
panel. I fucking invite you in to say something.
Based.
Just fucking be a bitch.
He's getting pissed now. Like, 'cause
Based.
I
I like
reaction.
You're
it.
being a wee fucking fruit, man. I don't want to listen to your fucking gay nonsense.
You are wild, man.
Yeah, I am
Step
fucking
back.
wild, bro.
You're not hectic though.
Alright, let's move
You-
on then. It's fine. Simon's fucking boring.
I'm that boring that you want to pay that
You are
much
fucking
attention
boring,
to
bro.
me.
You are fucking boring.
Hey, all right, nigga. All right. cool.
Don't feed the troll.
We need a 1v1.
feed
Let's
him.
get it. The two
He ate
Englishmen.
enough
Somebody make it
today.
happen.
This nigga is watching me too much, man. Stop. Pay attention to the ladies on the panel.
You
Go
gay
about your
hand.
business.
What's that fucking gay hand about, man?
My phone's about to die. I'll be back.
Fucking
in.
lip
Yeah.
bristles.
Wild, man.
Lighting the loafers, man.
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Crystal man.
Stop.
Stop!
Yeah, you're making him blush.
Stop!
He's even.
Fruit, man.
Who just KO'd themselves?
He said his
John-
phone was dying and he'll be right back.
No, I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
Don't get angry. I know you're attracted to me. Stop. All right. Don't.
All right. So next topic, instead of whether or not
Stop.
Simon's attractive.
This is getting weird. What
You
kind
know,
of
just
Yeah,
like
you
stand in this
You
panel.
see his eyes. Look, you see
Simon,
his
you
eyes.
are the
man. Look
least
at
attractive
that
here.
shit. Look,
Just
look.
stand
Yeah,
in the
look,
panel.
look.
I don't know. I kind of
Yeah,
like
look.
what's
You
going
are
on.
Stop, nigga. Stop.
Leroy, don't talk to him
One's in
anymore.
the
He's
chat
gonna.
if we should do
You're
a
not
4-minute
impressive over
roast
here.
section
Stop.
for the
Yo, can we
next
get a, like a
topic.
vote or something? Like, he is definitely the least attractive here.
He's gonna watch this later and jerk off or something.
Wow.
Well, this is a
Like a
weird
bone
dude
thing.
now.
He's gonna come at
Wow.
me.
Like, wow.
I think you should just make it happen easy. Just do
We're
it.
gonna do 4 minutes. Everyone can just roast. Let's go.
Let's go.
He's named
No
indoctrinated
topic
for
right
Like,
now.
shut up.
4 minutes.
So
fuck
I
you.
generally
Roast
enjoy
fire.
lemon butter
Imp.
chicken
Oh, he was
and
trying
Imp Dave, you
putting
look
it
like a
into an
discount
oven
Mr.
at-
Clean.
That's base TikTok.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
Just so you know, everybody loves Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean is the sexy
Yeah,
ass
it's a
man,
discount,
so
Mr.
I'm
Clean.
okay with
No,
that.
he's not.
I'll
No,
happily
that's a
take
discount.
I
Yeah, you
will
look like
happily
you look
take
like
that.
you look
I-
like the
I will
McDonald's
be
Mr. Clean.
the McDonald's Mr. Clean. Hell
Dollar-
yeah, let's
dollar
go.
general version.
Based Oracle, you look like discount Bill Burr. Ticky Tack. I don't even want to be mean to you. It'd just be horrible.
Damn, that's
Aw.
mean. No, that's meaner. Just fucking do it.
I know. That's why I did it.
Oh, all right, sure.
Yeah, Sarah. I'm not going to be too much meaner than you, but you know, you need a smack or two. Goose, same thing.
Goose, you're a
What if-
woman.
what if I
Sarah,
like
you're a
the
woman.
fact, though?
Yeah, pretty much.
Got him.
Yeah. Got him. Thank you, Dave. Got him.
But Mr. Muffin, I like the spankings.
Yeah, as long as it's from
Oh.
behind, that's
May I
fine.
have another?
All right. Well, this went from roasting to something else.
I'm way too much of a nice guy to roast.
Yeah, fuck Simon. That's all I have to say. Fuck you, Simon.
I mean,
You
I-
should've just
you'd
put,
love- you'd love
the
to
roast
do that.
sessions are not my forte.
You know, this guy turn around and use the word fuck.
I just don't like you, bro. I just don't like you.
Subliminally, he knows he wants to fuck me. I don't know, like, if you've got some
Why do you
background.
keep
Why are you so
Weird.
obsessed with whether he wants to have sex with you or not? If anything, you're telling on yourself right there.
Yeah,
Told you he was gay from the beginning.
Jesus.
Whistling.
I ain't saying nothing.
Why are you thinking about another man wanting you so much?
You'd be hideous as a
You're
statue.
pretty locked into that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Why-
All right, there we go.
Why you?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna do with this at one place at a time. Okay. Now,
Well, can you speak a little faster? Because you're slow as shit.
You're gonna do one man at a time.
Bob,
Please
yeah,
don't.
Bob, you see, the thing is like, and what women need to look out for is when men.
You see, what you gotta
Yeah.
do is
Yep.
when you gotta do this, then you do it, and now you gotta
This
do
was
it.
the red pill
Can you
expert
spit
over
it out of
here.
your fucking mouth?
Simon on women. Go ahead.
Words are
Simon.
difficult.
Tell us about
Simon, the
women.
youngest
I get
male
you.
I've ever
Okay.
seen with
Obviously,
dementia.
your speciality. I can tell by your creepy hoodie that you have on that the ladies fucking love you.
Look at this.
Go,
I don't even know where he is
Smacky.
right now.
What are you gonna have to say? Tell me more. Tell me more about the
Simon's
ladies.
been on here for what, like 10, 15 minutes, and we still have yet to have a point from him this
No,
entire
no, he
time.
thought he was on a
I tried
dating
to
app,
get it
Sarah.
from
halfway
He thought this was a dating app.
He
For
thinks
men.
the guys all want him. Sounds like a typical female who wants attention, just going on panel.
True.
All right.
I
So
agree with that.
I'm gonna address Bobby.
He just wants men to love him.
Look, he's bringing his face more and more out of camera. He's just.
He's floating.
Hiding.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Ah, shit.
this is what I think. This is what I think.
It's kind of interesting how
You're a gay.
How you never
Something gay.
Why do you
I'm sure
take
you're
so
about to
long to say
gay.
something? It's
You gotta
interesting
start
how
the
you
motor,
think. Just
bro.
say the words. Stop
You
prefacing
gotta turn
it.
the motor on.
Processing while he's talking.
Guys,
He hasn't
can
really
I
thought it
say
through yet.
something,
He-
guys?
He's got. Hang on. He's got to take
No.
the dick out of his
No,
mouth
you
every time he
can't.
wants to get a word out.
Simon, the type of dude to put volumes in his Red Bull. Right, you know,
I'd actually put a vitamin C tablet in there, but I mean that's something else.
You should
See,
Well,
that was
I
better.
don't
You
know
just
what
started
you
with
mean.
what you wanted to
Vitamin C.
say rather than prefacing it with, well, you know, what I'm going to say is. Helps to get your point across.
hold on. He's trying to figure out where he is again.
He's hot.
Look at the wonderment in his
I-
eyes.
He's lagging.
I'm coming at you, and I'm probably the easiest person to roast here. I'm bald, fat, and
Seriously.
old.
He's like a deer in the head.
Don't give him a layup. Let him
the way he
figure
likes
out
him.
where he is and form a sentence.
I kind of find it interesting.
Oh,
because,
back out camera.
you know,
Oh,
Oh,
back out the camera.
we find it interesting.
I kind of
Okay,
find it
we
interesting that
This is what
that-
I think.
that this is what I think. Okay, the more prefacing.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now we know what you think exactly.
It's either
That
nothing
is
or
what
dick.
you think.
That's how
Yo.
Simon thinks. It's nothing or dick.
Yo, Bobby.
Oh, there we go. That's better.
You really didn't want to get involved.
Come
in
at
this, 'cause I
me.
know you have-
Yo,
you
he's
know
still
you have
on the
breathing
sentence.
problems.
He
No, you
still
really
hasn't
have-
said a he. He
You
still
have
just
said a
addressing.
word.
In your real life.
He might
in
as
your
well
real
be on
life,
mute.
Wait.
In your
Does he have
real
an
life,
aphasia?
you have-
I
He
thought
might get
was
there.
an-
He might get there.
He on cognitive mute. His brain just not quite functioning.
No, you didn't
like
get
words
there.
are forming,
He
they just
tried.
don't mean
He
anything
tried
yet.
real hard.
You have breathing.
You have
He went with the insult that was on the screen, literally.
vitamin C.
That's all he had. Butterbean. He took the insult from chat because he couldn't come up with them on his own.
Oh, now he's
Wow.
rapping. Let him go. Let him go.
No, I can't do that. That's more fun.
Oh, bars.
Wait.
Bars.
Back on the gay shit, man. All you think about is homosexuality.
Bro, we don't
I'm
care
starting to
about
worry
your
about you, my
boyfriend.
friend.
Nobody
have
cares
no
about your
idea.
boyfriend.
Whose boyfriend? I'm talking about Bobby's boyfriend. Who you talking about?
Spacking.
You're the only one that's talking about boyfriends.
No, you.
What
got
is your
boyfriend.
obsession with boyfriends?
That's your boyfriend.
No, you got a boyfriend.
Again, just looking at this panel, I think it's highly
you are
likely
some
you're
weak
the
nigga.
only single
Right, I'm gonna
person
move over to
here.
the next nigga. This
Like,
light
you know, if we did have to
who
take a
feels
vote,
like he's black for
you're
some strange
single.
reason. He ain't
Yo, he
black.
still ain't said
You
a
look the
word.
most
Correct. I am
Fuck.
definitely not black.
No,
That is
no,
one thing
not
you
you.
can
I'm
say
talking
about me for sure. I
I'm
am
talking about
definitely
the guy in
the
black.
pastiest
I'm talking about the
motherfucker
guy-
in on
like,
here.
I'm talking about the guy in the fucking hat.
Roasted.
I'm talking about the guy in the hat. The guy in the hat.
I have a name, you
The guy in the hat. The guy in the hat. Yo, there's
Wait,
like fucking
the guy in
4
the
dudes
hat
with
is
hats
black.
on, you retard.
It's like you, white guy.
There are more people on camera
The guy in
with
the
a hat
The guy in the hat.
than not.
Yo, that's all he said so far. The guy in the hat.
You relate to
The guy
each
with the
other. You're
nose.
stupid. You're stupid.
The
You relate to
beanie,
each other
the
for
backwards
sure.
hat,
Okay.
the black hat,
Hold up.
or the black
Hold
hat.
up. He might be having a seizure. Hold on.
It's
We
like
get some medical
Jesus
attention.
Christ.
Super
This
chat.
guy was really willing to sort of jump in, like this guy in the black hat on the right side. I wasn't even.
Guy in the hat. Guy in the hat.
Fence.
Thank you for describing things.
Wait,
I was
did he
Good
say
job.
the guy with the hat on the right side?
He got off
I think he
fence.
means fence sitter.
I wasn't speaking.
I
to
still
you,
can't tell who he's
You're
talking
not
to.
speaking at all, bro.
I was speaking to.
I'm not speaking to anyone.
Yeah, but you got involved. Like
Yeah,
you
but- yeah, but-
fucking
yeah,
up
but-
the yard.
Yeah,
You
but-
dumb
Mumble
motherfucker.
that loud.
That was
I know I'm not
wrong with
talking. Yeah, but. I know I didn't say nothing, but yeah, but. Yeah, but.
Someone paid for a 1v1. Someone paid for a 1v1. And I think
I'm
I've
gonna fuck you up,
decided
y'all. Get involved in this conversation.
we're gonna do
Dumb
Oracle. We're gonna do Oracle versus Simon.
Oh, he's drinking his vitamin C. Hold on.
This
Poor
is a
guy.
5-minute 1v1.
The emergency.
Y'all can. Do you want to just keep roasting each other, or do you want a topic in specific to go off of?
Ask whoever did it.
You're alive, bro.
Well, you guys were doing good, so let's not break it. You guys can continue what you were just talking about.
Man.
Yeah, that's the whole point of verbal combat. So it's a 5-minute 1v1. After the 5 minutes, the cat votes for who leaves. So as soon as I drop, you guys got 5 minutes. All right. You'll hear a sound when the 5 minutes starts.
I appreciate you. Brother. What's up, fans? You got something to say to me, you dumb motherfucker? Why did you intervene in our conversation? You had no fucking premise. So why do you feel like you need to intervene in the conversation when we're having a conversation about something? I don't get that shit. Now you're gonna be silent? Alright. Okay. I get that shit.
No, I'm just waiting for you to say something intelligible. Right? Why did you
Right.
intervene in the conversation about conversations?
I was speaking to somebody else. I wasn't speaking to you. You chose to turn around and like open your damn mouth and go, okay, I'm gonna fucking intervene and say some shit. Okay? So
Some
like
accurate
why
shit.
Yeah, I mean it's like you see a bar fight or some shit and you want to fucking intervene or some shit and go, yeah, I want to play hero. You ain't no fucking hero.
No, you're right. Hold up, you're right. I was trying to save you from all the gayness that was coming out of
How
your
you
mouth.
gonna fucking say how wait a sec.
No,
How you
I was
gonna
just trying to
say-
save you. That's all.
Save me from what? You
Your own gay
superhero?
thoughts. Your own gay thoughts.
Listen,
Talking about
this is why you-
boyfriends and dick, vitamin
why
C
you-
in your Red
No.
Bull. That's the gayest thing you said tonight.
This is
All
why
the
you go
dicks you
wrong.
mentioned, the vitamin C in the Red Bull.
Nah, this is why you go wrong.
Holy.
You go wrong with your girlfriends and all your previous partners because
My
you
girlfriends?
fucked up in this. Yes.
I mean, we said weren't boyfriends, you know.
Nah, you tried to.
Nah. It's gay when you date a girl. Nah, you right, Simon. From your
Yeah, I am-
purview,
I am
it is
fucking
gay
right.
when you date women, right? That would be gay.
Mm-hmm. To an extent, because you're hiding that
Yo,
shit.
fucking boot
Dumb
him.
motherfucker. You are hiding that shit. You want to turn around and act like you're fucking heterosexual. You're not. I can see the way you act. You're not heterosexual, man. Fuck that shit. You hiding that shit, and you'll fuck a bitch like in the back, but you're not gonna commit to them. That's what you're gonna do.
Yeah, sounds pretty
Yeah.
gay.
Do you see that smirk? That was he was like, yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do. I get down like that. Like, that's what's going down. You get what I'm saying? Don't play with
No,
me.
nobody gets what you're saying.
Yeah. You think
Yeah.
so?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you agree.
Agree with what? I ain't agree with shit. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry,
You
man.
are
I
so down low.
don't usually mess with, people like you.
Yeah, but you're a fence sitter, right?
Right.
Yeah. So obviously you don't. So what you got going on? When was the last time you had a chick that wanted to wipe you up or some shit like that?
I know you want to imagine me with my dick out, but this ain't the
God
place.
damn.
Man.
You see how these men turn around and start relating to their anatomy pieces. Like, look, bro, no, I don't want to see your fucking dick. Why I don't want to fucking see your dick? What's wrong with that? Why are you fucking talking to me about your dick? That's wrong, man. Did I say anything about my pieces, my Mises pieces, my Reese's pieces? Someone teach you wrong? Is this too much to fathom? You sound like you just look like you're kind of confused. Like you look like you're I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to figure this shit out. What you can't.
No,
even
that's actually true. I never met such a young male with dementia. So I'm trying to figure out like how you got old people syndromes.
1 minute added.
Do you know what dementia is?
I'm sure you can explain, right? You should be an expert.
Why are you asking me to explain? You're supposed to be the man. What is wrong with you, man? This is the thing. Like, women look at men right now like they're stupid because you can't keep coming up with these stupid questions, especially when you're asking another man. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know what dementia is? Oh, you're gonna defer and go, oh, do you know what dementia is? Where's your place, nigga? Where is your place? Because right now, you're just... Look, I ain't trying to make
Whoa. Did you call me nigga?
Yeah. You're a white nigga. Yeah, you are. What, you don't understand that?
Nah, explain.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, if there's black niggas, there's white niggas.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
No.
Why? Because there's only black niggas, right?
I mean, I just don't go around saying nigga. I don't use that word.
Oh, my Lord. Jesus Christ. Look, the juxtaposition is there's always a black and white, okay? Is that what you're saying? Or not? This is the laws you laid out as white people. You don't get that?
I mean this very respectfully, but you're fucking retarded. Like, in every sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why did you come on here?
To talk to you, you dumb motherfucker.
Oh, to talk to
Give you some
me?
fucking-
That's
Yeah.
kind of funny because a minute ago you asked why I talked to you earlier. But you came on here to talk to me, right?
Oh, we're getting somewhere now. Okay.
So fucking talk, nigga.
Ooh.
Don't be a goofy.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Bro.
I'm just trying to get on your level.
You're not on my level at all. What do you do for a living?
I'm thankful for that every day.
What do you do for a living?
This is not an inquisition.
It's not. I'm just asking you a damn question. What's wrong with that?
I'm a rocket scientist.
Blood sports debate, right? Open panel. Blood sports debate.
Yeah. What do? I'm a rocket scientist.
Okay, so who do you work for?
No. What do you do, Simon?
I'm a lawyer.
You're a lawyer?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
You do like those gay cases? I mean, is that what you do? Right? You come
Well,
on
you
here
said-
defending the right to be gay?
No, but I will be the person that actually gets you through the court case where
Do you say fruit?
you're not even listening. I will be the person that gets you through the court case where you become successful and your wife tries to take you for everything and try to get everything out of you when you become successful.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be that guy. So don't look at me as an enemy. Look at me as a protege. Okay?
A what?
Protege.
A protege?
Yes.
Bro, you're a fucking retard. There's no fucking way you practice law. Don't talk fucking shit. What sort of law do you practice? And like Bea said, other than gay law.
I mean, to be fair, Based Oracle said he was a rocket scientist, so maybe he was trolling the troll.
Can we address one thing at a time because this dude's coming.
Yeah, what sort of law do you practice?
So you got when this timer here hits 9 minutes and 30 seconds, that's the end of the votes, and whoever's the loser on the votes is going to be fatality. So get your votes in.
Simon, go ahead and pack your bags.
A little over 30 seconds. Go. Hit those votes.
I'm just going to use the last fucking minute to say, fuck you, Simon. Can't wait to see you next week so I can abuse you again. Fucking quit.
Alright, that's kind of gay.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
A little bit.
All right, maybe
I
he
mean,
is
at this
attracted to you.
point-
Maybe Simon was right the whole time.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
that's
likes
like-
Leroy's manliness.
Very emotional.
I'm pretty sure they're attracted to each other. But Simon was trying to hit on Based Oracle now. I heard it. He was trying to get in them pants, Based.
I got you.
Especially once he heard you were a rocket scientist, he was like, "Dang."
I mean, I don't got
let
you
me
like
get some
that,
of
but I understand the penis.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
got you.
Phrasing. Good job.
What's
All right,
that?
so
That dick who's
any
fucking back there? What's going
any
on? Why do you
last
keep doing
words,
that?
Simon?
The poll just ended. Oh, and it's 51 and 49%.
Dang, closer than I thought. Shit.
So Simon, they have voted you to be the loser. You are going to get the fatality, but do you have some last words? Tell people where to find you, all that.
And can you please make them quick?
Find him in Gay Central.
He's too busy mumbling on nuts.
No, good. No, thank you for having me up, man. People can find me where they want to find me. They know how to find me.
No one will want
Yeah,
to
but
find
do you have a
bro.
channel?
Yeah, like you have a channel, plug your channel, bro. If you have a channel, plug it. You're more than welcome to come next week as well, unless someone revives you. I don't know if anyone's going to revive you, but
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I mean, I do have a channel, but you could just Google Simon Hectic. I mean, ain't no big deal. But thank you for having me up, man. I appreciate your conversations. You know, I think it was worthwhile, and that's why I was here.
Simon, you're
right.
always fun. I'm roasting.
and we have an
So
after
fun.
panel at the end. I always have an after panel, so if you want to come up on the after panel, you're more than welcome for that too.
All right, I
You know,
appreciate you.
you know what? I'm gonna pay to bring Simon back.
You're gonna pay the 90.
No,
to
you
bring
don't.
it
Don't.
back?
No,
Why
no,
would
fuck
you
you're
do
not.
that?
Yeah, he's trolling.
I'll pay to negate that.
You know, how much is the payment?
The revive is 90.
Is $90?
Yeah.
Cheap, man.
Oh shit! Yeah, rocket scientists don't make that much by Simon.
All right,
You guys take
Simon.
care, man. Like, I'm watching anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Appreciate
watching
it.
anyway.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Thanks. I owe you one.
Fatality.
All
That
right.
was great. What a great addition.
His outro was the best part. Like honestly.
I'll be fine once the pain medication.
Oh, there was
Definitely the most interesting part.
Oh no, I didn't mean that backhanded. I mean for real.
So Nick, because we don't do attacks during 1v1, you have a $5 credit, so you can mute someone later on. So just remember you have a mute available. All right. All right, here we go. Here, let me just throw this one out for a minute. Let me see what everyone says. Should men have access to financial abortion if they get a woman pregnant?
No.
Access to financial.
So meaning not paying for
Yeah,
the
like
kid
where they
to-
can opt out and say like, I don't want no rights, I don't pay all that.
Should they be able to sign
I was about
away
to say,
parental
what they-
rights? This financial abortion is just a more invigorating way
I've
of
never really
saying
thought
it.
of it this.
I would say that if we're gonna, if women demand abortion and they want rights to abortion and everything like that, then yeah, absolutely. Because the woman is the only one who can decide to get the abortion. A man cannot decide for a woman. If the woman wants to keep the child, then she can do that, and then force the man who didn't even want the child to begin with to pay for said child. So yeah, he should absolutely. If we're gonna have abortion rights, which I don't think we should, but if we're gonna have abortions or whatever, then yeah, men should be able to, and then women should bear that whole cost.
Dave, you
Unfortunately,
just
I'm
got
gonna.
to mute. Nick's using his credit.
Unfortunately, you're gonna shut the hell up, Dave.
I
thought you
don't necessarily have to shut up. You just
Nah, my-
can't hear
I've
what I'm
never
saying.
thought
I'm
of it
still
this
gonna
before.
talk. For the record, you just don't get to hear what I'm saying.
Dave's just
So
talking
fuck
away
y'all.
on mute. I
I'm
love
still
it.
gonna talk. I don't give a shit.
Oh, wait.
So anyway, Oh, nice.
That's weird.
Welcome.
Oh, that's
Welcome to the panel, my guy.
I love
Is
that.
this like a
I
fetish
like
for
that.
you?
Are we in an anime now?
I know who that is, but I'm gonna stay shut up. Based.
Wait,
I'm cautious.
while that person sat next to that person with that thing on his lip, can
What Discord are
ask
you in
them
right
to
now?
wipe it off it, please?
Actually, I think you missed the spot when you were growing your hair.
The fuck
No
you
one got
talking?
Alex back.
How the fuck are you talking?
I'm sexy. I don't know what you're talking about. As you see,
Kinda
there have
reminds
been
me of
two
Joe
women
Dirt.
fighting back and forth for what my name is this entire stream. It's great. It makes me feel special.
What the fuck happened?
Listen, he's sexy and you fucking know it, right?
I am the Walmart Mr. Clean.
Dollar General.
Stunning.
McDonald's.
I would have said more. I would have said more Target, more Target, not Walmart. No.
Target.
Mr. Clean at home. We have Mr. Clean at home.
Yo, whoa. Who the fuck are you? And what are you doing with this mask and shit?
You got confused.
Why are we ignoring the fucking elephant in the room here? Who are you? What's going on?
We're all trying to
who are
you know, you know.
And, I don't
Who
know.
are you? What are your
Please
pronouns?
inform me.
Come
What
on,
the fuck's going
Dumbo.
on?
I don't
I
want to
mean,
know.
I can't. I really can't insult him because he has a similar position towards his anonymity that I do. It's just he looks stupider.
Baines. You are gonna have to turn up your mic if you are talking because we can't hear you.
And turn your
no,
camera off as well.
I'm really
Please do all a
thinking
favour,
about
turn your fucking camera off as well.
One at a time.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
really
God!
quiet.
Shut up, Irishman. No one can understand you.
Either that or easy might have to turn you up. I'm not sure. No, unknown.
Oh, real quick, let me get it out of the way. Unknown, Weirdo John, Adam Dole. You're all gay. You all suck. Just so you know.
No, okay. You just had to include everybody.
Mother has been slobbing on my knob.
Weirdo John's been here for a while, hasn't he?
Nub.
Yeah, but I never
What do
said it to
all
him
these
eure.
gay people suck?
Oh, okay.
What do all these gay people suck?
What did these
Well,
old
the,
gay
well, the
people
thing about you,
Suck your mum.
Righteous, is
Have you seen the clip of your face, son? You have got a face only if a mother could even not even love. You should have been spat on your father's
No
pillow
one can understand
instead
you.
of up your mother's fucking vagina.
No one can
Seriously,
understand you.
look
Shut
at
up.
the state of you. You are an ugly piece of shit.
State of you. I love it. I love the
I
Irish.
do apologise. I don't speak in a dialect that's suited to you.
No,
son.
I love it. I'm being
who gives
honest.
a
I love the
fuck?
Irish accent.
It's not Irish. I'm not Irish.
Scottish, Welsh, whatever the fuck you are.
Oh my life, seriously, there's one Irishman on this planet.
in the world?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking. I like that one.
Yeah, me too. I don't think that one's a bad
What the
one.
fuck language are you speaking?
Swahili.
Okay. Accent, dialect, whatever you want to call it.
Vagina.
Fucking potatoes in the mouth, raging patriot.
What dialect are you speaking in? Where do you come from?
Ohio.
Ohio to you too.
The most boring state in
My
the United
accent is
States.
weird, but all of them are a lot.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that goes to North Dakota. Don't insult them. Like
I believe
that,
we're
Dave.
actually considered the most mid-state.
That sounds about right.
That's why everything, all the
plus?
jokes right now are Ohio.
Is that plus?
No, that's not good.
I believe the reason for that has more to do with the popularity of Skibbity Toilet than anything
Skibbity
inherent to
Toilet.
Ohio. Yes.
Toilet. Skibbity toilet. Boom, boom. My son sings that one. I don't know where it came
Ohio.
from.
All right, what was the prompt?
Yeah,
Were we still talking about violent video games or violent
So I
movies and
think
shit?
that was the last we were talking about, yeah.
That's stupid.
Are you
No,
for
we're
bringing
now
back the
talking about how
Coliseum,
ugly
Adam?
you are. We're now speaking about how ugly you are.
No, not really.
Thank you.
I
Because
don't.
we could go all day with that.
We need to watch people die. No, I'm just kidding.
Fucking get the snuff. Bring on the snuff videos. Come on.
No, I'm
Get the
kidding. I'm
snuff
totally
videos
kidding. No, fuck that.
Well, so watching people die is something that the live leak already exists for, and
I know Twitter's pretty fucking good.
Twitter's pretty good for it too.
Yeah,
Yeah, Twitter's pretty good for that.
So Tiki Tac, you're right. I should amend that statement. Live leak replacements exist for it because there are
Twitter.
many sites that have a similar function.
A lot of them are disappearing.
I mean, it's not really a similar function, is it? It's kind of similar, but not really. Like when you're watching for like straight up entertainment and like sport, and like there's glory behind it, right?
Yeah, that's nothing new though. I remember way back in the day, like the Faces of Death videos would be circulating around pre-internet. Like there's just a fucked up fascination in some people.
BME
extreme.
The fascination behind it, but I mean like the intention behind the people actually doing it, right?
Well,
Like, you're
watching extreme
Like-
violence is something that can be satiated by film. Like, you want to see some really messed up crap, just watch a Serbian film or Salo. Like, these movies exist.
Wasn't it like Faces of Death, like something that was shown in theaters?
I'm unfamiliar with Faces of Death. I've actually never heard of it.
I also remember it being a
I'm not gonna
VHS
describe it
cassette
much.
that you had to like. When I saw it, it was because a friend of a friend like had it and borrowed it and made a copy of it. It was like underground.
Really, a friend of a friend? No, it was yours. It wasn't on it. It was all yours, wasn't it? That's what you would say. Friend of a friend.
As for a friend, where do I get this
I
movie?
was a kid at the time, so I couldn't have gotten a hold of it.
There's a lot of quote-unquote self-terminate
Street
gifts
Fighter when
that
they
are
were a
from
kid?
that movie.
Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Bloodsport. They had finishing moves, right, where we all were wanting to kill that person.
Speak
That was
English.
Back in the 90s. Right? Back in the 90s. If you want to see some fucked up, disturbing shit, watch a woman give birth in person. Right? That
back check true.
That is some fucked up shit.
I mean,
Yeah. So to be on the topic, what do we think about the argument that actually playing, like simulating violence in games, actually satiates that side of our animal nature, and that it actually helps us deal
I think it
with
does.
the more violent
yeah,
sides?
so let's give pedophiles a fucking kid doll. Is that
So,
gonna help?
okay, hold on.
Sure.
John's right. It's the same logic. You shouldn't feed into people's fucking.
I would argue that's
I wasn't
unnatural.
talking. So hold on. When I was talking about violent films, I'm not talking about the desire to commit violence. I'm talking about the same sort of desire that is fulfilled by watching people in the Coliseum. I think there's a fundamental difference between those two things.
Do we think that's a good feeling?
Sports.
Who said that? Did the freak say that?
No, I did. Do we think it's a good feeling that a whole bunch of group of people are watching some people fight to death?
How do you know you're not
fairly
the
or
one who's featuring
unfairly?
the freak?
Only if there's
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Right. Well, that's the question.
That's hard to say. I think some of that has to do with, at least some of it has to do with like the desire to see competition, which is satisfied by modern sports. Like there's obviously a very big similarity between American football or rugby and the
Yeah,
Coliseum.
didn't they also use the Coliseum to distract from the decaying society?
Yep.
Well, that's what they say. That's questionable how much it actually did that.
That's what they do now. I mean, what do you think? Like all these fucking TV shows and stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Just all this fucking degenerate society or whatever. It's the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think by
Well, hold
playing
on.
violent video games it gives you a propensity to do violence. It's just putting that imagery into the heads of children is not a good thing.
Yeah, I never made the argument that it gives you a propensity to violence. That was my argument as well. It's like, I don't think it's good I think it desensitizes us to stuff that we shouldn't be desensitized to.
Well, when
At the exact same time, though, at the exact same time.
Problem. I think it's the sexual content in the game and the drug use in the game. I don't think it's the violent portion of it. I don't think that's the biggest issue within it.
So while I don't think it would cause violence, I will grant though that it is simulating something that's trained your mind to do it.
Wait, I want to.
So many people just
What do
talk.
you think
I
that
do watch J-Dog.
murder is better than drugs?
Does anybody have children on here that's giving opinions about what children should and shouldn't watch?
Yeah, all
Just
the
a
time.
question.
Yeah, I do.
I do.
Right, okay. Right. So a based household is the best possible thing to bring your child in, right? Regardless of what they play, see or watch, they're gonna come back to the based household and they're gonna be told what is right and what is fucking wrong. Fact.
So you should
I'd argue.
I do.
So
I do
next,
think it all comes
next,
down
sorry,
at the
I
end of the
wasn't finished.
day.
I
to
do
the-
apologize. Sorry, love. Go on, you speak. You speak, love.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. I apologize. I do think it comes down to the parents and the household. You know, my son likes to watch like little video things, and every once in a while, something that's questionable pops up, and he looks to me, and I'm like, no, we're not gonna watch that. And it's like, okay, and we change it, and then we talk about why we're not gonna watch that, or, you know, depending on the situation, but. Or he hears stuff at school, and then he comes back home and says it, or says, you know, or does certain things, and I'm like, you know, where did this come from? Why are we doing this? And he says it, and I say, yeah, well, we don't want to do these things because of X, Y, and Z, you know. And I think that comes down to anything. I mean, every game, video, whatever is going to have a maturity rating on it, PG, G, you know, X, whatever. And at the end of the day, that comes down to mom and dad. And are they controlling their own household? Are they figuring this out? Are they talking to their children? And are they explaining to them right and wrong? You only understand right and wrong, I think, based on the environment that you're raised in. And that doesn't necessarily mean what you watch or read or look at. I think that means like the people who are around you and exemplifying it and showing you and telling you what is and is not.
Well, I don't
Sure.
entirely agree with the ending of your statement there. Morality is innate to a degree, and my citation for this is "The Righteous Mind" by Jonathan Haidt. He talks about moral foundations theory, which is saying that people have inherent moral predispositions, but that's a side topic.
Also kind of goes to
So
what,
next you're going to tell me that me letting my
Nacho
son
was
watch Rick
saying
and Morty
earlier- not
and
Nacho.
Family Guy is
Ticky
wrong.
Tacky was saying earlier,
Yes.
where in the Bible it says your morality is written on the hearts of men. Matches
The
pretty
laws
much,
are written on the hearts of men.
or
yeah.
the laws. Never mind, I lied.
Somebody doing
Fuck!
dishes.
Somebody is doing it. I'll tell you what, I heard that as well. I wear glasses. So when I lack of my eyesight, I make up for in other senses. And my hearing is one of them. Right? And I,
think
heard
our
dishes
obsession. I think our obsession on what media our kids ingest is disproportionate to its actual effect on people.
I'll agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I've seen kids who
I
have been
think
like
there's a
had the most religious
big-
parents who were sheltered from all media, who became completely fucking psychos, and I've seen the kids who had the most like loving liberal outbringing end up being, or the opposite, who had these violent tendencies or watched all these violent games, had every movie that they watched was a horror movie, and they end up being like as sheepish as lambs. I just don't see the correlation at all in any
Yeah.
way between the media that people ingest and who they become.
I think it really comes down to whether.
I think it is also okay to have some. You don't know what is wrong until you see it, per se, And I think that this is why my dad always used to laugh every time something like we would, be driving in inner city Baltimore, and there'd be like some crackhead on the street, and my dad would look at me and be like, "This is the time to talk to your kids about drugs," And I think you have to have some type of visualization to see consequences or to see what these things look like. You can't be completely oblivious or naive or not know what a bag of crack looks like, because then I don't know, somebody I think at the end of the day, also not witnessing, but like seeing or having an example of some form of violence on screen or something to that effect, it allows the parent the opportunity to talk about it, or it allows them to say like, this kind of stuff, like we need to understand that this is fake and we don't actually do these things in real life. We don't hurt people. And everything's always a good like time to talk to your kids about this.
Once again,
You don't want to leave it
I
at
think-
South Park, do you?
I think
You don't want to
that
leave it at South Park.
the focus on the violence is not the problem. It is the sexual content and the ideologies pushed through the media, these medias. It's not really the violence. I don't really see a direct correlation with violence and any direct effect that it has, but something like sexual content and perverse things does have a direct cause, and getting children addicted to pornography and things like drug use within the thing makes them curious to do it and try it, so they try it and things. I know
his office is upstairs.
Blood things, like, oh, that looks so cool. Joe
Did you just go underwater?
Smoking.
Hold on, John. I was actually agreeing with most of what you said, and then your mic violently shat itself, and I didn't understand.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Okay, yeah, and I was saying with the sexual content, especially, you know, because the violence isn't really the issue because I don't see any direct correlation. But for something like perversion and sexual pushing ideologies as well as drug use, I can say from my own person, you know, oh, Joe Rogan was smoking weed. It's not a big deal. Let's smoke weed, you know, whatever.
Wait there, hang on.
Yeah, but when it comes down to it, do people like
smoking
you
weed
even
isn't
think
a
that just
big deal.
showing that people exist is pushing an ideology? Like, come on. Like, you guys sometimes like complain that a gay person being in a movie just existing is pushing an ideology.
So,
I'll agree, it gets pushed way too
hold
far.
on. This is actually something that's pretty easy to argue. Obviously, the existence of something in a movie in a specific context implies something about that particular context of that thing. Obviously, if you, like, for instance, if you have a gay guy in a movie and he's just incidentally gay, but and he's like a background character, that says something very different than if you have a gay character who is overtly evil.
No, the
Wouldn't you
problem
agree with that?
with Hollywood is there's
Or if they
never a
normalize
gay
it as if
person
they're
that's
just
just
regular-
gay, and it's not an overt part of their character. Hollywood
that's
always
probably Adam's
plays
point.
it up as much as
Yeah,
possible.
but you can say the same thing about most like heterosexual male like lead action or any kind of thing like that. Show me a movie where a male is the lead where that movie has no reference to that character's sexuality. It is rare. It is rare. So just showing that other people have asexuality is not pushing an ideology on you.
That's because heterosexuality is the
Hold
norm.
on. You're focusing on the main character. There are tons of male characters that you don't know if they're technically gay or straight because they never are in a relationship in any way.
What we're saying is the heterosexual whatever, that's the norm, and it's pushing.
No, look, I'll agree that people want to do a lot of like box checking in writing shit.
Dynamic in a movie, no problem. That's the norm and everything. But what they do is they push the gay. They're trying to normalize the gay.
Yeah, normalize. People are just trying to normalize things by showing they exist. And some of you believe they shouldn't. That's the fucking contention. Not that people have this evil ideology. It's that half the argument, half the people believe these people shouldn't exist.
We're talking about sexual content, not specifically gays. I don't know. We're talking about sexual content and drug use within it.
Well, just back up.
Because he decided to go
the
to
initial, the initial thing that you said, Destiny's Fluffer. I don't know what your actual name is like I actually can't read your name.
That's animated effigy. I know. It's animated effigy.
Okay, oh yeah. Okay, so
the guy who's always in chat. But never had the balls to come up until today.
So the initial complaint you had is that you were saying that conservatives or people who are against whatever are complaining that it's an ideology. Well, yeah, it is pushing an ideology no matter what. Like all media is a propaganda if looked at from a certain angle. So
there's no argument to make ever. If you believe that.
No, there is an argument to make. There's a million arguments you can make. You can argue about whether or not the propaganda is good or not. You can argue about what kind of message it's pushing. You can argue about the intent of the author. There's so much to argue about. What the fuck are you talking about?
I would also say, Effigy, that most conservatives, while they don't want to see like a gay relationship on the movie screen, they also don't want sex scenes in movies either. So, like, while you might have a heterosexual couple, you know, which, you know, that's a whole different thing on how Hollywood views movies have to be made in this particular way. But most conservatives and people who are against the gay people or the gay relationship, they're just as much against the heterosexual sex scenes.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree. I agree. And that's our difference, though, is that a lot of people do not ascribe any kind of like level of morality to that stuff unless we talk about like children's exposure to it.
So this is the distinction here. It's because, and I don't know how familiar you are with leftist theory, but you should definitely get familiar with it.
He's obviously a leftist.
Normalizing currently attempting to normalize what isn't currently considered normal. Obviously, conservatives are going to have an issue with that for fairly obvious reasons. Obviously, if you're like in the 90s and you're seeing all these TV shows, all these movies where being gay, like gay people are overtly shown as positive in society with how the movie is framed, obviously that's pushing a certain message. In fact, I don't have a specific study to back this up, but I bet if you were to go through popular films that have gay
no, I agree with you. I just don't believe the take on it. I believe it's an ideology. It's just simply recognizing someone exists.
Whenever it's
it isn't merely recognizing somebody exists. It isn't merely that. The way that the character is portrayed changes how the whole deal works. Like,
wait, Adam, are you saying context matters? Oh my God.
Well, like, so acknowledging that, say, Buddhists exist by making Buddhists the villains of every film is very different than acknowledging Buddhists exist by just having Buddhists as a background character.
That wasn't as helpful as it could have been.
And what it does is it creates an archetype in people's minds, especially whenever it's pushed through all of media, through several movies and not just a singular movie. When all of your media is pushing a particular archetype and saying, this is what a gay person is, this is what this is, white people are bad, priests are bad, they keep pushing these archetypes. And so whenever you think about that archetype in your head, it immediately goes to whatever the movie is, because people watch too many fucking movies. And it mushes their fucking brain and changes what their actually ideas of what people are and situations are whenever they're in them. And that's the problem.
But these people
Why
are
do cops
allowing.
always got to be dumb
They're
in
allowing the media to
Men are always dumb in movies.
So you don't think there are gay villains in movies?
The dads are
not anymore. Not anymore. No.
Not that I can think of.
So to answer the question in like the correct way, you can probably point to a few, but they aren't as common.
What's wrong?
As gay people presented neutral or positively in film.
They're always, they dress so well, they're so good. It's a specific
but the other thing I have to say is when people are trying to like code characters as homosexual, it tends to be quite a reach when it comes to villains specifically.
It's not going to be as common because most of the people who write are going to write about themselves and their experiences.
And they're all liberals.
Well,
or they're straight white males who are going to get jumped on if they try to write about other people's experiences. Like, people write about what they know.
You sound gay as fuck, man.
Oh my God. He is gay as fuck.
People's experiences.
I just feel like I'm amongst a bunch of snowflakes that are speaking at the moment.
No, it's just the one.
Here, I'll bring up a controversial
really, do you
take.
really give a fuck about people's feelings? Are you really that soft?
Here, I'll bring up a controversial take. So
Careful, you might hurt his feelings.
I don't think homosexual couples should be in movies. I feel like that the action should not be normalized because of when a child or a teenager witnesses a gay couple and that is what they're identified as a character, it normalizes it, meaning that they think it is okay and they have a propensity to possibly become gay because of that.
Well, that's bigoted.
Fuck them gay
just
people.
is.
Okay, whatever you feel like it.
But if you write a movie, you have the right not to show them. Like that's you're right.
But again,
the same
this
way as
comes
if someone
back
writes a movie, they have the
this
right to
comes
show
back down
that.
to the parents and making decisions for their family and whether they want to protect them or guard them from those types of videos. That it all just and I'm not for or against in any direction in that aspect. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you make a movie about this or that, that's whatever.
Well,
but am I going to allow my children to watch that? Now that's where I'll
but
say
you've got no choice when they're reading books in the library.
I also have
like,
another take.
All these books in the library that are, these gender affirming care people that put these books and derogatory shit and indoctrinating stuff out there, which us parents are not allowed to say. And Christianity is getting pushed to the back. Christians we're bad people. We are bad people.
In private school, then.
Well, I also say that
why should I give my kids private school? Why
you
should
have-
I give my kids private school? Why shouldn't we just be allowed to say what we want, when we want, and have a discussion?
I'll also say that.
agree with you.
I have one.
I'm not,
I have one more
I'm
take.
not saying it's wrong. I 100% agree that we should be able to say like why are my kids learning about all of this sex stuff or different styles of relationships and things of that nature? I think it's wrong because that's not a part of my family, my household, my rules, my concepts. This is what I would like for my children to have it this
So
way.
the
and
Lord's
learn
Prayer has
this
been
way.
taken out of schools. The Bible has now been taken out of schools. It's now being removed from libraries because it's offensive.
And
But
this is why we're all a bunch of
openly
degenerate
speak about the
idiots.
Quran and the Torah and allow that to happen. And no one can say anything about it, but Christians are bad. I'm not religious, but I don't like this double standard shit.
It isn't a double standard.
It isn't a double standard.
No, it doesn't.
Replace the word Muslim with Christian, right?
So the reason
And watch
it
how
isn't a-
fucking go.
so-
Watch how that goes for you.
So yeah,
Watch how
this
it
isn't
goes
a
for you.
double standard because it's establishing a hierarchy.
Yeah.
So it can't actually be a double standard. It's saying one group is more important than the other, therefore you can treat one group differently
No,
than
no.
the other one.
One group is not more important than the other.
On the system, it is.
I
Which
guess
system?
what they're saying is like your
He's saying
sexuality
their
is more
ideology.
important than your
Also,
religion.
they're not just a hierarchy. They're saying that Christianity is bad, and they're pushing Christianity is bad. They're not just pushing it to the side. They're saying it's bad. They're trying to destroy it in general. So, but I think
So the
I
way
think
to
people who have a
understand-
persecution complex are always going to feel persecuted.
Yeah,
So Christians aren't
on all
being-
sides. That's on all sides.
So you can like
Including
say
you.
that, and that's like trivially true. What the fuck does it have to do with anything at all?
Because Christians, when basically people push back on the shittier aspects of the religion, just like it happens to any religion, they all of a sudden say that, oh, their freedoms are being limited. And it's like, yeah, your freedoms are being limited to fuck with other people's lives. Or to impose yourself on other people's lives through the systems.
Isn't in media constantly being attacked and in complete the priest the bad guy. Oh wow, who could
Wait,
have
hold on.
I think when you're 70 to
I should-
75% of the population, it's almost impossible for you
Why is
to be treated like a
75%
minority.
population, why is literally all Hollywood against Christians? I don't understand. It's almost
Because
like
it's not. You just perceive it that way.
No, it is. It is.
is
It's,
definitely demonic.
you cannot mention the name of Jesus on live television. They will cut you immediately. If you say Jesus,
I don't think you can mention the Quran.
it's on YouTube.
Islam. You can mention the Torah. You can mention all of Allah's sins and everything he wanted to promote in the Quran. Whereas like sleeping with 9-year-old kids was basically paedophilia. That's promoted. We all now call paedophiles MAPS, minor attracted person. Why? Because it offends them to call them a nonce or a paedophile, right? Fuck them. Chop their dicks off, stick them in a dark room and let them rot.
And here's a perfect example. There was an episode. Hang on.
Everybody is sort of
Shut
getting
up.
off
Shut
on the
up. Shut up.
weeds,
Shut
and
up.
I
Shut
actually
up.
wanted to address.
Are you going to defend nonsense? Are you going to defend a minor attracted person? Please don't tell me you are.
I was going to bring up the episode of South Park that got pulled off of the air when they decided to depict a picture of Muhammad because it was going to upset the Muslim community. However, they're allowed to shit on Jesus all the time. Like, come on, man, get the fuck out of here.
I don't think that's some nefarious plot. I think that's just people being afraid and having their
Did you
fear.
see the last
okay.
special South Park put up in October? I think it was December.
No, I don't agree with it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they were afraid
It was
and they made a bad choice.
only five. Right, South Park. Very controversial.
So Animated Effigy's explanation for that does make a lot more sense. It's very clear that if you depict Jesus poorly, you aren't going to get Christians threatening to bomb your place of work. If you depict Muslims or Muhammad poorly, you will likely get Muslims threatening to bomb your place of work.
Yet free Palestine.
I mean, Jesus used to be a character on South Park. When's the last time he was on South Park?
Yeah, and what do they make Jesus?
But at the same time, like what you're talking about, animated effigy, when you're saying, oh, Christians are just mad because they're being challenged, you have to understand. Well, first of all, you can be 70% of the population and still be oppressed. That's possible. But second of all, the specific thing you're talking about here, with it's a shift in power. Basically, it's a power shift, whereas Christians have more power and then they have less power. And the ability for them to change things is being shifted into other groups. Why wouldn't Christians be mad at that?
How much of Congress is made up of Christians?
So that's irrelevant to my question.
Not enough.
People that say they're Christians are actual Christians. Probably zero.
No, don't throw a no Scotsman at me. How many of them proclaim that they are
I'm
Christians?
not giving you a no Scotsman.
How many?
No,
how
saying
many
they're not real
predominant
Christians
white
is a no
cities-
Scotsman
How many
fallacy.
predominant white cities in an Indian country? How many people with a Christian background can walk around India promoting their religion without getting?
Hey. In America, the
I'm
rest
not
of the world
saying
doesn't
they
exist. We're
don't
having a
practice
debate.
it
Animated
properly.
effigy, this is a dodge.
What
this
I'm
is a
saying
dodge. This is
is
a red herring. Everybody
doesn't matter.
took your bait. Good
I'm
job.
not gonna
you,
shut
you
up
did it.
for a
Answer my
second.
fucking question.
What I
Animated.
said is
Repeat the question, please.
they're not. I'm not saying that they're not Christians because they're nobody's Christian enough. What I'm saying is they claim Christianity because it gives them clout with some of their voter base. Has nothing to do with them actually believing that in their regular lives.
There's
Well,
literally
like
no
all
way for
these
you to
very
gays,
different
like
from
all
the
these
no true
gays for
Scotsman.
Palestine are doing, right? And as soon as they go to Palestine or Gaza, they'll be flung off a fucking
Exactly.
tower,
Like the
right?
streamers that
Without
are
no
saying they're
parachute,
Muslim.
right?
Okay,
You're all gay. You all suck.
So the question I asked Animated, and I wanted to answer it, is why wouldn't Christians be mad if their power is being shifted to other areas?
Oh no, they can be mad. I'm just
Okay. Well,
just gonna
is
say,
it
hey, fuck you.
is it unjustified? Is it unjustified for them to be annoyed at that?
Oh, not from their perspective, not at all. No.
Okay, so like, do you think Christians shouldn't be allowed to hold power, and if so, why not?
Oh no, absolutely. They just can't impose their religious beliefs through law upon me.
Well, okay, hold on.
Like the Democrats
So-
are doing, like the Democrats are doing with their imposition.
Put your atheist bullshit on us. So what?
So secular humanism is a religion. It is defined as a religion.
What, like Scientology? Next, you're going to tell me Scientology is a religion?
In the first Secular Humanist Manifesto, secular humanism is defined as a religion. It has the same. It fits the same category of a worldview as a religion, because it tries to answer all the same questions. Secular humanism is a religion. Do you think that secular humanism should be basically what the government bases its legal code off of?
No, because it changes all the time.
Let him answer.
Well, yeah, he was.
I mean, so does the law. The law changes all the time, even depending on where you are.
But it's a religion that keeps changing.
Okay, what should the law be based on, Effigy? That's his question, basically.
A moral compass.
Can you guys let
Ever shifting
I mean,
moral compass.
laws are just made by people to reflect their own morality.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's the morality that we should have to reflect the laws?
There is no one. As long as we're going to have different beliefs, we'll have different places that each of our
So let's have a war.
branches of
Let's have a
morality.
war.
even though it all comes from the
Let's
same
have a
place.
fucking big fight in a war and solve it. Survival of the fittest.
Fucking the Crusades all over again.
So the issue with the issue I have. With
I'm
what
going to
you're saying,
church on
Animated
Sunday,
Effigy,
mate. I'm not even
is
religious, and I'm going to fucking church on Sunday. Big up Jesus.
You don't even have like a reason for like why exactly Christians shouldn't hold power. You're just saying
You
that
don't have a
laws-
reason for existing. Stop telling us what you believe, you daft cunt.
Shut up, Irishman. Eat some goddamn potatoes.
You don't even know what the fuck we're talking about at this point, dude.
So you don't even have like a particular reason why Christians shouldn't be able to hold power and why Christians shouldn't be able to impose their will, because like there's no such thing as separation between church and state. There's another hot take for you. Any given state by its very existence assumes a position above the church.
But my freedom from your religion is guaranteed in the First Amendment.
Yeah, so the First Amendment, so the Constitution can say anything. The fact that the Constitution says something doesn't actually mean anything. What matters is the
As far as law, it does.
No, it doesn't. What actually matters is
If
how
our laws
law-
are based on the Constitution, it does.
No, what matters is the
What actually
interpretation.
matters is what I feel on any given day, because I have feelings. Fuck
No.
off, you wet wipe.
What matters isn't what I feel. What matters is what the Supreme Court feels. Because they
No,
have
it doesn't.
because they
Who's
have
the
the
Supreme
vested
Court
ability.
made up of?
Because we're in a representative government and we have representatives who choose the court.
I'm gone.
Okay,
Listen, I'm gone.
so now we're down to representation. Now this is always a fun topic for me because representation is this sort of mystical boogeyman that you secularists point to. You can't actually point to how it works. It's some like vague nonsense. There's no reason to
It's vague
believe
that we vote people to represent us in government.
Yeah, so what is representation exactly? I want you to tell me exactly what representation is.
People voting for a person to represent them in government.
Okay, so how does people voting for somebody grant that person the ability to interpret the Constitution?
Wait, how does people voting for someone? No, it's up to the person to educate themselves. Hopefully, you voted for a person who is educated enough to understand what the government works for, right?
No, he's saying what gives them the power, the representative, what gives them the power to do what they do.
With the bank heist in Aquila City. Yeah, I read all the reports.
The Constitution.
Yeah, the Constitution. What are we're
Okay,
going in
hold on.
circles. What are you talking
Okay.
about?
Okay, so the Constitution doesn't do anything. The Constitution's a piece of paper, all right?
Well,
The
it's
fact that
what's
the
interpreted
Constitution
by the Supreme Court.
Skip to the end, Jesus.
I get that you're going to get to the Supreme Court, but it's their
No, it's the
interpretation
people.
of it and whether it's constitutional or not.
Well, so really, like anytime anybody invokes the Constitution, it tells me that they haven't thought about this to any like actual degree, because the Constitution doesn't do anything.
We're talking about law.
Yeah, the Constitution doesn't do anything. It sits there.
It's never that simple.
The Constitution doesn't enforce itself. The Constitution doesn't shoot you if you break the law.
So you're being so evasive.
A gun doesn't kill somebody either unless somebody shoots it. It doesn't mean that.
About?
Yeah,
they were going to kill him if
so
the
my
gun
point
wasn't
is-
there. They were going to be.
So my point is,
love
well, a
that
number of things.
point.
One is death of the author. Another one is the Constitution itself has absolutely nothing, like the actual words, has nothing to do with actual law, because there's an intermediary, which is the person who interprets. Now, the people who interpret are the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can flip-flop on decisions. Is Roe v. Wade constitutional or not? I don't fucking know. The Supreme Court, they can change their mind. The fact that they can change their mind means that it's more or less just arbitrary.
Also, everybody forgets that the
so
Constitution
basically
is
you
to
just
limit. Hang on, the
Spent
Constitution
5
is to
minutes
limit the
explaining what I
federal
did in
government.
3 seconds. Thank you.
Kind of gone. We've kind of gone.
What the fuck was that?
I didn't get time to Shazam it.
I kind of like that
Going
one.
downtown to Chinatown.
What do you need?
But so my whole point is, if you're going to claim all these things about representation, you have to like actually be able to back it up, because
That is precisely what I said, though. Like, the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution. It is the Constitution, but through the interpretation of the Supreme Court.
yeah. So what I'm saying is that the actual text of the Constitution is more or less irrelevant.
Correct.
Wait, how's it irrelevant?
Because the Supreme Court can come to contradictory decisions. The Supreme Court,
Yes, because of the interpretation that the member in the Supreme Court made, right?
So they also have to present
the
their
words are very
interpretation.
important. Yeah, they have to show their interpretation of the words, why they interpreted it a certain way. They can't just be like, "Hey, I'm going to make this arbitrary rule for no reason," right? They're
but
gonna
it is
point to a
arbitrary.
specific-
Yes,
It's
it is
necessarily
arbitrary.
arbitrary.
They're going to point to a
Necessarily
specific
it is,
section
yeah.
and say, "This is why I'm interpreting it this way." It's kind of arbitrary, but they have a baseline.
Thank you for admitting it's arbitrary. Thank you.
Yeah,
It's kind of, but
So,
Okay, how about this? Hang on, unknown. Tell me where in the Constitution a Supreme Court ever read a right to abortion? Please explain that to me.
That's completely irrelevant to the point.
Shut up, Adam.
They did in Roe v. Wade.
The right to privacy.
How? How? I was asking Unknown to prove his point.
Says if I don't pay up.
He's saying that it's not arbitrary. It's not arbitrary. Yes, it is.
The Supreme Court ruled that Roe v. Wade was a thing, and then they ruled that it wasn't, right?
So arbitrary.
And they picked out certain sections of the Constitution to see why this was and why this wasn't. Like, they still have to have a backup. They still have to be like, hey, you can't just be like, I have this idea and I'm just gonna throw it in.
They literally did.
They didn't. They referenced.
They did.
They fucking no. They don't.
What is it? What did
they
they
look
reference?
at case law. They look at a bunch of things.
What was the Roe v.
before
Wade
they
law?
actually-
Tell me. What was it?
Look, the Roe versus Wade decision was most of the people don't even fucking understand it. The decision itself was couched in the right to privacy and said that a woman had the right to not be pregnant. That's it. That's what the Roe v. Wade decision was cruxed upon. The right to privacy.
That's not quite
Okay,
it, but
so
like medical privacy, right?
We completely switched topips here, guys.
That's fine. We do that a lot.
So bringing this back to my point, the point I was trying to make, with the First Amendment, my point is the First Amendment doesn't actually guarantee your right to be free from religion. The only thing that would do that is a specific interpretation that is then enforced from the Supreme Court. The fact that it's written in the Constitution doesn't really mean anything.
Except that they need to use it as a basis for any of their decisions. They need to find how they have to tie it to that. They don't just get to say, "Oh, I think that when it said right to bear arms, it means you can have a ship." You can't just make something completely disanalogous to what's being stated. You have to find some kind of semblance of a statement.
Right, still arbitrary.
In order to tie it to.
It can be arbitrary.
So, they have to do that on paper. In reality, you can make crazy logic chains using previous rulings as well as weird interpretation of text. One case that the Supreme Court heard, I'd have to actually find the specific case, but they were arguing over what it meant to use a gun to get drugs, and this isn't strictly constitutional.
But the entire system is set up knowing that we're going to disagree.
Well, yeah.
It's even set to where we can change the Constitution if enough of us in the country want to. It's set up knowing that there are these built-in disagreements. It's not just arbitrary. It understands that half the country at any one given time believes the exact opposite of the other half.
So first of all, I'm not sure that's ever happened in U.S. history. There's always been a very significant amount of overlap between the views of the major parties at any given point. But regardless of that, where was I going with this? I know I had a great point, but I forgot what it was.
It's down there somewhere. Keep digging.
I'm sure.
Well, all right.
Maybe you go in.
There should be a topic switch.
Try
this fucking point. We're in the weeds.
Yeah, I don't give a
moderator.
fuck.
I don't give a fuck, and we're in the weeds.
Well, Easy brought up one earlier. Should Americans be forced to vote? Why or why not? Or should all Americans be forced to vote? Is what I think the topic was.
Americans
should
vote. I think less people should vote.
Yeah, less people.
I think you should be fined if you don't vote.
I think
that
you
is
should,
literally
I think you should have to
one
prove that you
civic duty
understand
that you
what
should
you're
fucking
voting
do.
for
Yeah, okay,
in order to vote.
There it is. It would take 5 seconds for half the people in the room to say that we should limit the way people vote or who can vote.
Yeah,
that would be amazing.
No, I think someone just said that they would.
Yeah, I think it was unknown.
It should be required.
I think everybody should be able to vote, but
I think it should be required. 100%. I think
they should know what they're voting for.
Since he's the only one, explain.
Okay, so that is like literally the one civic duty that does not take anything away from you. You just take one day and you go fucking vote. Like, what is the big deal about that?
Well, that's not an argument. But why do you think people should be able to vote?
Because
Like,
it
why
is,
should
again,
people be
your one
required to
civic
vote?
duty. You have to be affecting your
Okay.
government. And then otherwise, you're just letting anything that any person that comes up and be like, I want to run as politician. If there's like, let's say 10% of the people voting and 10% know him, guess what? He gets into
Mentally
power.
handicapped people to vote.
There are other ways of affecting the government. Than
This
voting.
is one of the number one arguments in American politics that we don't actually say what we're doing. Half the fucking political spectrum wants to make it easier to vote. The other half wants to make it harder. And that's like
bullshit. Shut
how
the
it
fuck
is.
up.
Great.
Jesus. This is
Like,
why we have
Really,
retards
I mean,
like
it's not
AOC.
that hard how it's set up now. Like, I don't understand why
We have
anybody
people
would
like
wanna
AOC
make
because the
it
people in that area voted for her. That's it.
That because they're retards. Yeah. And we shouldn't be allowing those people to vote.
And I also think it would encourage people to look into politics a bit more and see who the hell is actually representing them in
They
like
don't
their
have to look
districts and
into
Well, I
everything.
think if they were forced
if
to do something, they would
if they
spend
were forced
more
to-
time looking
yeah.
into it.
They probably walk in, check a box,
Do you
and
think
walk
most
out.
people
Fucking
vote
joking?
now look into it?
Look,
If
there
you're
are a
not
ton of
gonna
people
vote-
across this fucking country who I loathe that are in public office, but I'm not going to sit here and say that those people who voted for them shouldn't be allowed to vote. If you have that fucking opinion, you're not as fucking pro-American as you think you are. All right? You're not as pro-democracy as you think you are.
Why? Not everyone
Yeah, we're
can
not.
vote
We're
with
not.
the
We're not
formation
a
of
democracy.
America.
We're a constitutional republic.
Okay.
There it
Also,
is. There it is.
hang on. Effigy. At the
We are a
beginning, at the
liberal
founding of our
democracy.
country,
We are in that fucking category, my man.
we're not. We're a constitutional republic. Always have been. Always were from the very beginning. At the very founding of our country. So let me ask you this: Did everybody have the
That
right
our
to vote?
Constitution says what, asshole? What does our Constitution say? It says we vote. Therefore,
Where?
And
Where does it say that everybody has the right to vote?
it doesn't.
Wouldn't that be
Right.
the 14th
I know
Amendment?
that.
I
Most
believe that's
people
the
didn't
14th
vote back
Amendment.
then.
Exactly.
Like women.
You weren't
Yeah.
allowed to vote. You had to like.
And the
didn't you
people
have
who
to,
weren't
like, own
landowners.
land? Yeah,
Yes.
You know.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
well,
was all
the,
changed.
the 14th Amendment has been pretty consistently interpreted that it allows adult males at least to vote, and then the 19th Amendment has been consistently interpreted that it allows women to vote.
Yeah, and there's no coincidence that they're constantly talking about
Yeah.
trying to get rid of those two things.
Repeal the 19th.
Okay.
Yeah, repeal
And-
19th.
Like,
Yeah, women are stupid.
Yeah, for me, I don't care that much about that. I just want people to be smart if they're going to vote and understand what they're voting for, rather than just
You
voting
can't
for
guarantee
something
that in a
understand.
democracy. I know it sucks, but you can't guarantee that
Why
the
do
people
you-
voting in a
do you
democracy
think-
are going to
do you
be
think there should
intelligent.
be any requirements? for
I
someone
again,
in
I don't have
democracy?
anything to stand on for why they should be or how that could be enforced, but I wish it could be enforced.
I
That's
wish
all.
everyone
It's
was a perfect
more
moral
of an
human being
ought
too,
than
but,
a.
you know, that's not dealing with the world the way
We're
it
not
is.
talking about.
I just think it's dumb if you vote and you don't understand what you're voting for,
Agreed.
because then you're just voting for the name that you've heard before.
But don't fucking say that that is the same thing as someone voting and just disagreeing with you and understanding
never
things.
said it
just in
was.
it.
What
No,
do you
no,
mean?
but that's
You're
what a
just
lot of
a
people
straw
imply.
man machine.
A lot of you guys are sitting here saying that, oh my God, a liberal got voted into, therefore those people must be fucking
Nobody
idiots
said
or
any of
crazy.
Who said that?
Yes.
Who? Which
Yes,
person
you
said that? I just
literally
want to know.
said- someone just
Tell
said
me
on the panel that
the name of the
AOC
person
got,
that said that.
got fucking elected, therefore those people shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, that's because AOC is dumb. It's not because she's
Easily
a
offended
liberal.
Oh my God, you just fucking did it
Easily
again.
offended
Yep.
libs.
You're
She's
the
dumb.
one. who
AOC is a
brought up
retard.
AOC is
Agreed.
fucking stupid as well.
It doesn't matter in a democracy, okay? They can vote in the most piece of shit person ever, but that's the person those people voted for.
So I can't have an opinion?
No, you can totally have an opinion.
Then AOC is
Only if it's
dumb,
not a
and the people who
Yeah.
voted for her are dumb.
Cool, that's fine. I might even agree with you, but they
Then
still
they'll
get
get
to vote
fucking
and they still
upset
get
when
to
he
do
fucking
it.
Hey, I didn't say anything of who should vote or who should not. I haven't voiced an
this
opinion
is-
yet.
No, I wasn't
Well,
talking to you then, dumbass.
Okay. Anyway. So-
The important question is, why should stupid people be allowed to vote?
Why should?
I mean,
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like if you're paying taxes, you should be able to vote, right? Like, I think that's like
Why?
fundamentally, like, if you're part of the
Why?
society, you should be
Right.
allowed at least the
Don't-
right
Who
to vote.
determines who is a
Why?
quote unquote stupid person?
Don't assert it.
Me.
Make an argument.
Why?
I
Because if
decide.
I'm paying into a system that I live in, I should be allowed to affect the system around me, right?
So
Yeah, but the system
or
also
is that some
you
wild
receive
shit?
from the system as well. You know what I mean?
So I actually
can you
like
repeat that?
broadly agree.
I will agree
with-
that every taxpayer should have the ability. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so unknown.
Does that
I would-
include people who get money back?
Hold on.
Yes.
So
People
unknown.
pay taxes
I-
other than
Yeah.
income taxes.
Because you're still paying sales tax, you're still paying luxury tax, you're still paying every
Somebody
other
would
form of
have to
tax.
be-
Okay, so then
somebody would have to
illegals,
be
undocumented
somebody would
people,
have
people
to
who are
go
not
through a
residents,
system.
they should all be able to vote. Good job, guys.
Somebody would have to go through a system to determine whether or not they're net tax contributors or net tax net tax beneficiaries. And if that's what you mean unknown, then I agree with that, assuming the system is a
That's not what he
democracy.
means.
I don't really care that much about that because it would take way too much to track whether they're a net tax contributor. Yes,
Everybody
because
has to do taxes.
You're only going off of income, dumbass. You pay other taxes. You pay tax on everything you do, unless you're going to track every grocery purchase that you make.
All right,
Well,
so then
so
all
you
illegals,
could-
illegal immigrants, undocumented people, people who are foreign residents, all this sort of stuff, they all get to vote.
You could truncate that, Dave, to just ignore, say, sales tax, for instance. And at that point, I don't really think it would be that difficult to track if you just took out a few. Of the
Consuming
taxes.
is not contributing. That's just consuming.
Consuming is still contributing. The tax that I pay when I purchase a pizza goes to the government. If I order 1,000 pizzas, I've donated that money to the government. Not donated, but been taxed.
Well, I mean,
and
you
stolen,
look like
but
you've had 1,000 pizzas today,
True.
so it works.
Yeah.
You're a top contributor. You're like
I
top on
am.
the tax bracket.
Of the
buddy.
people here, sadly,
Okay.
I am. Don't worry,
So
I'll
then,
catch
how
up.
about this? Quick question
This
for
is why I don't have a camera.
unknown
You can't
and
insult my
epic.
appearance if you don't know what I
True.
look like.
And when I can insult your voice.
Yeah, you can. Go for it. Go for it. Come on, try.
Okay.
Do it. You're a
Who's that
woman.
person in the
Nice.
picture then?
I'm just gonna repeat that over and over again when you insult me. You're a woman.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
sound like one.
It doesn't
You're a
matter.
woman.
And I'm okay with that. It's
for you.
cool.
All right, so quick question for unknown and animated. How about this? What about
You sound like a
civics
villain
test?
from like an 80s movies. You see?
Yeah.
Nice.
We're going to do it this
This
way, you
is-
see?
This is the evil Adam
What are we
voice
gonna do
now.
today,
when
Brian?
I'm actually trying to represent animated
World.
effigies positions because he can't really do it. He can just run it himself. Anyway, Muffin, yell at people. I'm shouting out for you specifically.
No, I was actually asking a serious question. What about a civics test being required? Like actually showing knowledge that you actually know what the government does and how people.
I would
are supposed
love
to-
that, but I don't think they'd ever implement it, or anybody
So,
would be able to.
Not
get
to
that
bring it up
implemented.
again, but
Because
I
you're a
think
doomer
Starship
doesn't mean,
Troopers had it right. I think you
Yep.
should have to earn it through some sort of military service or something towards your country.
Based.
Or you should have to own something that is actually an investment into the country.
No, I
that
think
you're
you should
supposed
have
be
to
voting
serve.
towards.
Even if you have enough money, you should still have to serve.
Yep, I'm down for that.
Again, I would be happy with either or both.
It doesn't necessarily have to be in like a combat role necessarily, but it should be
Just
a
serve your
civil
fucking
service.
country. Yeah, fucking right. Show that you're actually invested in the country, and then you have a vested interest in it, so you can have a fucking opinion. You know what I mean?
So like you could be a
Don't
road
a lot of
worker,
other
you could do a
countries
lot
have
of
that
other things.
requirement,
I think that's I know
too?
Korea,
I don't know.
North Korea, or whichever Korea is not the bad one. South Korea, I think.
Korea. Yeah. South Korea is the one that's slowly obliterating itself by not having enough kids.
Yeah, it's crazy there.
And North Korea is North Korea.
Yeah.
So, you know.
We don't know what they're doing.
You want to know?
Nope.
But whatever it is, it's
probably
bad.
better that we don't know.
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss.
Okay, so for the two people, unknown and effigy, would you be down for those?
Civil test. The thing with me is like, once you start setting certain roadblocks for voting, I feel like it's a very like dangerous zone to be in. Just
So you
because,
think
like,
there should be no
again-
roadblocks
Why,
whatsoever?
do you think it's
there
right?
shouldn't be
Oh no,
any.
I think there should be roadblocks, right? I'm not saying there shouldn't be any, right? I'm saying that when we start putting more and more roadblocks in something, it becomes like this thing where it's like becomes hard to control, right? Where one
have
person's
more
interest is always
higher
going to be better,
information
right?
people
Like,
voting.
There's more information given. You
Yeah.
get more
What are you
information,
talking about?
not less.
What do you think about required civil service?
Do you think? I think
Let's
what
do
he's
it.
getting at is he thinks it's racist if you don't don't
no,
let everybody
I didn't
vote.
say that.
Thinking about.
Then why
I
shouldn't
think
we do a civic-
unintelligent
why
people
shouldn't we
should
do a
be
civics
requirements.
test?
You think certain
like
people
I
can't
I
figure
do
out
think
how to do
unintelligent people should be able to vote. I'm not against
Okay,
that.
but why shouldn't we do a civics test? What's wrong with that?
Because with the civics test, it's like for me, that would just like you would have a very
we
select
can also say
certain
not
group of
everybody
people
tests
voting, I
well.
guess,
Some
would be
people are
the
audio, some
argument
people are
is, sir.
visual.
Okay,
Some people
so
suck at
so people
testing.
okay, so people who don't understand how our government works and what their representatives are supposed to be doing and what each part of the government is supposed to do, those people shouldn't be voting. I don't.
Or even the names of
I
the
don't even
people
think
they're
that's
voting.
controversial.
Yeah, they would
Republicans
learn
exist
that
now,
for military
so-
service. So
I
do
think
military
they should
service.
be
Random
voting.
guy
You
who
can
walk
vote.
in,
Simple as that. Like
thing, and
again,
doesn't
if you're bought into a system, I think you should have the ability to vote
Not
into
everybody.
the system you're buying
What do you
into.
consider bought into the system? If it's somebody on government assistance,
And here's
homeless-
where we come into an
nice
impasse,
pack
though.
of
Just because you
Cheetos
have the ability
supporting
to
the
vote
system.
doesn't mean you should use
Fucking
it.
stupid.
If you're not intelligent enough to understand what you're voting for, I don't think you should vote for it.
Or if you're not invested in it.
And it's not necessarily intelligent. Sorry, that's probably the wrong word. It's if you don't know what you're voting for, if you're ignorant
what
to
would be
it,
wrong
like
with an IQ test. What would
well,
be
it
wrong with it?
doesn't even matter for IQ. If you, as long as you know who they are and whether you support their views or not, it's perfectly fine. But
So-
like, especially when you get down to like judges and things like that on a ballot, most people have no idea what the difference between one person and another is, and it's actually not easy to research beforehand.
I'm actually, the more I think about it, the more I'm not confident that knowledge of the system should be a prerequisite of you actually voting into it. The reason I say this is because...
Of course it's not.
Well, the reason I say this, Muffin, is because with any system, there's a certain level of complexity to it, and like, okay, this sort of goes on to like my whole point about people not being dumb; they're just specialized. Like the average farmer doesn't know shit about how the government works.
God, you
like,
really
actually.
make me want to drink.
Okay, good for you. You're a woman.
I may be
average
the woman,
system-
but at least I'm not the bitch.
The
Yeah, you
average
do
system-
sound like
the
a bitch,
average
Alex.
farmer
No,
doesn't
you still are.
understand
Don't worry,
anything
you
beyond,
still are, sir.
well, what they're specialized in.
I know her.
So they aren't going to have like a very good understanding of how like Congress, the Senate, the presidency, all those things work. Not to mention, knowledge of the government goes
Congress
far
and Senate are
beyond.
very easy to understand.
Well, not how they work in reality. How they work in theory, like classical American theory, that's a different question.
Shouldn't they get a test like people who are coming in legally to the United States have to take a test about the basics of the government and how and American history? Shouldn't that
Yeah,
be
seriously.
similar? Can't be the same test.
No,
Immigrants have to
because the
take a test.
Constitution has already outlined what a citizen is and what allows you to become one.
That's just a non sequitur. What the fuck? God, dude. They defined it in the thing, what a U.S. citizen is. That's not what we're talking about, whether somebody's a U.S. citizen or not.
So in
And
theory,
again,
Well, that
and
is
again,
a
when the
fundamental
Constitution
thing. You need to
is-
when the
vote,
Constitution
like,
was
you need
first
to be a
written,
U.S. citizen to vote.
again, when the Constitution was first written, not everybody could vote, and it was that way for
That's
a
your
reason.
that's your constitutional right as an
And then
American.
we decided that was
It's
wrong,
not.
and we
Where does it
changed
say
it.
that in the fucking Constitution, jackass?
Yeah, but now we've realized that we were wrong, so let's fucking change it back.
No, we
based.
won't.
They already
Well,
he already
so-
said where it says it
so
in the Constitution.
When you say we as a collective, this is obviously like not true.
Maybe we
I
should
didn't-
have tests for like people like this who don't know it.
Nobody
Fucking-
consulted me on the 14th Amendment. Nobody consulted you on the 14th Amendment. Who is this we?
Well, that's I'm just using we as like
Americans in that time period?
yeah.
Okay, well.
As Americans, yeah.
You're saying you don't get the opportunity to vote for people who think the 14th Amendment should be repealed? You don't think that happens?
Well, so that's a funny question. The reason it's funny.
Stupid
is
question.
There is
You're gay.
there's obviously a very big distinction between somebody who holds a view and somebody who has a reasonable chance at winning.
It was just a job.
The fact that I can on paper vote for some nobody who holds all the same beliefs as I do doesn't mean that there's like a reasonable that I have any sort of reasonable expectation of them actually getting into power.
How was I supposed to know they were going to go after some farmer?
And I don't think the fact that I have the opportunity to vote for somebody who's almost certainly going to lose, I don't think that means that my opinions are actually represented in the government.
It's not that simple.
So I don't believe in a test because I don't believe the government can implement such a test effectively and enforce it.
Even a test, I don't feel like you're earning it.
I would
know what
agree.
You have to fucking earn
Take a
it.
driver's test.
Yeah, I feel like that you should earn your right to vote.
Exactly.
I'm not necessarily sure on what that list is, but I start at people who own land, people who are property owners.
I ain't that stupid.
Yeah, do something for your country and earn the right to have a say in it.
I can see service as well.
Unfortunately, they've made it very difficult to own land these days.
She said she needed.
Well, even at that, like, then you would have people who own the bulk of the land, and then now it becomes harder to come by because now land ownership becomes votership, and therefore you're going to try to minimize as many other people from having it as possible.
Well, they're already doing that.
No.
Well, so no matter what.
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Sure.
I don't see a reason to think
Well,
that
that
any
happened.
given. I think that any given group that's in power is going to rally their support for specific policies in terms of voting that gets them more power or keeps them in power. Which is why Animated Effigy was completely right when he was talking about how the Republican Party wants to limit voting and the Democratic Party wants to open voting, because the Democratic Party benefits from that policy and the Republican Party benefits from their policy. This is literally just straightforward. One benefits from the thing they're promoting and the other benefits the thing from they're promoting. And then they both yell at each other as if they're somehow violating each other's principles when really it's just power.
Yeah.
This isn't complicated at all.
I'm gonna do you a favor. Head back to Bayou Plaza before the
Okay. Got it. Don't let the retards vote.
I mean, I agree with
for
that.
it, bro.
Yes, let's not let retards vote.
Yeah.
Fuck the retards.
Yeah.
Fuck them all.
We're all going to burn in hell now.
Little did they know that they were the retards.
Well, I mean,
I think we're all just a little retarded, okay?
Yeah, it's a spectrum.
Yeah, we're all
But
just
I
a
could
little
pass
Kind of
the-
retarded.
Brutality.
I wonder when
Alright, I brought something
intersectionality is
else
going
up.
to be adopted.
What
in the
do you
retard
guys
spectrum.
think about this? Does anyone think that religion does more harm than good?
No.
I wouldn't say more harm. I would say it does harm, but I wouldn't say more harm than
Some do.
Yeah.
It depends on the religion. Islam does a lot of harm, more harm than good, I would say.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, but on the flip side of Islam, they are marrying, they are having children, they
I
do
was
have
thinking more
a
Christian
stable society,
scientists.
even though women are being oppressed. But there's some
Yeah, they
goods
know
and
how,
bad
they know how to
sides.
keep their women in line.
Women should be relatively oppressed.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put myself back on mute. My bad.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and excuse yourself.
Well done.
Nothing
just
better than a
for-
woman who knows her
We'll
place.
call you in, we need you.
Yeah.
For the record, I do like you, Sarah, at least a little bit.
Yeah, Sarah, you're a great example of how a woman should be.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I'll go
simping,
back
dude.
to my little place when I'm told. It's okay. I don't mind it.
And we
I let
appreciate
the
it.
boys talk for quite a while. I was okay with that when you guys were talking about shooting shit and guns and violence and all. I was like, I have no place here. When you started talking politics, I left myself out of that one too. I let the men play.
So
I know where I don't belong. I'll stay out of it.
Makeup, so.
Well, I'm
Yeah, it doesn't bother me
I'm
when
just
you
finding
chime in,
this
to
weird
be
because I'm
honest.
trying to say things that are specifically for Animated Effigy to respond to from like basically the worldview of liberalism, and he's just not. He's not responding to any of it. It's like it's almost like I'm not saying it.
Well, look, man, you dug that rabbit hole deep so earlier. I'm not going down another one with you.
Well,
what rabbit hole?
I mean, quite honestly,
That's a
Adam,
cope.
you kind of
That's a
do this a
cope.
lot too, where you go like so deep in a topic, and it's kind of like headbanging in a
No,
way.
he tries to
and-
lead you down a street like you're a dog, and just don't play the fucking game. Fucking talk to people.
He just wants to walk you into the rakes.
Right.
He sees the rakes and he's like, "Here, walk on this one.
How dare
Here,
he
come
test
over
your
here,
logic?
walk on this one."
Yeah. So
how dare he test your
I think it's a
logic,
good
yeah?
strategy, to be honest, but
hold on,
Yeah.
animated. That's
Any
cope.
issue with it?
That's actually just cope. That's basically you just saying, "Oh, I know I
Yep.
can't actually beat this
Tall,
guy."
frosty
so I'm
glass
just-
of Coke.
Shut up,
So
Adam.
I'm just
That's
not
'cause he's
going to
retarded.
address it.
That's why I want.
No voting rights for you.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I shouldn't
supposed
be
to
voting
agree
this
on
round,
that.
or should I vote? I don't know.
I want to
mean,
know.
are we
Let's just
refilling the
end that with
90s
a
while
funny
we're at
one.
it too?
Yes.
Yes.
I just think we should repeal the First Amendment.
Well, then YouTube is
You
gone.
can shut
Yep.
the fuck up.
Would you
So
rather
listen,
be
let's
stuck in
end
a
this
romantic-
on a funny one here. Would you rather be stuck in a romantic comedy with your worst enemy, or in a horror movie with your best friend?
Easy horror
I
movie
would
with my
say
best friend.
horror with my best
Horror movie
friend.
with best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I never
make
liked
most of it.
rom-coms to
Gotta be a
begin
horror
with,
movie.
quite honestly.
What is your worst enemy's role?
Can I be locked in a porno with my best
So,
friend?
basically, you want to be in a romantic comedy where, you're gonna basically have to be with your
Oh no, yeah, okay.
worst enemy, or
Yeah, I
you
don't
be in a
even-
horror movie where there's a big likelihood one of y'all are gonna die.
At
which
least
I'm
is-
back.
Luckily-
I'll go first, for fuck's sake.
Bring it.
I'm
Go
a
out
virgin,
firing.
so I'll live forever, right? I'm the one that I'm left at the
I was
very
thinking-
end. That's how this works.
True.
Because I was thinking
And
of a romantic
luckily-
comedy with your worst enemy. It'd be like the worst enemy would be like the guy that she's like cheating or like doing some cheating on with or some shit.
No, luckily, I'm my own worst enemy. So
I'd have to figure out who my worst enemy is first. Because, okay, so I don't have a worst enemy that I know of, but if he happens to be black, then I'd have to choose a scary movie because the black guy always dies first in a scary movie.
You can team up with me, Dave.
There you go.
Wait, where's
Good
Simon?
deal.
Bring back Simon. This will work out well.
Bring
Garrett.
back Simon.
Yeah, he's way blacker than me. He'll take the bullet.
I would
Nah,
actually
you're
go
too
for
cool.
the.
You're the token.
I would
Yes.
probably have to go
Finally.
for the romantic comedy because my worst enemy is not actually that bad of a guy. So,
I hate rom-coms. Rom-coms are boring, so I wouldn't want to be stuck in one for sure. I'd rather at least
I don't
die
know.
in a horror
My
movie.
worst enemy is
Friends was
myself,
badass. Is that a rom-com?
there's
No, that's not a rom-com, is it?
Friends
Shit.
is a sitcom.
You're right.
there's a certain kind of
Trying to think of
excitement
what a
I want to
rom-com
avoid
is.
personally.
10
Wait,
Things
what
I Hate
kind of
About
horror
You?
movie are we
Comedy,
talking?
Like 10 Things I Hate About You?
10 Things I Hate About You.
I love that
yeah.
movie, so yeah, I'm good.
Oh,
I'm down.
I do love that movie, but I wouldn't want to be
Wait.
stuck in it.
Everyone
Alright,
else
easy.
is
What
like,
kind of-
yeah, I'll
what
take
kind
the
of horror
chance
movie?
of dying. Fuck it. Dave's like, yeah, fuck, I'm gonna live. Fuck
Yeah.
that horror movie shit.
Whichever lets me
Like,
live.
I'm not having Freddy Krueger in my fucking dreams. Fuck that.
I just want to live.
So
I
hold
just
on.
want to
It-
live.
It kind of matters what subgenre of horror movie you're talking about because you get a wide variation on that. Like if it's a slasher
like,
movie,
like
Saw.
slasher,
like
you
a
know,
slasher,
Fucking Saw.
somewhere there's like basically one.
I saw it's game over. Fuck
We
that.
gotta make this like both extremes. So the horror movie is like where there's just basically gonna be one survivor at the end, and then the rom-com you're all fucking. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh no, okay.
Definitely
you
the
either
rom-com.
fucking your worst
Let's go.
enemy or dying with your best friend. What do you gotta
I'll
do?
happily be the black guy that dies first. Then I'm not fucking getting bombed for nothing. Fuck that. No problem. Send
No,
me the
again,
stuff.
I'm my own worst enemy and already fucked myself, so I'll take the rom-com.
Ooh.
Yep.
You stole my asshole.
I don't know. I
That was
like
a
a
good
good
answer.
challenge. So running from somebody chasing me with a knife or something sounds kind of fun.
Jesus.
Why not?
You
I like
would
the
say
bright
that, you
side.
weird bitch. You want to be
I
slapped
know.
all the time and everything like
I
that.
know.
Like, Jesus.
But
This is
Mr.
why
Muffin,
women
I
shouldn't
wouldn't want
vote.
to be
This
stuck in a rom-com with you, though, because that means we have to like make out or something at the very end and get married, and it all ends up in a happy.
you might be okay with
We
it.
don't want to do that.
Well,
You know,
okay.
Once
so
it ends, you just start it all over again.
It'd
Well,
be an
hold on,
upgrade for
hold on.
me.
This entire question can be whittled down to this point. Would you rather have your best friend potentially die or have sex with someone you don't like? That's what the question is. And I would.
That's
My
exactly
friend
what it
would
is.
take many bullets.
I would rather have my
A
friend
hate
die for
fuck
me.
is amazing. I love a good hate fuck.
I
Well,
would
even if you're being hate fucked.
Yeah.
Someone
sure.
bring Simon back, buddy.
Well,
I cannot bring
Alright.
myself to like
You
potentially
can't
kill
make
my
up
best
who your
friend.
worst
Beside
enemy is either, like Blue Juju did. He's just making up. We can't just be like, yeah, Pamela Anderson's my worst enemy, so that's who I'm fucking.
Well,
I'm
well,
gonna
the,
rom
well, the problem is.
yeah, crazy like that. It's gotta be, your real worst enemy. Think about
Well, the
it.
problem
Sadly-
is I don't annoy women enough. So no matter what, if I pick the rom-com, it turns gay very quickly. That's what
I'm
makes
actually
it.
pretty sure my worst
Women
enemy
like me too much.
is
Women
not
like
your
me too
everyday
much.
Ashley, because she's writing a hit piece on me, so she might actually be my worst enemy.
There you go.
Well, okay, so you're still straight if you take the rom-com option then.
Exactly. See, that's the thought there. That's how I win.
I'm not saying it, Moon.
Hey, Leroy. Leroy, you wanna be my enemy, so we can both survive? I hate you.
No, fuck.
Wow, bro, she wants it.
Based.
Yeah, my missus will fucking kill you.
I wasn't trying to insult anybody. I was just trying to live.
I just want to live.
Yeah, but Leroy, if she did that, you would have to take some accountability for her doing that.
That's
Just saying.
right.
Of course.
Everybody on here has
That's
to
true.
take a
You would
seat.
have to take accountability.
If my missus come to date someone, I would be
That would be
fucking
your
Maybe
fault
some
for
community
not-
service or something.
Ah, shit. That's.
I love when it comes full circle.
I bet you
yeah.
do.
Have you? Do you think the United States should keep daylight saving time?
No, it's
No.
pointless.
Daylight
Arizona has
savings
done
time.
perfectly fine without it.
But what about the farmers?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The farmers don't even care anymore.
Daylight
Farmers
savings. Daylight
not
savings
a
time seemed to be a bit more rational when we had a different style of economy, when there wasn't like entirely different how people did things with modern tech.
When we didn't
Nope,
have
still didn't make
24/7
sense then.
McDonald's.
Yes,
Nope,
ticky
it,
tack.
it didn't make sense even then.
Well, I put that to rest.
Yep.
Do you guys think it hasn't been changed because of the lobby of the electricity industry?
I think
You
it's just
mean
because
make
they're
it
lazy.
Maybe.
Well, I'm actually not familiar.
They're lazy and people don't like change.
Well, I'm actually
I
interested.
feel like that's probably the reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there
They
actual
need that
evidence
sweet
of
Christmas
the,
light juice.
of the electricity lobby preventing that effigy? Because I'm completely unfamiliar with this.
No, he was just saying stuff.
He's talking shit, bro.
He's just saying bullshit like he always does.
Liberal nonsense.
Liberal nonsense.
Yeah, I just don't know. Yeah. Because what does it really affect? I mean,
Well, it changes the time when
changes-
my church services are at, which is rather annoying.
yeah. I mean, it changes everything, but would that affect the economy or any businesses or anything at all? Like with shipments and stuff like that? Because it's been done for so long that if we switched it now, would it fuck something
No.
up?
Not really.
I feel like we'd be able to figure it out.
You would just move
Pretty
up
good
the
at that.
timeline for when you're doing stuff if you needed to have things done earlier. You
It's like
just
they
have
did
to make that
originally.
adjustment yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would vouch there would
be.
be less deaths in the morning driving into work during the transition of hours because people lost an hour and they're way too sleepy.
True.
So I think it's a
True.
beneficial that we remove it.
Yep.
But when
But-
we gain an hour, it's so good though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Unless you're
Only for that
working
one
during
extra
that
hour of
period.
sleep
I
is
don't like it.
great.
Isolation, man.
I don't like lying in.
Unless you work the midnight shift.
Then who gives a fuck?
Oh, then
about you?
actually watching that clock fucking roll back to like fucking what is it 1? It is literally
Yeah.
the worst thing you could ever see.
It's torturous.
All right, let's
Love getting
protest
up.
it. All right, it's not happening. This, when is it? Fucking Sunday.
I thought it already passed, didn't it?
Let's
Sunday.
Alright.
We're just waiting for them to implement it or something like that.
Yeah, what?
The removing of daylight savings time.
Oh, is it actually happening?
I'm pretty sure. It
Yeah,
did
like-
Yeah, I
pass,
think
but
it's tomorrow. Yeah, well, today now. Well, yeah.
Yeah, Sunday. So we can protest it, guys.
so
It's
what
not
time
too
is
late.
it?
We got one day to organize and protest this right now. Okay, everybody watching, do not
we're
set
good.
your clocks back.
Does
Be
anybody
late
know
for
any?
work.
But we're
Does anybody
gaining
know
an
any
hour this time
lesbians?
around.
All right, guys. I'm putting the link for the
But I work
straw
nights.
poll. Unpin this one. I'm putting the link for the straw poll in the chat. I need you all to go and vote for your verbal combat champion. Okay.
do it.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Let's go.
Hit that link and go
Simon's still here?
put a vote there. No, it's only the people who are left on the panel that are.
No, I'm asking, is Simon still in the chat?
Oh, maybe.
It was a great addition.
Everybody's gay.
I actually like Simon.
You
I
all
think he's
suck.
Fuck you, man. You're a cupcake. It's fucking the gayest thing ever.
Wasn't Simon? I was pretty sure I saw Simon on Mel's stream a couple days ago or last week or something. He's like a teacher, right?
I thought he was a lawyer.
Said he was a lawyer.
Simon's all over the place all the time.
I think
I
he's
could have sworn that
delusional.
was the guy I saw on Mel's stream, and he was a
Probably.
teacher.
He's been on a lot of streams. He's on a lot of those that like the group of people that go on there, and also go on a lot of the other ones that I've seen him on. So probably I wouldn't be surprised.
Because they were because Mel was having a discussion about teaching and education, the education system, and a guy named Simon got on there, and he looked a lot like the Simon that was on here, but without the hood.
Might have been.
And he was actually
He's a
smart.
man with fucking loads of opinions and no real thought.
I like him.
And I got the timer going now.
What a great,
in the right
what a
corner.
great
I'm
insult.
gonna give 10 minutes for the votes, so get your votes in.
That was a great insult, Leroy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Has the chat been tested to see if they're allowed to be voters?
Yeah, they're all retards.
True.
There's a lot of women in there.
At least it's an even playing field.
True.
Let me see.
Christine's not allowed to vote. I know I pissed her off, so fuck you, Christine.
Wait, she's not allowed to vote. Why?
Oh, because she's a woman.
Oh wait, let me.
And that like
Women aren't allowed to
negates
vote.
like the entire
need
chat
to-
almost.
We need to remove any vote that was done by a woman.
You think that chat full of catfish is women?
Yes. Most of them
There
have
we
actually
go.
like
Check
popped
it
up
out.
on panel.
Try it now, guys. Try it now. It should be working.
break
If
it?
anyone.
See,
No,
this
it's-
is
You have to.
this
put
is
it,
how you should end verbal combat: is roasting the chat.
Yep. Trying to get them not to vote for us.
And whoever wins, that's the true
Whoever gets
winner.
the least votes actually is the winner. Because you've successfully pissed off the chat that much.
I don't know. I probably pissed off
I was
at
just
least
dealing with Mike
50% of them.
like the
To
whole
be
fucking
honest,
time.
pretty much every woman, almost every woman in chat, I've at least seen on panel or talked to on a panel, heard speak. That's in here
That
right
statement
now.
could have ended very differently.
Yeah, I know. It could have.
I've definitely been going out of my way to piss them off.
Yeah, some of them like that though.
I found out Sarah's kind of kinky.
It happens.
No.
It happens.
What have you? Like
Women should stick together. Vote for the curious.
oh, that's why Muffin hangs around me.
Base.
Whoa, bitch.
Women supporting women. Go girl. Do your thing.
Slay.
I mean, with a name like Muffin,
Slay queen.
probably a female. 'cause
Yeah.
her place is in the kitchen, making muffins.
Do you know why women
the majority of chefs are men? So good job, dumbass.
So you can get closer to
Because we're better at everything.
So you
man.
get closer to the
We're
stove.
better at everything.
Well,
Guess who won Woman of the Year? A man. Thank you very much. Rest my case.
That's almost like it's appalling. We can't even be the best at being ourselves.
True.
Yep. Yeah.
Like we're all so bad that we had to let a man take it.
Well, hold on. To be frank, I don't think that was like an election. So obviously,
But
somehow
trans women are women,
right?
right?
Represent women.
Trans
Really,
women
you
are
just
women,
gotta piss
right?
on everything, don't you, Adam?
What?
I said you just gotta piss on everything, don't you? Like no
Just
fun.
the contrarian.
Zero fun, sir. Got it.
Evil Adam is the contrarian.
Zero fun, sir.
Bro, you're a natural fucking contrarian.
What is that from?
You're even doing it right now. No, not me. Evil Adam.
Well, yeah. So you weren't here last week.
Is that from Scrubs?
I was last week.
No, man. Remember the Titans. Come on,
Remember the
Dave.
Titans? You're right. It was the same guy.
It is the same guy. You're right. I'm proud of you, Dave.
I remembered the guy. I just couldn't remember where it was from.
Discount Mr. Clean to save the day.
Yep.
Nerd alert!
Discount Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, recognizing discount. What the fuck? Cuba
Too
Gooding.
long. You took too long, bro.
Shut up! I hate you.
Tell me you played Dungeons and Dragons in high school without telling me you played Dungeons and Dragons in high school.
Hi, I'm Dave.
Bro. Look, bro, you couldn't take my half human, half dragon paladin if you wanted to, bro. Whoop your ass all day.
True.
Are we pretending that that's a rarity? Like in like the 1980s or 90s? Like that's not a rare thing anymore.
I was a '90s kid. So
I don't know.
It's pretty common.
So, thank you for showing how much you know about it.
Half humans and half paladins are definitely rare to me.
I mean, there are movies about it. Like, you have to assume something's kind of mainstream if there are movies being made about it, right?
Tons of movies and video games and everything.
Please make sure Sarah doesn't win, just so I can see Christine rage quit.
Sarah's definitely gonna win.
Means what?
Christine rage quits like 3 times a day, so it's nothing new.
Even if I win, one of you would have to be accountable to accepting my.
I got you. Don't worry.
My earnings.
I have to blame all the men on the panel for.
It's my fault that she wins.
It's your fault for being little bitches.
Stepping up.
It's my fault that Sarah won.
All become your? Since when did all of us become your husband?
No, it's just the men that are around her in this moment are the reason she won. And not you.
At one point, you were all mama
your
cheese
fault
bitches.
You didn't win, right? It's not.
I'm gay now.
It's your fault she won.
So since I'm gay, you need to vote for me because of I've been oppressed.
You did this.
We are responsible
Irish.
for all of her victories. Every single fucking one of them.
Then you got to take on the failures too.
Yep.
No,
That's
we'll
a
take
whole
some of
much
them.
of a longer list.
Just that much of the accountability for your feelings.
Easy
your
will take
wins.
your failures. We'll take the wins. Thank you very much. I think it's a great deal. It's the best deal that has ever been made.
Let's move forward with that.
It's the best deal.
Yep.
The best deal that's ever been made.
In fact, I don't think anyone's ever made a bit. No, that kind of came like ouchie.
I've never seen a better deal.
Who just did the Donald Trump?
Me.
That was Dave.
So Dave, how does karaoke
Did that turn you on?
I didn't do it this week. I'm not doing
No,
it
I'd say it's
until
not
the first.
You did a pretty good impression.
The first Friday of the month, people will come up and they'll present with the present option down at the bottom. A YouTube window with the karaoke version of the song they want to sing, and then sing it, and the crowd just says, "Hey, good job," you know.
I may
Sounds gay.
come on sometime soon and do a song.
You would come on
Do
there.
you have a good following for that, Dave?
It depends on the week.
That's the gayest thing ever.
It was good originally.
Karaoke.
It was really good originally. It kind of died down though, which is kind of why I think absence is going to make the heart grow fonder. He's very afraid.
That's
that
my
he's
missus,
gay.
bro.
Your beard?
Karaoke has like a strong following typically, especially like in real life, you either
women.
you're
Yeah, Dave
no.
took a little break too. That's probably what helped it, like, die down a little bit. But like, he just, if when he gets back into it again, he's gonna. It'll
Hey,
go.
if
You're
you
right.
host a karaoke, I'll hop on.
There's definitely actually big communities of karaoke.
Yeah.
Asians love it.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. There's not a lot of people that like doing it on the internet because it's a lot scarier to sing on a panel that people can like clip and record and
I'll do
use against you.
Well, the whole
I mean,
people
the
get
fun,
nervous.
the fun is getting shit-faced and then doing karaoke.
Yeah, that's
I
when I
agree.
thought people did it.
Yeah.
Most people do.
You're just like, I don't give a fuck anymore, so you just go up there and sing some random shit.
Yep.
Oh my god, this is taking forever. I'm
vote
so
is
tired.
Not
Are we
quick.
done yet?
I'm
Yeah,
moving
what-
slowly.
what's
and
Is
we're
going on?
there like
waiting
a
for
clear
it.
winner yet? At least.
Well,
there is, we
there's,
could just-
someone with some pretty high ahead, yeah.
There you go. Let's just end it.
Some would say it's a landslide.
Adam voted for himself 10 times.
Damn it, Adam.
Again?
Why are you bringing up your alt browsers and everything?
This is why we need voter ID laws.
I voted for myself
True.
exactly one time, for the record.
Jesus. Adam Dole is running away with it.
Yeah.
Are there even
that's a
16
safe-
people in the chat?
I demand a revote. I don't think
I demand
everybody
a
in here.
refund.
Yeah, how many of them were women? You know what I mean? So 90% of them are women. We can just discount that.
See, this
Oh,
is why
30
women and
seconds.
retards shouldn't vote.
30 seconds and
This is
we're
fake
ending it.
news. Fake news. Don't look at your screens.
Let's get 9 people to vote for Raging Tomato real quick.
Please don't.
I don't even think I could cheat that many. I'd have to boot up both my other computer and my laptop. Jesus.
I'm
Started
assuming.
to
And
grow
my
his
phone.
fan base
Adam called his mom and had all
No.
of his mom's friends go and vote for him.
Adam's harem.
No, I know. I know exactly what Adam did. Adam went to his fucking Discord and had all his buddies vote for him.
Oh shit!
The Crucible people came over.
Yeah.
Are there even 16 people in chat?
Well, not actively. Not that are
God
speaking.
damn.
Hey man, fuck.
Bushwatchers.
They're all bushwatchers. But they are Adam Dole lovers, apparently.
Just watching bushes?
But yes.
Or one person who really, really, really likes Adam Dole.
Yeah, that's probably what it is for sure.
I, for one, congratulate Adam on
Dave's
his win.
saying that because it's him, the weirdo.
Nah, I would have went.
Listen.
I would have went for Raging Tomato this week.
Oh
She was
shit!
fun.
Okay.
And she
Okay.
knew her place, so she
Simp.
deserved to win.
Anyways.
Too good.
But
Same
so
place.
for real though, we do have a winner, and it is Adam. I want to thank everyone for coming. It's always
Fake news.
amazing, and we're gonna do the after panel, obviously, and it's gonna be a different stream. So before you all go, let's get the outros. Just give a shout out to yourself, plug yourself, whatever. We'll let ladies go first. And you said you were
Aw.
tired.
I am tired. Thank you for having me as always. I know I don't jump on these often, but when I do, it's always fun. I'm Sarah, the Raging Tomato. I report
email us if
report
you
the
need a
news from
sample.
the
We'll be sure to
Manosphere.
send
I'm
some out.
satire parody, and then I also do roasted tomatoes, and I'm going to be kicking off a Mod Monday as well, where anybody can come on and just duke it
Yeah,
out
I
for
was gonna do
whatever
that right
issues
now
they
when I get
have or
up.
whatever shit they want to spin.
I got you, baby. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's it about me.
You just got in here. I've been here.
All right, thank you for coming.
So, you know what I'm saying?
If you
You can take over the
get
command
woken
center
up
for
or
a few
something, you
minutes.
can always hop on the after panel. You're always welcome anytime, anyways. Thank you for coming. All right, we got Dave.
Hi.
fucking
I'm Dave.
Got him slacking.
I was yawning. My bad. So yeah, follow me at YTEmpDave. Everything. Twitch, Kick now, YouTube. Yeah. Hi, I'm Dave.
All right. Thanks for coming, Dave. If you want to
You're
come on the
welcome.
after channel, you know you're more than welcome.
I'll be watching. I don't know if I'll pop up necessarily.
All right. Maybe a topic will entice you.
It's always possible.
All right. Thanks
Stupid
for
people
coming.
might entice me. If people are making a lot of stupid comments, I might pop up.
Peace.
All
All right.
Later.
Later.
What up, y'all?
Hell yeah, growers love y'all. Y'all can never take my down. Don't ask me to testify. I stay solid petrified. I'm still that same Barbie I used to be. On stage with no jewelry. Ain't with the tomfoolery. Y'all tripping ain't fooling me. My roots go too deep. Can't fool me from the soil unless you cut off my feet. I won't retreat, I don't surrender. I don't give up, I don't back down, I'm a contender. If you remember what it was before they changed the law and took away our goals, you feel the pain up in your eyes and you would know. They trying to hold you down. Just gotta stand your ground. Stop us no way, no how. Stop us no way, no how. They trying to hold you down. Just gotta stand your ground. Stop us no way, no how. Stop us no way, no how.
Hey, appreciate you, YTEmpDave. Salute to you. Be sure to go check out YTEmpDave. Subscribe to his channel. Matter of fact, let me see if I can mod you up from here. Oh man, I can't. But here, let me hold on. Let me handle that real quick. And let me handle that song for you, 420. My bad. I got you, bro. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to get up for this one. I forgot I don't have my mouse tonight. I should have pulled it out.
For coming on. If you wanna come on the after panel, you're more than
I
welcome.
mean, obviously we know what
Yeah,
this
man,
song's
appreciate it.
about, but we still gonna enjoy it.
Unknown.
You know?
Yo,
Fucking classic
unknown.
group.
If you know, you know who
Shout
I
out to
am.
420
So
for the request.
pretty much all I gotta
If y'all
say.
don't know about Leonard Skinner,
Alright,
go
word.
check him out.
Thanks for coming. If you want to
Let me
come on
mod
after
you up,
panel,
YTEmpDave,
obviously
before you
more than
leave,
welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me on. I just got tired after a while.
Okay, I figured out what the fuck was going on. Like midway, fucking my echo and
That's what's
noise
up.
reduction shit on
That's what's up. Yeah, you did good. Thank you
Streamlabs
for
was
coming
catching
on.
the muffledness
And,
as
you
like
can come on the after
background
panel,
noise.
obviously, too, if you'd like.
Oh shit.
So it was just fucking me up. I was just like, bro, I'm
Wrong
fucking
person.
making arguments out here.
I didn't hear shit.
Adam Dole.
Until like
Champion
halfway through, then I was
again.
just like, fuck.
Yeah.
I'm a nobody. Don't look me up.
And
you
by
won't
that
find
time, you had
anything.
already turned off
And,
or turned off your camera.
420 Moon is.
Yeah.
You lost
Well,
the
I was only
effect.
like an
Ah,
I only had like
shit.
an hour left at that point. I was just like, I can't remember the whole fucking crowd in an hour. Fuck.
That's great.
Uphill battle.
How does Adam
I bet
win?
420 Moon was like,
Where the fuck does 16 votes come from?
I have no idea.
great.
Andrew's community is watching from
You
my.
guys are awesome. Thank you all
I guess.
for coming up tonight. I have the next
Phew.
schedule,
Fuck.
and if you're not, if you're not,
Oh shit, I'm still
so that
streaming.
you can get redirected to the other